While roasting it, he said to Chang'an, roast the oil on the surface first, so that the smoothness and transparency can be guaranteed. Chang'an nodded as if he understood. In fact, he did not understand these things at all. He just felt that whatever the dean did was right, and he wanted to follow the dean and learn some wisdom. That was all. After about a quarter of an hour, Zhang Feng took off the resin lens and looked at it in front of his eyes. A smile appeared on his face. Seeing the dean smile, Chang'an was also happy. He hurriedly asked, "Dean, is it effective?" Zhang Feng handed the lens to Chang'an and said with a smile, "Look at it in front of your eyes." Chang'an took the lens doubtfully and looked at it in front of his eyes. He felt that the things around him were a little bigger than usual, which shocked him. He began to wonder if there was something wrong with his eyes. But when he thought about it, there was nothing wrong with his eyes. Was it because of the lens? With doubts in his mind, he put the lens in front of his eyes again. Sure enough, everything around him was the same as before. Even the dean's head was much bigger. He took off the lens in surprise and said with a trembling voice, "Dean, what is this?" He knew that this must be the dean's masterpiece. Otherwise, no one could create such a miracle. The crowd didn't know what the two were talking about, but they were attracted by Alkinan's puzzled expression. Coupled with the lens in his hand, the crowd couldn't figure out what was going on. They all looked at Zhang Feng, hoping that he would be able to figure out something. However, Zhang Feng just smiled faintly, as if it had nothing to do with him. "Don't look at me like that, everyone. This is just a processing. It will be better in the future. Chang'an, go and get some fine brushes. Prepare to polish it." Chang'an nodded and handed the lens in his hand to Zhang Feng. Then he turned and left. Everyone was confused. They gathered around Zhang Feng and looked at the lens. They all wanted to know what was going on. Li Shimin was the first to speak. "Fengzi, what happened just now? What's so good about this thing?" "Yes, tell us." Qing Yaojin echoed. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong when he saw Arkinan's expression. Now he wanted to ask for more details. See for yourself if you want to know. Chapter 1987. Zhang Feng handed the lens to Li Shimin and smiled. "Put it on your eyes and you'll understand." Li Shimin took the lens with a puzzled expression. He wanted to ask something, but when he saw Feng Zi's confident expression, he held back and put the lens on his eyes. At this moment, he felt that the people around him seemed to have grown a lot bigger. Qing Yaojin seemed to have grown 2 heads, and Feng Zi became fatter. What was going on? He suddenly took off the lens and asked subconsciously, "Feng Zi, what's going on?" Zhang Feng smiled and said proudly, "This is the power of the lens. I've only used a little now. You'll know in the future." "Used a little?" Li Shimin was startled. If he could magnify the things around him now, wouldn't it be even more powerful in the future? Could he see more than 10 miles away? Or more than 100 miles away? He was the emperor. His thoughts were jumpy, and he thought more than others. Now, it was just a model, but he thought of the possibilities in the future. Qing Yaojin was different. He looked at Li Shimin and Zhang Feng and felt that something was wrong. There were not many things that could make the emperor so serious. Now, looking at the emperor, it was obvious that this thing was very powerful. The bet, he didn't dare to think about it anymore. He quickly said to Li Shimin, "Let me see the lens." If it were someone else, he might have already snatched it. But this was the emperor. Even if they were outside the palace, he still didn't dare to go too far. Li Shimin was pulled back to reality by Qing Yaojin's imagination. He didn't say anything and handed the lens over. Qing Yaojin couldn't wait to take the lens and put it on his eyes. With one glance, he instantly regretted it. He saw that everything around him had become bigger. Even the things that were usually small had become clearer. There was nothing to be afraid of, but what was scary was that Feng Zi had just said that this was only the first step. Thinking about it, just the first step could achieve such an effect. If the rest of the steps were completed, wouldn't he lose without a doubt? If that was the case, wouldn't this be a sure bet? When he thought of this, he felt bitter in his heart. Lao Tzu was a duke. How could he kowtow and admit defeat because of a bet? If he really couldn't do it, he would have to wait for Iron Bull to do it. In any case, he had already agreed. Thinking of this, he looked at Zhang Feng and said in a fawning tone, "Fengzi, when will this thing of yours be done?" What happened? Zhang Feng looked at Qing Yaojin in confusion. Just asking, just asking. Qing Yaojin chuckled, trying to cover up the awkwardness in his words. Zhang Feng could tell that this guy was trying to get information out of him, but he didn't expose him. He smiled and said, "I'm not sure yet, but it should be soon, right?" Qing Yaojin smiled awkwardly, turned around and fled. At this moment, he wished he could crawl into a mouse hole so that Fengzi would not be able to find him, lest he mentioned the bet again. "Fengzi, let me see that thing of yours." Li Yuan walked up. He was usually bored deep in the palace. Now that Fengzi had made such a novel thing, he couldn't hold it in anymore. Just now, he wanted to see this thing, but Erlang gave it to Qing Yaojin, which made him unhappy. Now that Qing Yaojin had left, he came up. "For you." Zhang Feng handed the lens to Li Yuan and said with a smile, "Just put it on your eyes and you can see it." Li Yuan took the lens with a smile. He first played with it in his hand, then put it on his eyes with satisfaction. But at this moment, he was stunned. Because he realized that he could see things clearly, and he could see very clearly. What was going on? It turned out that his eyesight was not very good, and he could see things a little blurry. If he was far away, he couldn't see things clearly at all. Now that he put this lens on, he could actually see things clearly. How could this not make him excited? The muscles on his face trembled a little. He took off the lens and looked at Zhang Feng with an excited face. "Fengzi, this thing of yours is really so amazing, quickly make more for me." Zhang Feng looked at Li Yuan with a puzzled face. "Old master, what's wrong with you?" It's a little hard to explain to you." Li Yuan's face was red. He didn't know how to explain to Zhang Feng. After thinking for a while, he said, "Let me tell you this, I used to see things a little blurry. If it was far away, I couldn't see clearly, but when I put on this lens of yours, it suddenly became better." Presbyopia? Zhang Feng frowned. This was his first reaction. Seeing things blurry and not being able to see clearly at a distance, wasn't this presbyopia? This presbyopia already existed in the Tang dynasty? He looked at Li Yuan with a curious face. "Old Master Li, other than these, do you usually have any other symptoms?" Li Yuan frowned, as if he was thinking about what this was. After a while, he said, "Usually, my eyes are a little sore, swollen, and sometimes I will cry for no reason." Zhang Feng was even more certain about this. This was King presbyopia. No wonder this old Master Li would be different from others when he wore the lens. Chapter 1988. Just as he was thinking, Li Shimon's voice rang out. "Fengzi, since you know about my father's eye problem, then quickly help him." In fact, he knew about Li Yuan's problems, but the imperial physicians in the palace were useless. They had treated him countless times, but there was no effect. Now that Fengzi's lens actually had an effect, he definitely needed the other party's help. Zhang Feng could understand what Li Shimon and his son were saying, so he was naturally happy to help. After all, this resin was not worth much. It was just that the experiment had not been completed yet, so he said, "Lao Li, Old Master Li, there is no problem with what you said. It's just presbyopia. However, the lens experiment has not been completed yet. After the experiment is successful, I will make a pair of glasses for Old Master Li, and it will be completely solved." Presbyopia? Glasses? Li Yuan and Li Shimon looked at each other, a little confused, and asked, "What are these things?" Zhang Feng forgot a problem. These words were too old, these guys did not understand, so he casually explained, and the two suddenly understood. But at this time, Alkinan came back with the brush. Zhang Feng did not talk much with the others. After all, making a telescope was important, so he casually sat on the stool and began to polish it. Qing Yaojin asked for a rebuff, and it was not good to be thick-skinned and look, so he called Qing Chimo to inquire. At first, Qing Chimo refused, but when he saw that Feng Zi's thing was quite novel, he went over without waiting for his father's outburst. Li Shimin and Li Yuan, the father and son pair, did not need to be said. They had been in the palace all year round, and now that they saw such a powerful thing, they naturally did not want to let it go. Moreover, this thing was related to Li Yuan's eyes, so the two gathered in front of Zhang Feng like curious babies. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Zhang Feng stopped what he was doing and stretched. It's finally done. Qing Chimo couldn't wait to ask, Fengzi, how is it? He was now looking forward to the result, because he already knew that his damned old man wanted to use him to fulfill the bet. If Fengzi really succeeded, then he would have to kowtow to Fengzi. This was something he didn't want to see the most. Therefore, he didn't want Fengzi to succeed. Zhang Feng didn't know about this. He just thought that this guy was curious, so he said angrily, "What's the hurry? I haven't read it yet, have I?" As he spoke, he picked up the lens and placed it in front of his eyes. The corner of his mouth unconsciously raised into a smile. Obviously, the effect this time was better than before. Not only could he see things clearly, but he could also magnify things that were far away. Zhang Feng's smile quickly attracted Li Shimin's attention. He asked curiously, "Fengzi, how was it this time? Come, give it a try." Zhang Feng smiled and handed the lens to Li Shimin. Li Shimin couldn't wait to take it. When he put it in front of his eyes and looked at it, he instantly felt uncomfortable. The effect was not just a little bit different from before. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Now, not only could he see things clearly, but he could also magnify things that were far away. He put down the lens and looked at Zhang Feng in surprise. "Fengzi, how did you do this?" Zhang Feng raised his head and said proudly, "This is just a small trick. The lens hasn't been completed yet. It still needs to be polished. When the two lenses are put together, you will know the effect." Hearing Fengzi's words, Qing Chimo couldn't help but be curious. He quickly said, "Can you show it to me?" Hearing this, Li Shimin handed the lens to Qing Chimo. Qing Chimo took it and put it in front of his eyes. He knew that something was wrong because he saw a very clear image. Didn't this mean that he had to kowtow? Thinking of this, his face became bitter. He couldn't help but blame his father for tricking his son. He was also angry that Fengzi had made such a magical thing. However, he couldn't do anything about it. He could only give the lens back to Zhang Feng and smile bitterly. Zhang Feng seemed to have noticed Qing Chimo's abnormality. However, he didn't pity this guy. Who asked old Chen to make a bet? It was too late for him to realize his mistake now. He handed the lens back to Arcanon and said seriously, "Continue to polish it according to my method. Then, make 5 more identical lenses. Give them to me when you are done." Arcanon nodded, took the lens, and left. He had seen the dean's process and had roughly memorized it. It wouldn't be a problem for him to make some. Zhang Feng naturally believed in Arcanon. After telling him everything, he sat back on the stool, as if none of this had anything to do with him. However, everyone's curiosity had been completely aroused. How could they be dismissed by these 2 sentences? Li Shimin came up to Zhang Feng and said with a smile, "Fengzi, if you succeed, how far can you see?" He had just seen that he could clearly see small things within 5 meters. If he could see further, he might be able to use it in industry or military, which would be beneficial to the Tang dynasty. Zhang Feng seemed to have seen through Li Shimin's thoughts. He said with a smile, "Laoli, are you thinking of something?" Chapter 1989. What kind of thoughts could I have? Li Shimin denied it. The item had not been made yet, and its effects were still unknown. Naturally, he could not say what he was thinking. Thus, he said, "I'm just curious." "Oh," Zhang Feng nodded as if he understood. He smiled and said, "I don't know how far it can see, but it should be about 2 miles. 2 miles? These two words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, immediately setting off waves of ripples. 2 miles? You're not bragging, are you? What kind of thing can see so far? Everyone exclaimed. Among them, Ching Yaojin's voice was the loudest. He could not believe it. To be precise, he could not believe it. How could a few pieces of resin be able to see things 2 miles away? If this was not bragging, then what was it? Although he had used the lens to look, he had only seen the things in the cave. How big was the cave? It was only 1 mile in radius. What Feng Zi said was 2 miles. This was 1 kilometer. Using just a little bit of resin? This inevitably made him suspicious. Feng Zi, you can't speak without thinking. Otherwise, the bet just now will be doubled. This bet had always bothered him. He had been thinking about how to get rid of it. Now that Feng Zi had thrown out such a heavy bomb, he did not want to get rid of it anymore. Why? Because this was simply impossible to achieve. In his knowledge, even the best soldiers could only barely shoot 2 miles. In other words, they could only see 2 miles. He did not believe that Feng Zi, who had never joined the army, could shoot 2 miles with the help of some *T resin. This was simply nonsense. Apart from this bet, he actually had a glimmer of hope that Feng Zi could make this thing. It was not that he wanted to kowtow, but because he had another identity, and that was a soldier. He had to think for the soldiers. If Feng Zi's thing was really powerful, then he could get it into the military hospital. In the future, he would not have to worry about not being able to see the enemy's situation clearly. However, when he thought of the bet, he was in a dilemma. On one hand, he hoped that it was true, but on the other hand, he hoped that it was false. He didn't want to lose the bet, and even wanted to raise the stakes and take all the treasures in Feng Zi's cave. Li Shimin, on the other hand, did not think so much. He really hoped that this thing was real, because as long as it was real, it could be fully applied to industry and military. In this way, the strength of the Tang dynasty would be further improved, and his father's eyes could be cured. So he asked with a hopeful face, Feng Zi, are you kidding me? Is it true? Zhang Feng frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, do I look like I'm joking with you? Didn't you use it just now? Why don't you believe me? Li Shimin saw that Zhang Feng was a little dissatisfied and nodded with a smile. That's not it. It's just a little hard to believe. It was not that he didn't believe Zhang Feng, but that he couldn't believe it. Just now was just a moment ago. How big was this cave? Its radius was less than 1 mile, and it couldn't be compared with 2 miles at all. But when he thought about it, Feng Zi had made so many magical things before, such as hot air balloons and so on. This time, it didn't seem to be a big deal to make a telescope, so he added, Feng Zi, can you make more of this thing? I want to try it too. As soon as he said that, everyone looked at Zhang Feng. Some of them had never used lenses before, but they had already heard so much about it. Now, if Feng Zi could make more of it, they might all have a chance. How could they not be excited? Zhang Feng glanced at the crowd and couldn't help laughing. What do you think this thing is? Do you think it's easy to do it? First, you need to collect the resin, then you need to polish it and do repeated experiments. This is just the first one. We can talk about it after the experiment is completed. Everyone felt that their enthusiasm had been dispelled, but they didn't feel like giving up because they knew that Feng Zi could definitely do it. After about a quarter of an hour, Al-Kinan came back with several lenses. Director, the lenses are all polished according to the method you just said. I also brought the rubber mold. What do we do now? Zhang Feng took the lenses and put 2 pieces together in front of his eyes. When he looked at it, the distant objects were clearly displayed in front of his eyes, and they were magnified a lot. When he looked in other directions, the effect was exactly the same, and it was more than twice as good as before. He put down the lenses with satisfaction and was about to give them to Li Yuan to try, but he saw that Li Yuan's eyes were already wearing the lenses. He smiled. Old Master Li, how is the effect? Li Yuan turned his head and held the lenses with both hands. He looked very funny. He smiled and said, Fengzi, this thing of yours is really good. Is there any way to fix it? It's not the same if you keep holding it like this. Zhang Feng smiled and reached out to take off Li Yuan's lenses. Old Master Li, you'll be tired if you keep holding your hands like this. I'll find a way for you. Give me the lenses first. Li Yuan handed the lenses to Zhang Feng skeptically. Zhang Feng took the lenses and turned to Alkinan. He said, go find some steel wires to make a bracket that can cover the lenses. The most important thing is to hang it on the ear. As he spoke, he kept gesturing to Alkinan with his hands. Alkinan quickly memorized it and left with the lenses. Chapter 1990. After instructing everyone, Zhang Feng picked up the lens and the rubber mold and prepared to install it. He had ordered Arkanon to make the mold, and it fit perfectly with the lens. Once it was put in, it could be used. However, no one had ever seen such a thing before, so they were curious. They all gathered around and asked at once. Fengzi, is this the telescope you were talking about? Why does it look so weird? Is he deliberately mystifying us? Obviously, the last sentence was said by Qing Yaojin. In his heart, he was worried that Fengzi would succeed, but he was also worried that Fengzi would fail. Under these two complicated emotions, he was very conflicted. He even regretted the bet just now. However, the bet had already been made. How could he, a dignified duke, admit his mistake? That was simply impossible. That was why they mocked him in such an eccentric manner. Zhang Feng was not a fool. Naturally, he could tell. He ignored this guy and explained to the others, this is called a telescope. The rubber is just a mold. The lens is the most important part. As long as the lens is installed, it is basically a success. As he spoke, his hands had already started to press the lens into the rubber mold. As he was pressing, he seemed to have thought of something. The corner of his mouth curled up. I suddenly remembered something. Who made a bet with me just now, saying that he would kowtow to me? As soon as he said that, everyone instantly understood. Wasn't he talking about Qing Yaojin? Just now, this guy had made a bet with Fengzi. If Fengzi could make something that could shoot a willow leaf from 100 paces away, he would kowtow 3 times. Was he going to settle the score now? Thinking of this, they all looked at Qing Yaojin. Facing the sudden stare, Qing Yaojin felt a little uncomfortable and shivered. He was already feeling guilty, and being stared at like this, he felt even more guilty. However, he had been on the battlefield before, and at this time, he couldn't help but calm down. He deliberately coughed lightly to hide his nervousness. Then he said, isn't it just the bet just now? You haven't made it yet, right? Wait until you can shoot a willow leaf from 100 paces away. After that, he snorted and crossed his arms in front of his chest, putting on an arrogant look, as if he was not afraid of Zhang Feng's binoculars at all. In fact, his heart was beating like a drum, and he was secretly praying that it would not succeed. Zhang Feng saw through Qing Yaojin's pretense, but he didn't expose him. He just smiled and said, wait a minute. I hope someone doesn't go back on his word. Fengzi, don't worry. Li Yuan patted his chest and said with a straight face, if this old man dares to be shameless, old man will break his legs. Don't forget that I am the guarantor. Qing Yaojin's heart skipped a beat as he cursed inwardly. Originally, he thought that if he really lost, he would just have to give Fengzi something as compensation. But now that the emperor had spoken, there was no way he could get away with it. If there was no other way, he could only let Tainyo go. This brat had a good relationship with Fengzi, so he should be able to resolve this. Zhang Feng did not know about the schemes in Qing Yaojin's heart. He thanked Li Yuan and continued to install the binoculars. Everyone's gaze once again gathered on him. After about a quarter of an hour, the binoculars were finally completed. Zhang Feng let out a long breath, picked up the binoculars and tested it in front of his eyes. Sure enough, the effect was much better than before. Not only was it clear, it could also be magnified. The most important thing was that it did not shake. Just now, when he held the 2 lenses in front of his eyes, his hand would always unconsciously shake. Everyone looked at Zhang Feng's strange actions and did not find it strange. After all, they had all seen Feng Zi put the lenses into the mold with their own eyes. However, they were all curious. Just how powerful was this binoculars? Thus, Li Shimin asked, Feng Zi, what's the difference between this time and before? Zhang Feng was too lazy to answer because he knew that no matter how he described it, it would not be clear. It was better to see it with his own eyes. Therefore, he handed the binoculars to Li Shimin and motioned for him to see for himself. Li Shimin was naturally happy. He took the binoculars and kept exploring. However, just looking at it, it was as if he had opened up a new world. His vision was very clear. It was as if the things in the distance were pulled in front of him. It was completely different from the previous 2 times. If the things in the previous 2 times were magnified by 5 times, then this time it was magnified by 10 times. There was no way to compare. Li Yuan was attracted by Li Shimin's appearance. He quickly reached out and grabbed the binoculars. He also began to imagine in his own world. He had a bit of presbyopia and saw things a bit blurry. However, when he used this binoculars, he instantly felt that his eyes seemed to be better than when he was young. The metal slag in the cave, the rat feces, all of them were clearly seen. Looking at Li Yuan's appearance, Qing Yaojin's heart thumped. Just now, he had already tried Feng Zi's lenses and knew the effect. Now, looking at the emperor's appearance again, could it be that the effect was even better than before? He did not dare to think about it anymore. He quickly stepped forward and said, Old master, can you let me see? Chapter 1991. Li Yuan frowned. He took down the binoculars and glanced at Qing Yaojin. Originally, he was still looking at the scenery inside the cave. Who would have thought that this guy would come and ruin things? He originally wanted to scold him, but then he remembered that this guy still had a bet with Feng Zi. If he let this guy look with the binoculars, it might dispel his confidence. Thinking of this, he handed the binoculars to Qing Yaojin. Qing Yaojin couldn't wait to take it. He put it on his eyes and looked. Instantly, his whole person became unwell. This, Motherf *Ker, did it really become powerful? Not only could he see clearly in the distance, but it was also a bit blurry. If he took it out of the cave, how far could he see? He didn't dare to imagine because there was still a bet on him. Cheng Chimo saw that his father was stunned in place and knew that there was a problem with the binoculars. He hurriedly went forward and snatched it. He didn't care about his father's reaction, but when he put it on his eyes and looked, he quivered. This was simply a divine tool. No matter how far he could still see clearly. Then wouldn't he lose for sure? Would he have to kowtow to Feng Zi? He didn't dare to think about it. Before, he thought that his father would lose, but he didn't expect Feng Zi to be so powerful. Zhang Sunchong didn't know that Qing Chimo had so many thoughts. He went forward and took the binoculars and do go to study. The two of them were very curious just now, but the things had always been in the hands of Feng Zi and His Majesty. They couldn't get them. Now that they were in Qing Chimo's hands, they naturally had to take a look. The two of them scrambled, and the binoculars finally fell into Zhang Sunchong's hands. When he put it on his eyes, he was dumbfounded, because he had never seen such a magical thing. Normally, his family was prominent, so he had seen everything. He had even been in a hot air balloon, so there was nothing to be surprised about. But this was different. When he put it on his eyes, he felt like he had an extra pair of eyes. His vision instantly improved, and now he felt that he could be compared with an eagle in the sky. He felt that he could now see the eagle. After that, Dugo also tried the binoculars. His reaction was basically the same as Zhang Sunchong's. He was shocked. How could there be such a thing? It was simply heaven-defying, because in his knowledge, resin was a kind of liquid secreted by trees. It could actually be made into such a thing. How could the eyes see things in the distance? Was this really inconceivable? Zhang Feng smiled in the face of everyone's incredulous expression. He knew that the telescope's function had not been fully utilized yet. If they went out, they would be able to see even further. Thus, he took the telescope, glanced at everyone, and said seriously, "Now, let's go out and try. Let's see if we can hit the target 100% of the time." As he spoke, he glanced at Cheng Yaojin. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that these words were said for Cheng Yaojin to hear. He also understood in his heart, but he did not dare to say more, afraid that he would accidentally say the wrong thing. At that moment, Alkinnon walked over with a pair of golden spectacles in his hand. "Dean, the spectacles are ready. I even sewed them with gold thread." Zhang Feng was just about to take the glasses and examine them, but he saw Li Yuan's fiery gaze. He waved his hand, "Give the glasses to old Master Li. Is it okay to confirm that there are no problems?" Algernon nodded to indicate that there was no problem. He then handed the glasses to Li Yuan. Li Yuan took the glasses and looked at them. He looked at the exquisite frame and could not put them down. He was a little confused. "Fengzi, how do I wear this?" "It's like this." Zhang Feng took the glasses and put them on his face. He demonstrated to Li Yuan and then handed them back. Li Yuan instantly understood and could not wait to put them on. However, the moment he put them on, he felt that his whole person was much more energetic. Not only could he see things clearly, but there seemed to be a temperament added to his body, which made him stretch his waist involuntarily. He glanced at everyone in the cave and felt that his whole eyes were much clearer. However, what puzzled him was that the glasses seemed to be a little yellow. He did not like this color, so he said to Zhang Feng, "Fengzi, these glasses are a little yellow. Can you change the color?" This, Zhang Feng's mouth twitched. He was a little embarrassed. The resin itself was yellow. It was good enough that it could be made into glasses. How could he be picky? But what old Master Li said was not unreasonable. Yellow did not look good. How could he change the color? As he was thinking, he inadvertently saw the ink on the table. Suddenly, he had an idea and said with a smile, "Old Master Li, I have an idea. Give me the glasses." Li Yuan originally thought that there was no way to let it go. When he heard this, he immediately took off the glasses and handed them to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng took the glasses and used his right hand to pick up the ink pen and smear it on the glasses. In a moment, the dark yellow lenses turned black. Zhang Feng handed the glasses to Li Yuan. Li Yuan did not reach out to take them. Instead, he was a little confused. Why were the glasses full of ink? How could he take them? And what he could not figure out the most was why did Fengzi smear ink on the glasses? Was this not nonsense? How did a good pair of glasses turn into a pair of black and dirty things? Chapter 1992. He looked at Zhang Feng with a puzzled face and asked, "Fengzi, what are you doing? Why did you smear ink on the glasses?" Zhang Feng chuckled and handed the glasses to Li Yuan. "You'll know once you try it." Li Yuan took the glasses with a curious face and played with them in his hand for a moment. Other than finding that the lenses were blackened by ink, he didn't find anything special. He wanted to ask Fengzi again, but when he saw Fengzi's confident expression, he couldn't open his mouth. Driven by curiosity, he still put on the glasses. The moment he put on the glasses, he instantly felt that everything around him had changed. It was as if everything had turned black, as if a mysterious veil had been draped over him. This feeling was very wonderful, making his eyes light up. Not only that, wearing the glasses also gave him a feeling of looking down on the world, as if everything around him had to submit. This was an indescribable feeling. He reluctantly took off the glasses and looked at Zhang Feng with a surprised face. "Fengzi, how did you do it?" If he could make a few more of such a magical thing, it would be a blessing. Zhang Feng smiled. "I just used ink to dye the color, nothing else." The others were a little confused. They didn't know the effect of the glasses, nor did they know the strange conversation between the two, but they were sure of one thing, and that was that the glasses were very powerful, at least not inferior to the binoculars. Their hearts were burning with passion, and they all wanted to try the effect of the glasses, but the glasses were in Li Yuan's hands, and they didn't dare to touch it. The group of people came out of the cave. Li Shimin and the others had already lined up, holding bows and arrows in their hands, eager to try. Cheng Yaojin stared at Zhang Feng, asking Zhang Feng to complete the bet just now. Zhang Feng was naturally not afraid. He had made the binoculars, so why would he be afraid of this? He held the bow and arrow in his hand, and under Cheng Yaojin's eyes almost popped out. He didn't believe that Zhang Feng could shoot arrows. Looking at this guy's small body, plus this distance, how was it possible? But this scene still slapped his face, and he instantly felt his face turn red. Just as he was looking for a chance to slip away, Zhang Feng said, "Old Cheng, did you forget the bet just now?" Cheng Yaojin's body shook. He was preparing to slip away because of the bet just now. How could he expect this kid to stop him at this time? Wasn't this deliberately making things difficult for him? But thinking about the bet just now, he became discouraged. After all, he was the one who wanted to make the bet. But he couldn't kowtow, right? Thinking about it, he shifted his gaze to Ching Chumo. Ching Chumo actually already knew what this damn father was thinking, but when he was looked at like this, he still felt a chill down his spine. He wanted to refuse, but when he thought of his father's inhumane means, he endured it and could only obediently kowtow to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng naturally didn't want to. Old Cheng was the one who made the bet, so why did he ask his son to do it? Cheng Yaojin saw that Zhang Feng didn't want to, and instantly became anxious. As a duke, even if he lost the bet, he couldn't kowtow. It was understandable for his son to do it, but now Feng Zi didn't want to. What should he do? Just as he was anxious, he inadvertently saw Li Shimin, who was shooting arrows. He had an idea and hurriedly asked Li Shimin to intercede on Zhang Feng's behalf. Li Shimin naturally knew all of this. At the same time, he also understood old Cheng's difficulties, so he asked Zhang Feng to intercede. Zhang Feng wasn't an unreasonable person. When he saw that Lao Li had come to intercede, not only did he not need to kowtow, but he also didn't care about the previous matter with old Cheng. However, he still needed to send the beef glue, fish glue, and other things up the mountain. Cheng Yaojin didn't agree at first. How could there be such things as beef glue at home? Besides, he was almost discovered by the tigress when he stole things last time. How could he dare to go again? However, when he thought about it, if this guy mentioned the bet again, he still agreed. After a while, Zhang Feng was in a good mood. His archery skills had also greatly improved. He called everyone to continue practicing. Li Shimin was needless to say. He had been a master archer since he was young. Naturally, his arrows didn't miss. Cheng Yaojin wasn't bad either. He could get the 10th ring every time. However, Zhang Sun, Chong, and Du Go couldn't do it. Once the distance was far, they couldn't even shoot a single arrow. Especially Ching Chumo, he couldn't even shoot a single arrow. This made Cheng Yaojin very angry. He went up and gave him a violent beating. It felt like he wanted to vent all his anger on this guy. He beat Ching Chumo until he was a little doubtful about life. Li Yuan originally wanted to practice archery, but once the distance was far, he was a little weak. In addition, he had just gotten the glasses, so his mind was not on the bow at all. Therefore, he wore the glasses and showed off everywhere. No one dared to say anything, so they could only agree. While showing off, he actually walked down the forging workshop and unknowingly walked to the academy. Just as he was about to go to the academy to look for Yu Shinan and the others to show off, a white-bearded old man walked towards him. Who else could it be but Sun Simiao? Li Yuan quickly stepped forward and deliberately pushed up his glasses. He said with a proud face, "Old son, where are you going?" Chapter 1993. Old son? Sun Simiao frowned, obviously a little unhappy. Because in the entire Tang dynasty, there were not many people who dared to talk to him like this, except for the emperor. The emperor? This voice sounded a bit like him. He raised his head and glanced. It felt a bit different. This person was wearing a strange thing on his eyes, which had already covered half of his face. However, this expression was very similar. He asked uncertainly, "Are you old Master Li?" Outside, he called the emperor like this. First, it was to ensure safety, and second, it was to deceive people. Li Yuan took off his glasses and smiled. "If it's not me, who else can it be?" Only then did Sun Simiao see clearly. It was really the emperor, but why was the emperor wearing a strange thing? He asked puzzledly, "Old Master Li, what are you wearing?" Hearing Sun Simiao's question, Li Yuan instantly felt that he was a bit more pretentious. He raised his eyebrows and raised the glasses in his hand. "This is a good thing. Wearing it can cure my blurry eyes." "Wait," Sun Simiao immediately interrupted. He looked at Li Yuan solemnly and said word by word, "What did you say just now? What can it cure?" He was the chief imperial doctor of the palace. Li Yuan's presbyopia was treated by him. He didn't know how many medicines he had taken, but there was no effect at all. Now, he actually said that such an unknown thing could cure presbyopia. Wasn't this slapping his own imperial doctor's face? The most important thing was that he had studied medical books for many years and knew that there was no way to cure presbyopia. Now that the emperor was holding this thing, he was undoubtedly deceived. He absolutely couldn't tolerate this kind of thing. Moreover, he himself had presbyopia. He hadn't cured it for so many years. Could such a thing have an effect? He could basically be sure now that the emperor was deceived. Li Yuan didn't know that Sun Simiao had calculated him in just a few seconds. He still said with a proud face, "This thing is called glasses. It's made by Feng Zi." "Feng Zi?" Sun Simiao almost exclaimed. He had always regarded Feng Zi as a nephew of the student generation. He didn't expect this guy to deceive the emperor. He was angry. Feng Zi, this guy actually came out to deceive people. Doesn't he know that presbyopia can't be cured? The more he said, the angrier he became. He waved his sleeve and turned to leave. Li Yuan was a little confused. He had come to share with you out of goodwill. Why did he suddenly have to leave? And he even scolded Feng Zi? He hurriedly stepped forward and blocked Sun Simiao. "Old son, what are you doing?" "Humph." Sun Simiao waved his sleeves and said angrily, "Find you Chang'an. Let him see that his disciple actually came out to deceive people." As he spoke, he actually wanted to leave again. Fortunately, Li Yuan's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He grabbed Sun Simiao and hurriedly said, "Feng Zi didn't lie to me. These eyes really have an effect. It can treat blurry eyes." After he finished speaking, he handed the glasses to Sun Simiao, wanting this guy to try it. However, Sun Simiao did not take over. Instead, he frowned as he vaguely felt that something was wrong. Because he knew that the emperor didn't need to lie to him, and he wouldn't lie to him. Moreover, he looked so serious that it didn't seem like he was faking it. Now that he thought about it, it might be true. After all, Feng Zi had once done so many inconceivable things. Thinking about it, he half believed and half doubtfully took the glasses and looked at Li Yuan. "How do I use this?" Li Yuan made a hand gesture and said with a smile, "Just wear it on your eyes like this." Sun Simiao frowned. Even though he still had some doubts in his heart, his hands were no longer listening to his orders. He put it on his eyes as if he was possessed by gods and demons. However, at this moment, he felt that his eyes seemed to have cleared up quite a bit. It was as if he could see things more clearly. He suddenly turned his head and looked into the distance. He actually discovered that the places that he couldn't see clearly before were now so clear. How was this possible? His heart shook. He pulled off the glasses and carefully observed them in his hand, hoping to find a clue. Yet at this moment, Li Yuan opened his mouth and looked at Sun Simiao with a mocking expression. "How is it? Do you believe me now?" Sun Simiao didn't answer. He only nodded his head heavily. At this moment, he was already immersed in the magic of the glasses. How could he have the leisure to answer Li Yuan's boring question? After looking for a while, he suddenly raised his head. As if he remembered something important, he hurriedly said, "You said that this thing was made by Feng Zi?" That's right. Li Yuan nodded and said with a smile, Feng Zi made it just now. It seems to have used some resin. Where is Feng Zi? Without waiting for Li Yuan to finish speaking, Sun Simiao anxiously interrupted. This thing had a very good effect on dazzling eyes. It could be said to be a miracle in the history of medicine. Now that he knew that it was made by Feng Zi, how could he let it go? Moreover, he had already used it himself. If he made more, wouldn't the old man with dazzling eyes in the Tang dynasty be saved? Li Yuan didn't know about this. He casually replied, Feng Zi is in the forging workshop. What's wrong? Forging workshop? Sun Simiao murmured and turned to walk towards the forging workshop. Chapter 1994. What are you going to do? Li Yuan was puzzled and asked behind him. Feng Zi's glasses have a miraculous effect. I want to ask him how he made it. Sun Simiao turned his head and said as he walked. He just wanted to see Feng Zi as soon as possible. Other things had nothing to do with him. Hearing this, Li Yuan also roughly understood the importance of this matter. He put on his glasses and followed without saying a word. At the same time, on Chang'an Street, a carriage galloped on the street. The coachman waved the long whip in his hand as if he didn't feel sorry for the galloping horse at all. Every whip hit the horse's body. The horse kept neighing, but it didn't dare to stop. The surrounding vendors were overturned by the horse's hooves, raising a burst of dust, causing the surrounding people to stop and curse. Mother Ker, do you know how to ride a horse? Are you in a hurry to be reincarnated? What the hell? This is Chang'an Street. How can these crazy people come in? Everyone stop. Looking at the carriage, it doesn't look like it's from the capital. It's a bit like Jiangnan. Maybe it's an official's family. We can't afford to offend them. Let's pack up. What do you mean we can't afford to offend them? This is the Mother Ker's foot. It's the place where the law is enforced. The crowd clamored for a while, but they couldn't do anything because they could see that the person on the carriage was not an ordinary person. What the person said just now was a bit reasonable. The carriage was printed with Jiangnan patterns. It was even more not something that ordinary people like them could afford to offend. The sound of complaints and curses gradually passed. They each cleaned up their vendors. But at this moment, a crisp sound came. Dang, 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 they were all businessmen and had a keen sense of smell. Naturally, they could detect what it was. They immediately exclaimed, copper coins, copper coins. As soon as the exclamation sounded, the people who were cleaning up the vendors looked sideways. They saw hundreds of copper coins being thrown at them. It was none other than the carriage just now. Seeing this, the crowd stopped cursing and picked up the copper coins. What's more, they kept praising the person on the carriage. This was not because they were greedy for wealth, but because the copper wires that were thrown by the carriage were something they couldn't earn in a day. Although the carriage knocked over their vendors, it also left money so that their day's hard work would not be in vain. Of course, the people in the carriage didn't know about this. At this moment, the carriage had already rushed to another street and turned in another direction. Its speed was so fast that it made people speechless. Fortunately, there were not many pedestrians on this street. Otherwise, copper coins might be scattered everywhere. Huff! The coachman reined in the horse and stopped in front of a manor. He raised his head and glanced at the signboard. There were two big words written on it, Zhang Manor. We're here. The coachman glanced at the carriage and said in a deep voice. There was no reply from within the carriage, only a series of coughs. A moment later, a middle-aged man, supported by another man, poked his head out. He took a deep look at the plaque, but didn't say anything. He only covered his mouth and coughed heavily twice. If Zhang Feng was here, he would definitely recognize that this was the little brother he had sent to follow Huan Yan. He was supposed to protect Yu with Huan Yan in Jiangnan. But, the situation in Jiangnan was too serious. It had completely exceeded Master's expectations. Many young masters of the clans had coveted Yu for a long time and frequently harassed her. Some were even ready to propose marriage. Was also a heroine. Not only did she not agree, but she also mediated among them. However, how could these clans give up so easily? One had to know that the Yu family had some power in Chang'an. Although these young masters of the clans were after Yu's beauty, they wanted to rope her family in or even annex it. The current situation in Chang'an and the Yu family's situation had reached a precarious point. As for himself, he had been beaten by the young masters of the clans because he helped Yu and had not recovered yet. Thinking of this, he was annoyed. Why couldn't he complete Master's task? Why did he have to come back to find Master? He punched the carriage and said coldly, "Let's go and see Master." With that, he lifted his trembling right leg and was about to get off the carriage. Fortunately, the man beside him quickly supported him. Otherwise, he might have fallen. As soon as they reached the gate of Zhang Mansion, the two servants raised their vigilance. They frowned, looked at each other, and said in unison, "Who is it?" Huan Yen glanced at the servant. He wasn't surprised that these two didn't recognize him because very few people knew when he left, so he didn't blame them. He said softly, "I'm also from the Zhang residence. I'm here to find Master." Zhang Mansion? The leader of the servants frowned slightly. In his memory, he had never seen this person. Or it could be said that there were too many people in Zhang Mansion and he had long forgotten. However, this person said that he was looking for Master. It seemed that he was very familiar with Zhang Mansion. He could let him in, but Master was not here now. He hesitated for a moment and said softly, "Master is not here. You can come again later. Then I'll have to trouble you to inform Du Zidong." Chapter 1995. Huan Yen still looked amiable. Zhang Mansion was his home, so these people were naturally his family. Naturally, they couldn't be compared with those guys in Jiangnan. Seeing that Huan Yen could call out the housekeeper's name, the servant hesitated. Because the housekeeper was famous in Chang'an, everyone had heard of him, so it was not strange that he could say his name. However, it was rare to see someone as calm as him. Maybe he was a relative or a good friend of the housekeeper. After thinking for a while, the servant winked at another person, and that person ran out of Zhang Mansion. In less than a moment, Du Zidong strode out. Seeing that it was Huan Yen, his face changed and he hurried forward. "Why are you here?" He knew that Huan Yen was sent to Jiangnan by Master to protect Yu. He would never come back without orders. Why did he suddenly appear at the gate of Zhang Mansion? Did something happen? Huan Yen didn't answer. Instead, he took Du Zidong's hand and said solemnly, "Let's go inside and talk." Du Zidong frowned and faintly felt that something was wrong. However, he knew that there was no way to talk here, so he led Huan Yen to the hall. However, he soon found that Huan Yen seemed to have something wrong with his body. He kept coughing and asked several times, but Huan Yen didn't answer. In the hall, Du Zidong looked at Huan Yen with a serious face. "What's going on? Why did you come back from Jiangnan? And why do you keep coughing? Where's Master?" Huan Yen didn't answer directly, but asked Zhang Feng. In his opinion, Master must be informed of this matter first, and only Master could calm it down. "Master is in Shao Mountain." Du Zidong was straightforward. He knew that Huan Yen must have something to tell Master. Shao Mountain? Huan Yen turned his head and glanced in the direction of Shao Mountain. Finally, he looked at Du Zidong and said anxiously, "Send someone to Shao Mountain immediately and tell Master that something happened in Jiangnan. Ask him to go down the mountain immediately. There can be no delay." Du Zidong wanted to ask Huan Yen more, but seeing that he was so anxious, he didn't say anything and turned to walk out of the door. At the same time, in the forging workshop, Zhang Feng was currently communicating with Sun Simiao about the effects of the glasses. This old man originally didn't believe that there was such a magical thing, but now, when he looked at the binoculars, he was immediately shocked. "Feng Zi, can you get some for old man?" Sun Simiao said calmly. It was not that he wanted something new, but he found that this thing could treat blurry eyes. This was simply a miracle in the history of medicine. He wanted to bring it back for research and use it himself. Elder son, what do you want this for? Zhang Feng looked at Sun Simiao with a puzzled expression and asked curiously, could it be that you also have presbyopia? Sun Simiao glanced at Zhang Feng and smiled awkwardly. Old man, I don't know what you mean by presbyopia, but I do have it. Most importantly, this pair of glasses can treat presbyopia. I'm going to do some research on it, and it would be best if it could be promoted nationwide. Yes, Feng Zi. Li Yuan on the side interjected. Since this pair of glasses can treat presbyopia, what's the harm in promoting it? Zhang Feng nodded secretly. He had thought about promoting the glasses before, but he couldn't do a loss-making business, so he asked, how much money can this make? Sun Simiao frowned and was faintly displeased. Medicine is great and sacred. This guy actually measured it with money? He wanted to reprimand him, but when he thought that Feng Zi still had the technology, he suppressed the idea and had to agree. Old man doesn't know how much money it will make, but it should be no problem to benefit the world. So it is. Zhang Feng's eyes turned. In fact, he didn't have to make money. He just asked casually. After all, he already had a lot of money, but when he wanted to promote it, he couldn't help but feel pain. Then promote it. Okay. Sun Simiao nodded with satisfaction. Just now, he didn't find this kid pleasing to the eye, but when these words came out, he instantly felt that Feng Zi was not bad. He smiled. Feng Zi really has awareness. It was not in vain for Bashi to accept you as a disciple. Zhang Feng curled his lips. He didn't plan to pay, so why talk about this? He was just about to ask about the promotion when a shout came from outside the cave. Dean, someone is looking for you. As soon as the voice fell, two men came in front of Zhang Feng. One was a worker in the cave, and the other was a servant of the Zhang mansion. Zhang Feng recognized the servant's identity at a glance and asked, what are you looking for me for? The servant glanced at the people around him, then strode forward and bent down beside Zhang Feng's ear. Zhang Feng didn't argue because he knew that since the servant was so cautious, there must be something important. Master, something happened in Chang'an. What? Zhang Feng stood up from the stool and stared at the servant with wide eyes. What did you mean? The servant was a little flustered. He glanced around and hurriedly went forward and whispered, someone just entered the Zhang mansion and said that something happened in Chang'an. They asked Master to go back immediately. Huanyan. Chapter 1996. Zhang Feng's pupils shrank. Speaking of Chang'an, the first person he thought of was definitely you, but you couldn't have come here. The only possibility was Huanyan, who was protecting you, This guy was ordered to protect you, with Jia Daoran. It was impossible for him to leave. Unless something had happened. This was the only possibility. Thinking of this, he strode out of the cave. Fengzi, where are you going? Sun Simiao stood up and shouted. They were just talking about something. If this kid left, who would he talk to? Zhang Feng was in a hurry. He didn't care about this. He left in a hurry. Find Algernon about the glasses. Seeing this, Li Yuan vaguely guessed something and followed him out of the cave. Outside the cave, Zhang Feng walked down the mountain in a hurry. He didn't even bother to pay attention to Li Shimin and the others, who were shooting arrows. Fortunately, the servants had prepared a carriage. Zhang Feng got in the carriage and rushed down the mountain. Unfortunately, it was not easy to ride a horse. Otherwise, he would have ridden down the mountain. After a while, Zhang Feng finally returned to the Zhang mansion. The servants who were carrying the palanquin were already sweating profusely from exhaustion. However, Zhang Feng was not in the mood to care about this. He strode into the mansion and shouted as soon as he entered, old Du, where did you die? If the person from Jiangnan was Huan Yan, it must be Du Ziding who received him, so this old guy must know. In the hall, Du Ziding heard the shout and rushed out in a hurry. Master. Huan Yan was trembling because of his injury, but the moment he saw Zhang Feng, it was as if he had seen his backbone. His body stiffened and he hurriedly said, "Master, you're finally back." Zhang Feng strode forward and supported Huan Yan. He hurriedly said, "Why are you back? Did something happen in Chang'an?" Cough, cough. Huan Yan looked at Zhang Feng excitedly and didn't even notice that he was coughing. "Master, cough, cough. Miss Yu was by many young masters in Chang'an, cough, cough." As he spoke, he coughed again, but this time, he coughed up blood. Zhang Feng held Huan Yan tightly and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong with you? Why is he coughing so badly?" Although he was worried about Yu, he was also worried about Huan Yan. Besides, Huan Yan came back from thousands of miles away to deliver the message. If anything happened to him, it would be terrible. Therefore, he had to be careful. However, Huan Yan didn't care as he stubbornly said, "Cough, cough. These are all minor injuries." Zhang Feng was no longer calm. Although Huan Yan said it was a minor injury, anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was a fatal injury. He turned to look at Du Zidong and hurriedly said, "Immediately find the best doctor in Chang'an." Du Zidong nodded. In fact, he had already gone to find the doctor, but he hadn't come yet. However, at this moment, a series of hurried footsteps could be heard. Prince Zhang, Zhang Yuyao and Jingshu ran over holding their skirts. They had just heard that Prince Zhang had returned to the mansion, so they rushed over in a hurry. However, when they came over, they saw Prince Zhang supporting a man, which made them puzzled. Just as they were about to ask, Zhang Feng said, "Why are you here?" Zhang Yuyao stepped forward and smiled. "We sisters are here to see young master." Zhang Feng nodded slightly and ignored the two girls. He supported Huan Yan and walked to the hall. Now, Huan Yan was the most important to him because he had important news. The two girls were a little puzzled. Prince Zhang wasn't usually like this. Although he didn't care about them, he would at least ask about their well-being. Why didn't he ask about them today? They looked at each other and felt that everything was related to the man, so they followed Zhang Feng into the hall. After entering the hall, Zhang Feng helped Huan Yan sit on a chair and hurriedly said, "What did you say about you, You, The two girls' hearts skipped a beat and they looked at each other. Could it be that this man was here to send a message to you, Or did something happen to you, over there? Something must have happened. Otherwise, how could he look so sick? They were very tactful. Even if they saw it, they didn't say much because they knew that in Prince Zhang's heart, Yu was as important as them. It was unwise to interrupt, so they chose to watch silently. At this time, Huan Yan coughed twice again with traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. He said with a pale face, "You know that many young masters of the clans in Jiangnan covet Miss Yu's beauty, Pa." Zhang Feng slammed the table and stood up, shouting, "Sooner or later, I will make those guys pay the price." After that, he noticed the crowd and his expression eased a little. He looked at Huan Yan and said, "Go on, what's going on?" Huan Yan nodded and continued, "Those young masters of the clans not only coveted Miss Yu's beauty, but they also coveted the Yu family's wealth and status. Thus, they used all means to make Miss Yu submit, but Miss Yu refused to submit. Thus, these clans attacked the Yu family through business, wanting to disintegrate the Yu family. Even the injuries on my body." Chapter 1997. Hearing this, Zhang Feng had already understood the whole story. He clenched his right fist and the blue veins on his neck stood out. He couldn't help it anymore. These bastards even dare to touch my woman. Old Du, gather people immediately and kill these sons of bitches. As he spoke, he turned around and was about to walk out of the door. But at this moment, Jingshu stepped forward and stopped Zhang Feng. "Young master, wait, what are you doing?" Zhang Feng looked at Jingshu angrily. "Young master, don't be impulsive." Jingshu took Zhang Feng's hand and said with a pleading face, "There are many people in Jiangnan. We shouldn't fight recklessly." She was very worried that Prince Zhang would be trapped by the clans on impulse. Although she had accepted Yu, when she saw that the young master was going to risk his life for the latter and offend the clans, her heart throbbed a little. It was not that she didn't want to save Yu, but if it cost so much, she would rather Prince Chang not go. Of course, it was also because of the selfishness of a woman. Thinking that her man was going to risk his life for another woman, anyone would feel a little uncomfortable. Zhang Yuyao was no exception. She hoped that Zhang Feng would take the risk himself. Even if the other party was he could send someone to save her. What if there was any danger? It was not easy for her to get to this point with Prince Zhang. Naturally, she didn't want Prince Zhang to be in any danger. Thinking of this, she hurriedly persuaded, Prince Zhang, Sister Jingshu is right. It's difficult to fight against them in Jiangnan now. Don't take the risk yourself. Zhang Feng naturally understood the reason. There were many clans in Jiangnan. If he went there, he would undoubtedly die. Even if he was a king or a minister, it was not enough. But who was he? He was Zhang Feng. His woman was being pursued by others. His woman was being hurt by others. How could he be indifferent? He glanced at the two women and said coldly, I must go to Jiangnan. After that, he walked to the door. The two girls panicked. They chased after him while urging him to stay. Du Zidong also felt the seriousness of the situation. He shouldn't have been involved in the master's family matters, but he also knew the horror of Jiangnan. It was a giant beast that ate people without spitting out the bones. With the master's current strength, he would definitely be eaten to the bone if he went to Jiangnan. Therefore, he resolutely stood in front of Zhang Feng and said, Master, it's very dangerous for you to go to Jiangnan now. Think about it, Jiangnan is not like Chang'an. You have no connections and no resources. How can you establish yourself there? In less than half a day, we will be eaten clean by the clan. What can we use to save Miss Yu? Zhang Feng was stunned. To be honest, these words moved him a little because old Du was right. Without his own power in Jiangnan, what could he do even if he went? However, this thought only lasted for a moment, and he quickly regained his senses. He stared at Du Zidong and said word by word, even if there isn't, I'm still going to save you, After that, he walked out of the door with the momentum of a warrior who would never return. Du Zidong looked at the master's back and felt a little strange for a moment. He originally wanted to stop the master, but he didn't expect to make a fool of himself. The master's determination seemed to be firmer. He didn't object to the master saving Miss Yu. Instead, he supported it a little. After all, Yu was good and beautiful. It was also good to be Zhang Feng's mistress. However, they were going to Jiangnan, where there were clans everywhere. The master was usually very smart. Why was he so stubborn this time? Thinking of this, he sighed secretly. He turned his head and saw Zhang Yuyao and Jingshu. At this time, the two girls were also filled with grief. They looked at Zhang Feng's back with tears in their almond-shaped eyes. Although they didn't consummate their marriage with Zhang Feng and didn't hold any ceremony, they had long regarded themselves as Zhang Feng's wife and concubine. Now, Prince Zhang was going to Jiangnan to save Yu. They had already accepted Yu in their hearts, but when they thought that Prince Zhang was going to take the risk for her, they felt sour in their hearts. Zhang Feng was completely unaware of this. He was only thinking about how to save Yu. At this time, he had already stepped out of the door and was about to get on the high horse. Not far away, there was a sound of horse hooves. Two carriages sped over and stopped directly at the gate of the Zhang mansion. The curtain of the carriage in front was lifted, and three people quickly walked down. They were Li Yuan, Li Shimin, and Xing Yaojin. Lao Li, old Cheng, why are you here? Zhang Feng exclaimed. In his memory, these guys should still be in the forging workshop. Why did they suddenly come to the Zhang mansion? This made him a little confused. Li Shimin seemed to see Zhang Feng's confusion. He and Li Yuan looked at each other and deliberately changed the topic. Fengzi, where are you going in such a hurry? Zhang Feng then realized that he had important things to do. He didn't want to waste time with Li Shimin and hurriedly said, I have something to do in Jiangnan. With that, he turned and walked to the horse. Li Shimin frowned and said to himself, not good. When he was in the forging workshop just now, Li Yuan had already reminded him that Fengzi might go to Chang'an. It seemed that he was right. Chapter 1998. He hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Zhang Feng. Fengzi, Chang'an is too dangerous now. Don't put yourself in danger. Lao Tzu's woman is in danger now, and you're telling me not to go. Zhang Feng glared at Li Shimin and shouted in dissatisfaction, if it were you, what would you do? Li Shimin choked and was a little speechless. He had never thought about this and would never think about it, so he didn't know how to answer. However, he still said earnestly, I don't know about this, and I don't want to know. But I know that if you go to Chang'an now, something will happen. Also, what about the workshop? What about the textile factory? What about your efforts? Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes. He was obviously a little moved. Just now, he only wanted to go to Chang'an and didn't think about these things. Now that Li Shimin mentioned it, he was actually a little nervous. Yes, if he left, what would happen to the workshop? Although the composite bow had just been made, his glasses had fallen off again. And the research institute, the hot air balloon, was now being manufactured. What if something happened? Could Ma Zhou, Hao Chu-jun, and the others hold on? And the manufacturing factory, Zhang Mansion, what would he do when the time came? He made a huge struggle in his heart. It was as if there were two souls, one telling him to go to the right and the other to the left. In the end, he made a decision and looked at Li Shimin resolutely. I can't take care of everything. You take care of these things. If it doesn't work, there are others. As he spoke, he was about to get on the horse. At this time, a familiar voice sounded. Wait, Zhang Feng frowned. He felt that this voice was a bit like his respected teacher's, but he also felt that something was off. His respected teacher couldn't possibly be here. Filled with doubt, he turned his head to look, and his body unconsciously froze. The people who came were his teachers and the old scholar. There were a total of 5 people. Zhang Feng frowned slightly. He faintly felt that something was wrong. He had just arrived at Zhang Mansion. Why did his teachers come so quickly? And Lao Li, Old Cheng, and the others? Wasn't this too strange? Could it be that someone had tipped them off? He swept his gaze over everyone with a puzzled expression, only to see Li Yuan's eyes somewhat evasive. He instantly understood the whole story. When the servant came to report, only Sun Simiao and Old Master Li were there. Sun Simiao had nothing to do with it, so it must be Old Master Li who told everyone. With this thought, he stepped forward and cupped his hands to Yu Shinan and the others. Respected teachers, I have an important matter to attend to in Chang'an. No. Yu Shinan narrowed his eyes. He knew why Zhang Feng wanted to go to Chang'an. It was not that he wanted to stop him on purpose. It was just that Zhang Feng was his most valued disciple. He had placed almost all his efforts on this kid. Now he said he wanted to go to Chang'an. Don't they know how dangerous Chang'an is? That place was full of clans that ate people without spitting out the bones. It was precisely because he was born in a clan that he understood the methods of the clans and the clans in Chang'an better. In order to achieve their goals, they did not care about the methods. A person like Feng Zi would definitely suffer if he went to Chang'an. He would not allow such a thing to happen. He stroked his white beard and said solemnly, Feng Zi, since ancient times, there have been many clans in Chang'an. It is not as simple as you think. If they want to kill someone, they will not do it themselves. Instead, they will create public opinion and pressure. If you go there without any power, you will not be able to resist. Of course, he said these words only to calm Zhang Feng down. The power was not a big deal. The Yu family had a lot of power in Chang'an. He just did not want Feng Zi to get involved in this mess. Zhang Feng could understand Yu Shinan's concern, but his heart had already flown to Chang'an. It was useless to say more now. However, he could not ignore his teacher's words. He could only cup his hands and say, I understand what you are saying, but I must go to Chang'an. There are people very important to me there. I hope you can understand. Have you forgotten about your academy? The old scholar opened his mouth. He stared at Zhang Feng with a serious face. The academy is your painstaking effort, and the year-end examination is about to begin. Are you going to leave just like that? Year-end examination? Zhang Feng was stunned. This was something he had prepared when he first set up the academy. Every year, the students had to take a year-end examination, and this examination was used to identify the students' grades. Now the academy was still using middle school textbooks. After the examination, they would need to use university textbooks. These were all his painstaking efforts. If he really left just like that, he would not be able to bear it. At this moment, he was a little hesitant. He did not need to care about the forging workshop, manufacturing factory, and research institute for the time being because there were people taking care of them. However, the academy was a little different. If he left just like that, what about the textbooks? So many years of hard work would be gone. Moreover, this was also irresponsible to the students. However, in Chang'an, he was a little conflicted and did not know what to do. Li Shimin saw that Zhang Feng was in a deadlock and knew that the opportunity had come. He leaned over to Qing Yaojin and whispered in his ear, "Go and call Big Black here." Chapter 1999. Qing Yaojin glanced at Zhang Feng, who was deep in thought, and instantly understood. Feng Zi wanted to go to Jiangnan because of Yuqi Yu, who was Yuqi Gong's cousin. As long as Yuqi Gong came to persuade him, it would be more effective than others. Thinking of this, he turned and slipped away. At this moment, Zhang Feng had come back to his senses. After thinking for a while, he still felt that it was more important to go to Jiangnan. The teaching materials could be delayed. If it really didn't work, he could write them in Jiangnan and send them over. If something happened to you, in Jiangnan, it would be too late for regrets. Therefore, he cupped his hands and said to the old scholar, "Old scholar, I can understand what you said, but the matter in Jiangnan is imminent. I dare not delay, or I'm worried that you, will be in danger." "You, Xueji frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, "Is Miss Yu more important than your career? You worked so hard to build the academy, and now it's on the right track. I believe the academy has a high place in your heart. Now you want to leave the academy? Are you worthy of the academy? Are you worthy of the students of the academy? Also, the academy's end-of-year examination is imminent. Are you going to abandon the academy?" Zhang Feng frowned and didn't know what to say. Because these words made him feel a little ashamed. Indeed, he built the academy single-handedly, and it was like his child. It was not good to just leave like this, and even a little heartless. However, it wasn't that he wouldn't come back. The academy would still flourish in the future. It was just that this trip to Jiangnan was unpredictable, and it was hard to say what would happen in the future. However, he couldn't leave you alone. This made it difficult for him. But at this moment, there was the sound of horse hooves not far away. Zhang Feng was suddenly awakened. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw Yuqi Gong and Qing Yaojin. "Feng Zi," Yuqi Gong shouted and jumped down before the horse stopped. He strode to Zhang Feng and said with a serious face, "Feng Zi, I heard that you're leaving?" "Yes." Zhang Feng nodded and said with a serious expression, "You, is in danger in Jiangnan. I'm going to save her." "Which bastard said that?" Yuqi Gong shouted loudly. His anger made his face appear red and black. There was a faint killing intent. "Yuer has not had a good time in Jiangnan, but it is definitely not as dangerous as you just said." On the way here, old Xing had told him that Feng Zi was going to Jiangnan, so he came this time to stop Zhang Feng from going to Jiangnan. Although Yu, was in danger in Jiangnan, it was not to the point of imminent danger yet. Moreover, if Feng Zi went, it would obviously intensify the conflict between the clans, and Yu would be in even more danger. Zhang Feng knew that Yuqi Gong was there to stop him, but he didn't know the situation in Jiangnan. Now that he heard about Yu's situation, he was a little anxious. He quickly asked, "What's going on? Is Yu in any danger?" Yu Qigong furrowed his brows slightly and glanced at Li Shimin. Only then did he say, "You, is not in as much danger as you think in Chang'an. She is originally from a clan. Even if other clans have thoughts about her, don't you still have me? How can I let her be bullied so easily?" Zhang Feng nodded. What old Yu said was very reasonable. Yu, was his cousin. Even if she was in danger, as her cousin, he could not ignore it. However, why would there be news from Jiangnan? He asked in confusion, but there is news from Jiangnan that Yu, is now in a very dangerous situation and is about to be annexed by the clans. It's not that exaggerated. Yu Qigong flatly denied it. He looked deeply at Zhang Feng and said, "The Yu family's business has suffered a bit of a blow, but I've already helped them. Now, the Yu family's situation has eased a bit, and Yu, isn't in that much danger. Moreover, even if Yu, was in danger, as her older cousin, how could I ignore it? I also know about what happened to Jia Daoren. It was just an accident." Zhang Feng took a deep breath. He understood what Yu Qigong meant and believed his words, but he still felt a little uneasy. He could only ask, "Are you sure? Is Yu, really not in danger?" He wanted to go to Jiangnan, but he was somewhat moved by Lao Li's words just now. In addition, his teacher's reprimand made him waver even more. Yes, the academy, the research institute, and the workshop were all his hard work. He really did not want to leave. However, these were not as important as Yu, For a moment, he did not even want to care about anything. He just wanted to go to Jiangnan to see Yu, However, when he thought of those clans and the people behind them, he felt that things were not so simple. Indeed, Yu Qigong and Li Shimin also thought so. At the same time, they also knew that most of the clans in Jiangnan were people or branches of the people behind them. That was why they urged Zhang Feng to stay. Otherwise, with Zhang Feng's personality, he would definitely cause a bloody storm in Jiangnan. At that time, it would be out of their control. Chapter 2000. Therefore, Yu Qigong nodded and said, "Yes, Yu, is not in danger for the time being. If you really want to save Yu, you should pave the way first, so that you won't be in a hurry in the future." Pave the way? Zhang Feng frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Yu Qigong did not answer, but turned to give Li Shimin a look. The latter understood, stepped forward, and said earnestly, "Fengzi, I don't need to say anything. I think you know who those people in Jiangnan are, right?" Zhang Feng nodded and said, "They are all people of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes." "Yes." Li Shimin nodded slightly and said solemnly, "You had a conflict with the 5 surnames and 7 hopes before, and your business threatened their family business, so they are always thinking about how to deal with you. Am I afraid of them?" Zhang Feng frowned and was a little angry. "Those bastards are already dissatisfied with me, and this time they are even worse. I can't let them go like this. Don't stop me." "Fengzi," Li Shimin patted Zhang Feng on the shoulder and motioned for him to be quiet. Then he said earnestly, "I know you are not afraid of them, but you forgot one thing. Since those clans in Jiangnan hate you to the core, why don't they come to Chang'an City to deal with you? It's because they can't enter Chang'an City. But once you go out, you will undoubtedly be a sheep in a tiger's mouth, and there will be no return. They want to lure you out of Chang'an. If you go out like this, won't you fall into their trap? Moreover, with your current power, even if you can gain a foothold in Jiangnan, have you ever thought that there are so many clans in Jiangnan? If they unite, will you be a match for them?" At this point, he glanced at everyone and said indifferently, "Not to mention you, Fengzi, even if any of us present here, we don't have the confidence to deal with the Jiangnan clan. Their strength is beyond your imagination. When the time comes, can you still save Yu?" It was true that what he said was a little exaggerated, but it was true. There were really a few clans here who could deal with the Jiangnan clans. Even Qing Yaojin and Yu Qigong, who had always been arrogant and domineering, lowered their proud heads because they knew that Li Shimin was right, especially Qing Yaojin. Although he looked rough, he knew it well. His wife was the Chui clan in Qinghe. Otherwise, why would he be so afraid of his wife? A dignified soldier was afraid of a woman. This would be a laughingstock if it was spread out, but it was not uncommon in Chang'an, especially in the imperial court. It was not only Qing Yao Jin, but also Zhang Sun Wuji, Du Ruhui, and others. They all married the daughters of the clans, and some of them had the Chui clan's daughters. These marriages could make their families more powerful and prosperous. This was one of the reasons why many people wanted to marry the daughters of the clans. Zhang Feng naturally knew about this trend, but the anger in his heart had already burned him. He did not care about what Li Shimin said. He shouted, "Lao Li, I know what you said. Do you want me to leave you, to die and not save her?" He stared at Li Shimin with red eyes. At this moment, in his opinion, Lao Li was stopping him. "Fengzi, don't be impulsive." Li Shimin put his hands on Zhang Feng's shoulders and comforted him. "Didn't Lao Yu say it just now? You, is not in danger." As he spoke, he gave Yu Qigong a look. The latter understood and quickly stepped forward. "Yes, Fengzi, you, is not in danger now. Since you want to find her, you have to prepare. How are you going to face the Jiangnan clans? Otherwise, it will be useless." "No." Yu Shinan stepped forward and glanced at Yu Qigong with his slightly muddy eyes. Not only can Fengzi not go to Jiangnan, but he can't deal with the clans and the Chui clan. He originally wanted to stop Fengzi from going to Jiangnan, but the more he listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. These guys were actually encouraging Fengzi to deal with the clans. Did they not know how powerful the clans were? Wasn't this sending Fengzi to his death? Moreover, he, Chu Suiliang, and the others were also from the clans, but they belonged to some small clans. Even if they were small clans, they still had some nostalgia in their hearts. Now that they heard that Fengzi was going to deal with the clans, what they were most worried about was not implicating themselves, but Fengzi's safety. Yu Qigong was big and rough, so he naturally did not think of this. He looked at Yu Shinan and asked, "Old Yu, what do you mean? Why can't we deal with them now?" Yu Shinan glared at Yu Qigong, stroked his beard, and narrowed his eyes. The Jiangnan clans usually look like a plate of loose sand, but once they encounter an external enemy, they will immediately unite. Moreover, now that the Jiangnan clans have united, Fengzi is even more difficult to deal with, so we can't act rashly. "What do you think, Master?" Zhang Feng looked at Yu Shinan and asked anxiously. He was naturally not worried about Yu Shinan and the others stopping him, but he was worried about those clans. Chapter 2001. Yu Shinan glanced deeply at Zhang Feng. Right now, the Jiangnan clans are gathering together. Naturally, we can't deal with them all at once. We have to break them one by one. Zhang Feng nodded. In reality, he already had an idea in his heart. Now that he heard his teacher's opinion, he was even more certain. He swept his gaze over the crowd and said solemnly, "Actually, there is a way." Speaking to this point, Li Shimin patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and interrupted, "Come, let's talk inside." Only now did Zhang Feng realize that they had been standing at the door all this time. He swept his gaze over the crowd. "Everyone, let's talk inside." This topic was too sensitive. He couldn't just stand at the door and talk with assurance. Otherwise, if someone with ulterior motives heard it, it might lead to a fatal disaster. Everyone also understood. They nodded and followed Zhang Feng's back as he walked through the door. In the hall, Zhang Feng ordered the servants to serve tea and then dismissed everyone at the door. Li Shimin gently sipped the tea and looked at Zhang Feng. "Fengzi, to continue the topic just now, what plans do you have for the 5 surnames and 7 hopes?" The 5 surnames and 7 hopes had always been a thorn in his heart and also a thorn in the Tang dynasty. They were powerful and deeply rooted. They were basically old monsters that had been passed down for hundreds or even thousands of years. Since ancient times, they had enjoyed lofty prestige and status. Furthermore, the 5 surnames and 7 hopes were connected by marriage. In order to make the clan even stronger, they did not allow the daughters of the clan to marry outside, much less marry into the imperial family. The Li imperial family scoffed at this point. However, in their hearts, they still hoped to marry a daughter of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. After all, marrying a daughter of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes was equivalent to half a person of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. They could also obtain a portion of their support. Not only the imperial family, but even the large clans of Guangzhong also had this thought. There were even noblemen who said, "The only regret in my life is that I have not been able to marry a daughter of the 5 surnames." From these points, it could be seen how terrifying the 5 surnames and 7 hopes were. It was true that the Li surname of the imperial family was also a branch of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. When Li Yuan raised his army, he received the support of the Li family of Longxi, the Li family of Zhao County, and the other 5 surnames and 7 hopes. However, since the founding of the country, the 5 surnames and 7 hopes had gradually become arrogant and despotic. This was also one of the reasons why Li Shimin wanted to suppress the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Zhang Feng didn't know much about this, but he already had a plan in mind. He said, "Since we've decided to do it, we naturally have to uproot these guys." Hearing this, Li Shimin's interest was immediately piqued. He hurriedly asked, "What do you mean?" Zhang Feng glanced at the crowd and said with a gloomy face, "Those clans in Jiangnan are already deeply rooted. They have many henchmen and disciples in the imperial court. They also have a lot of prestige in the Tang dynasty and faintly threaten the status of the imperial family. However, there are also many hedonistic sons. This time, when we go to Jiangnan, the first thing we have to do is to kill those hedonistic sons." Speaking of this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. There was no other reason than these hedonistic sons coveting you, The reason why those hedonistic sons became hedonistic sons is that many of them have extraordinary positions in the clans. This time, I want to control them and then attack the clan's enterprises. As he spoke, he suddenly remembered something. His teachers and many of the people present were from the clans. It seemed that he didn't respect them too much by saying this, so he simply didn't speak. However, Li Shimin was anxious. He hurriedly urged, "Fengzi, what are you talking about? Hurry up and say it." Zhang Feng glanced at the crowd and still didn't speak. The old scholar at the side had sharp eyes and saw the clues. He stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Fengzi, just say it. It's okay. No one will blame you." He was alone and didn't belong to any clan. It was fine if he said it. Moreover, now Fengzi's attention was all on the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. He didn't have any plans to go to Jiangnan. This was a good thing. Of course, he had to be encouraged. Yu Shinan narrowed his eyes and seemed to have seen something. He smiled and said, "That's right. Although there are many clans present, they are not people from the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Fengzi, you can speak freely." Hearing these words, Fengzi's heart was finally at ease. He said faintly, "Actually, I have already thought about it before. The reason why the 5 surnames and 7 hopes can rise is because they have a large number of people and their unparalleled family business. Therefore, if we want to attack them, we must first start from these 2 aspects." "That's right." Li Yuan at the side nodded. He was the one who knew the 5 surnames and 7 hopes the best because he was born in the Li family of Taiyuan, which was a very large branch of the Li family of Longxi. When he started the war, he received great support from the Longxi group. However, later, these guys gradually became blind and arrogant. They thought that without them, the Li family couldn't be the emperor at all. Therefore, they spread some rumors among the people and began to rope in other clans. However, when he had just become the emperor, the royal family had no way to fight against the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Even now, Erlang could only suppress them, but not completely suppress them. Otherwise, it would be counterproductive. Thinking of this, he frowned and said, "The whole Tang dynasty is full of people from the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Not only the rural scholars, but also the inside and outside of the court can't be spared. However, they have a large number of people and can't be easily attacked." Chapter 2002. Everyone nodded in unison. They were in Guangzhong. Although they did not have much contact with the 5 surnames and 7 hopes, they could understand the terror of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. No matter what happened in the world, these people could often predict the future and take people by surprise. Zhang Feng glanced at everyone, smiled, and shook his head. You can't be so absolute. Although the 5 surnames and 7 hopes have a large number of people, most of them are mediocre people. The real power is still in the hands of a few people. Think about it. If you can control their population, won't you be able to control the development of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes? Control the population? Li Shimin was slightly taken aback. In fact, he had thought of this method before. He had even discussed it with Zhang Sunwuji, Du Ruhui, Wei Zheng, and other officials, but the final result was not satisfactory. Because Wei Zheng believed that even if the population was controlled, it was nothing more than restricting the marriage of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. However, this would definitely cause the dissatisfaction of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes, and gradually cut off their connection with the court. This was not a good thing for the court. Zhang Sunwuji believed that this could be done. Although the 5 surnames and 7 hopes were powerful, they were still the people of the Tang dynasty. As long as an imperial edict was issued, even if they secretly disobeyed the imperial order, they had to obey on the surface. Because they were a clan, they would not lose the face of the entire clan because of a small matter. In this way, they would have to marry some women to weaken the power of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. In the end, the two sides argued endlessly, and this proposal was not issued for a long time. But he did not expect Fengzi to mention this today. Did Fengzi think of this method long ago? He was somewhat puzzled and asked curiously, Fengzi, did you think of this method before? Before? Zhang Feng laughed embarrassedly. In fact, this method did exist in history. He just used it temporarily. However, he could not reveal it to Li Shimin at this time, so he said half-jokingly, more or less. I thought of it, but I just said it today. Have you thought about how to implement it? Li Shimin asked. This was a problem that the two officials of the imperial court had been debating for a long time. If they could find the best solution from Feng Zi, he believed that the two old men, Zhang Sunwuji and Wei Zheng, would have nothing to say. Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes as if he was thinking about something. No one made a sound for fear of disturbing Zhang Feng. Just like this, the hall was unusually quiet. After about a quarter of an hour, his eyes flashed and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I can ask His Majesty to issue an edict to restrict marriage. All men and women with different surnames are prohibited from marrying. Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng disappointedly. He thought that it would be some great trick, but in the end, it was still the same. He had already discussed it with Wei Zheng and the others. He said with a bit of disappointment, Fengzi, I'm afraid this method won't work. Think about it. On the surface, the edict can restrict marriage, but secretly, no one knows whether they are people with different surnames or not. Moreover, if the people with different surnames and surnames are disgusted, what will happen if they suddenly leave the imperial court? You have to know that there are many people with different surnames and surnames in the imperial court. This is very unfavorable for the imperial court. These words were basically Wei Zheng's original words. He did not notify the edict. If it backfired, it would not benefit the imperial court at all. Of course, Li Shimin also knew the pros and cons, so he dared to say it to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng naturally didn't know about this, but he smiled with a hint of contempt. Old Li, I don't know who told you this, or if it's your own opinion, but in my eyes, it's a big mistake. Oh. How do you know? Li Yuan opened his mouth. He had heard clearly just now and knew that Erlang and Fengzi were talking about different surnames and surnames, so he did not interrupt. However, when he heard Fengzi say that it was very wrong, he could not help but be surprised because he and Erlang stood on the same position. First, they had to think about the royal family and the people. From the words just now, Fengzi obviously had a different view. Indeed, Zhang Feng had a different view because he and Li Shimin had different positions, so their attitudes were different. Now that he saw Li Yuan ask, he could not help but ask, Old Master Li, may I ask, when should the women of the Tang dynasty get married? Li Yuan did not expect Fengzi to ask such a common question. He had doubts in his heart, but thinking that Fengzi might have some secrets, he still frowned and said, "The smallest golden hairpin can't be older than the marriageable age, which is between 12 and 15 years old. This age is suitable." Zhang Feng asked again, "What about the man?" Li Yuan's frown deepened. "A weak crown is the most suitable." Zhang Feng smiled. "Then the 5 surnames and surnames and surnames must be the same?" Li Yuan did not answer immediately, but pondered because he felt like he had discovered something, but he could not say it. Seeing that Fengzi was a little anxious, he said, "The 5 surnames and surnames and surnames are a little different from ordinary people. The children of their clan are often betrothed when they are children. Before they are born, they have already been married. When they grow up, they will naturally be married, but..." Chapter 2003. Speaking of this, he frowned as if he had thought of something, "But these are the minority. Only some children with status in the clan will be betrothed. The others are arranged by the parents of both sides, and they are not allowed to interfere. Some of them don't even know what the bride looks like on the day of the wedding. This is also one of the reasons why there are so many people in the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. No one dares to object." Hearing this, Zhang Feng could not help but sigh. The Tang dynasty was already so open, but those clans still did this. However, although this method was not very clever, it was very beneficial to the development of the clan. At the same time, he was also glad that they were not arranged by others. After sighing with emotion, he coughed twice and said, "So that's the case. Then the marriage restriction order is much more convenient." "What do you mean?" Li Shimin frowned and quickly said, "The marriage restriction order is an imperial edict, and these clans have always intermarried. In this way, those clans will definitely be dissatisfied." "Why do you say it's much more convenient?" Zhang Feng glanced at everyone and said with a smile, "Think about it, which man doesn't want to have 3 wives and 4 concubines?" Hearing this, everyone could not help but blush. Zhang Feng was right, but it was still a bit indecent to say this in public, especially Yu Shinan and the others. It was a bit harsh to hear, so they hurriedly urged, "Hurry up and continue." Oh, perhaps he felt his teacher's dissatisfaction. Zhang Feng repeatedly agreed and continued, "For those big clans, as well as those arranged marriages between 5 families and 7 sons, even if it can make the clan powerful, the young people in the clan will definitely be dissatisfied. Needless to say, the men will want to marry all of them, but what about the women? If they marry a good husband, then it's fine, but if they marry a prodigal son, then wouldn't their lives be ruined? Therefore, I dare to say that these women will definitely have resentment in their hearts, but they usually don't dare to speak out and suppress it in their hearts. Over time, these women shouldn't be able to live for long, right?" Li Shimin frowned as if he was thinking about something. Indeed, many women in the 5 surnames and 7 hopes died early, and many died as soon as they married into their husbands' families. "But what does this have to do with the marriage restriction order?" he asked in confusion. "Fengzi, even if what you said just now makes sense, what does this marriage restriction order have to do with it? It seems that you still don't understand." Zhang Feng picked up the cold tea and took a sip. He smiled and said, "Think about it. If the marriage restriction order is announced, who will be the first to be happy?" "Who would be the first to be happy?" Li Shimin furrowed his brows, unable to wrap his head around it. If this marriage restriction was announced, it would definitely be boycotted. Who would be happy about it? Moreover, the people in power with different surnames would not allow it. Who would be happy? What was in Feng Zi's head? Just as he was ridiculing Zhang Feng, he suddenly recalled what Zhang Feng had said earlier. A woman with 5 surnames and 7 looks? Those women whose marriages were arranged? If the marriage restriction order was announced, those women should be happy. Feng Zi had just said that many of these women's marriages were unlucky, and some of them might be abused, especially those women from small clans. If they married into a big family like the 5 surnames and 7 hopes, it would be fine if they met a good husband, but if they met a bad one, they might regret it for the rest of their lives. Presumably, once the marriage restriction order was announced, they would have more freedom. They might even be able to freely choose a husband. For those women, it was undoubtedly a gamble. However, Would they give up the conditions of marrying into a rich and powerful family? Li Shimin was puzzled. He looked at Zhang Feng and asked, Fengzi, I roughly understand what you said, but why would those women listen? Whether they listen or not is a small matter. Zhang Feng waved his hand and did not care. He smiled and said, the most important thing is the marriage restriction order. Li Shimin frowned and looked at Li Yuan. Then he turned to look at Zhang Feng. What do you mean? Wait a minute. Zhang Feng waved his hand and interrupted Li Shimin. Then he took out a few cigarettes from his waist and scattered them on Li Shimin's table. Then he handed one to Li Yuan, Qing Yao Jin, Yu Shinan, and the others. Then he returned to his seat and took out a lighter to light the cigarette. He took a deep breath and looked at Li Shimin. He smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I'm addicted to smoking. You can continue. Li Shimin did not blame Zhang Feng because his addiction to smoking also came. Seeing that Zhang Feng was smoking enthusiastically, he picked up the cigarette from the table and lit it. He took a deep breath and said slowly, just now I asked you why you said the most important thing is the marriage restriction order? Zhang Feng took the cigarette butt and looked deeply at Li Shimin. He said, the marriage restriction order is indeed only superficial. It may be able to deal with those small clans, but it's not enough to deal with the 5 families and 7 Wangs and the Guanlong clan. Because they have the strength to refute His Majesty, and even dare to refute His Majesty. Hearing this, Li Shimin's eyes narrowed and a murderous aura flashed. Chapter 2004. Indeed, these guys were powerful. Sometimes, not only would they not listen to the imperial edict, they would even refute it. However, this was only a small minority. Even if it was a small minority, it still made him feel ashamed. Think about it, a behemoth comparable to the royal family was entrenched in the Tang dynasty. Any emperor would toss and turn restlessly, let alone him, Li Shimin. How could an emperor allow such a thing to happen? However, he really had no good ideas now. He could only talk with Fengzi. At this time, Fengzi spoke again. However, with the marriage restriction order, it is equivalent to having a shackle that can trap the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Those with status will naturally not be moved, but those at the bottom will definitely not be able to hold it in, especially those women. Their lifelong dream is to marry a good husband. Once this marriage restriction order is issued, those women will definitely speak out, and those with status will suppress those women. As time goes by, the two will have conflicts. In this way, the marriage between the 5 surnames and 7 hopes will be eased, but what? Li Shimin hurriedly said. He just understood that this kid was stuck, which made him very unhappy. However, this method will take a long time to be effective. Zhang Feng smoked his cigarette and narrowed his eyes, and it also needs someone to cooperate. Li Shimin frowned. Who do you need to cooperate with? Zhang Feng glanced at everyone and said solemnly, if you want the cooperation of other clans, as long as it is a famous clan, it will be fine. When the women of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes reach the age of 12 to 14, let the young masters of the clans come to propose marriage. This, Li Shimin glanced at Li Yuan, then looked at Zhang Feng, revealing a difficult expression. I'm afraid this is a bit difficult. How can those young masters of the clans be so obedient? It's not difficult. Zhang Feng took a deep breath and said slowly, think about it, in that clan, the people are not proud of marrying women of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. As long as you encourage them, those guys will definitely be more active than the other. Li Shimin nodded slightly. He knew that what Fengzi said was right. Indeed, many clans were proud of marrying women of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. There were even many court officials who wanted to go, including some relatives of the emperor. But even if you want to marry her, does she have to marry you? The people of the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs were all arrogant people. Even if there was a marriage restriction order, it might not be able to stop them from getting married. Li Shimin was very clear about this point. He said, what you said is not wrong, but how can a woman of unknown surnames marry? Even if they wanted to marry, would the elders in the clan agree? He originally thought that this would make Fengzi give up on this idea, but unexpectedly, he just smiled. I know all this, but think about it, what if the marriage restriction order is only half? Limit of half. Li Shimin was stunned. Could it be that Feng Zi meant to restrict half of the people with the 5 surnames and 7 hopes and leave the other half unrestricted? Would this be effective? He was a little puzzled and asked, you mean to restrict half of the people and leave the other half unrestricted? Zhang Feng nodded and exhaled a mouthful of smoke, then slowly said, the 5 surnames and 7 hopes are a total of 7 distinguished clans. As long as 4 of the 5 distinguished clans are restricted from marriage and the other 3 are not restricted, then the women of these 3 distinguished clans will be digested internally. Over time, the blood relationship will become closer and closer. Li Shimin frowned. He was a little puzzled. Wasn't it a good thing that the blood relationship was getting closer and closer? The bloodline in the clan would also become purer and purer. Why did it seem like it was a bad thing in Feng Zi's words? He interrupted in confusion. Feng Zi, isn't it a good thing that your blood relationship is getting closer and closer to the clan? Haven't they always hoped for this? Why do you look so happy? Everyone also nodded, because in their opinion, it was a good thing to marry close relatives, especially between cousins. This was simply a match made in heaven. In particular, some big clans, such as the 5 surnames and 7 hopes, thought that their bloodline was noble, so they constantly adopted the method of marrying close relatives to ensure the purity of their bloodline. Moreover, they believed that if they married other women, it would tarnish their bloodline, so they could only marry close relatives to avoid the confusion of their bloodline. In addition, men in the Tang dynasty generally had 3 wives and 4 concubines. A man would have many concubines, and the women born by these concubines were all daughters of concubines, but they would be placed under the name of the master's wife. The most favorite was to marry their own cousin. On the surface, they were called cousins, but in fact, they might not have any blood relationship at all. It was just because they were placed under the name of the master's wife, and the master's wife was their aunt, so the women born by these concubines had to be called cousins. The third point was the point of strengthening the relationship. They all believed that in the 3rd generation, the relationship would gradually drift apart, and only through marriage could this layer of interest be locked again. Most importantly, they did not know the harm of marrying close relatives. Even if there were some deformities, they would often blame it on the women, saying that these women were indecent or were cursed. Chapter 2005. The people present did not know this, but Zhang Feng's heart was as clear as a mirror. He smiled and explained, what you said is not wrong. Everyone thinks that it is very good to marry close relatives, and it can prevent the family bloodline from being tainted. But do you know the harm of marrying close relatives? There is harm in marrying close relatives. Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng with a shocked face. In his impression, many high-ranking officials were married close relatives, and there were also some clans with different surnames. These guys still thought that there was nothing wrong. Wait a minute, it seemed not necessarily. The concubine of the Taiyuan Wang clan master's illegitimate son gave birth to a baby a few days ago, and it seemed that there was something wrong with the baby's head. Moreover, this illegitimate son seemed to have married his cousin. Could it be that what Feng Zi said was true? The others also looked at Zhang Feng with a doubtful face. Because in their influence, many people were the products of close relatives. How could those people be fine? When it came to Feng Zi's mouth, why did it become a sinful thing? Li Yuan was somewhat puzzled. He looked deeply at Zhang Feng, trying to see something, but he could not see anything. He could only ask, Feng Zi, is what you said true or false? Zhang Feng nodded heavily, laughing in his heart at the ignorance of the ancients. But thinking that he was also an ancient person, he could only explain, there should be many examples of close relatives marrying close relatives around you, right? How are those people? Not to mention other things, at least half of the people who marry close relatives are mentally retarded. I can guarantee this. Hearing this, everyone lowered their heads and pondered. Scenes of marriage in the past appeared in their minds. The cousins of the Xian family, the cousins of the Gu family, the cousins of the Ji family, these were all close relatives. Their children really seemed to have some problems. Not to mention all of them, at least half of them were mentally retarded. However, the other half seemed to be more intelligent than ordinary people. What was going on? Li Shimin asked curiously. Fengzi, I admit that what you said just now makes sense. There may be some harm in marrying close relatives, but what about those who have been intelligent since they were young? Zhang Feng smiled, took a sip of tea, and said, those who have been smart since they were young are just lucky, but they also have misfortune. That is, their lifespan is shorter than ordinary people. Anyway, there is no benefit in marrying close relatives. You just need to know this. He didn't intend to explain too much. He couldn't possibly tell them about the genetic factors, the mutations that couldn't be produced by their descendants, and the harmful genes that were passed on to their descendants. Even if he did, the people present probably wouldn't understand. However, Li Yuan was a bit stupefied. Fengzi, just now, you talked a lot about the dangers of marrying close relatives. What exactly do you mean? Do you want to use this method to deal with the clan? Old Master Li is still the one who sees things clearly. Zhang Feng glanced at Li Yuan and didn't forget to praise him. Then, he glanced at everyone. The dangers of close relatives that I said just now are just paving the way for the marriage restriction order. Think about it. Once the marriage restriction order is issued, what will happen if 3 of the families are not restricted? They will definitely worry that the marriage restriction order will fall on their heads one day. Although they are not afraid, it is not good to refuse on the surface. Therefore, they will definitely cherish the resources and madly let the people in the clan marry. In this way, it is inevitable that they will marry close relatives. Of course, this is a good thing for them. However, they don't know the dangers of marrying close relatives. As long as there are 10 pairs, it is guaranteed that half of them will be mentally retarded. In this way, after a long time, the population of these clans will definitely decrease sharply. Hearing this, Yu Shinan frowned. Because he was somewhat dissatisfied with Fengzi's approach. Although the idea of marrying close relatives has not been implemented yet, if it is true, this is the idea of exterminating the clan. There will definitely be a storm. If the people of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes know the truth that Fengzi is the mastermind, it will probably lead to huge revenge. He looked at Zhang Feng worriedly and said, Fengzi, your method is a bit vicious. If the people of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes know the truth, I'm afraid. Originally, Li Yuan was listening excitedly. When he saw Yu Shinan interrupt, he was immediately dissatisfied. However, it was not good for him to flare up. He could only faintly pander. Bashi, this is your fault. It's not like you don't know what kind of people these people of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes are. Fengzi's plan, he glanced at Zhang Feng and seemed to have a guilty conscience. He coughed twice and said, this plan is not as vicious as you said. Besides, marrying close relatives has been happening since ancient times. Fengzi just raised a point of view. It doesn't matter. Moreover, even if marrying close relatives is really harmful, will those clans be worried? They can't wait for the whole clan to marry close relatives. There was nothing wrong with these words. The words were rough, but the truth was not rough. Even if the people of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes knew that marrying close relatives was harmful, they would probably not prohibit it. Because they thought that their bloodline was noble and could not be tarnished. Moreover, wouldn't half of them be smarter than ordinary people? Would the people of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes refuse such temptation? Chapter 2006. But Yu Shinan did not think so. He felt that this plan was not right. But when he thought about how the 5 surnames and 7 hopes wanted to deal with his student, he understood. Moreover, the 5 surnames and 7 hopes were so powerful. This little plan should not be difficult for them, right? He comforted himself in his heart. He looked at Zhang Feng and asked, Fengzi, what do you think of this plan? If you have decided, I will not stop you. After all, the 5 surnames and 7 hopes were unkind to you first. Zhang Feng was still thinking about what his teacher had said. When he heard that his teacher did not stop him, he was overjoyed. Thank you, teacher. Although this plan is a little extreme, it will take a long time to work. It is a gradual method, so teacher does not have to worry about anything. Yu Shinan nodded. He was originally worried about Feng Zi's safety, but when he heard this, he felt much more at ease. Li Shimin saw that Chang'an did not say anything. He quickly said, Feng Zi, you said that marriage is not restricted to the 3 clans. What about the other 4 clans? Since they are restricted from marriage, then the situation you mentioned should not happen, right? Zhang Feng nodded. Indeed, the 3 clans that are not restricted are unlucky. As long as they are internally digested, their population will definitely decrease sharply. As for the other 4 clans, as he spoke, he glanced at everyone with a malicious smile. It is the method I just mentioned. Since these 4 clans are restricted from marriage, then the women in the clans can't not marry, right? At this time, the other clans will swarm over like flies smelling rotten meat. At that time, you can send people to instigate them. These 4 clans will definitely marry their women out. Hearing this, Li Shimin only had this thought in his mind. Brilliant, this move was really brilliant. The marriage restriction order restricted the women of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes within the clans. They could not marry between the 1st and 2nd generation, right? This way, the women would gradually grow up and have to marry outside. At this time, the other clans could interfere and gradually divide the strength of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. For a moment, he seemed to see the scene of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes marrying outside. However, he quickly regained his senses because he realized something else. What should he do if he was driven to desperation? Although these fellows would obey the imperial edict on the surface, what if they disobeyed in secret? One had to know that none of these guys were in Chang'an. Even if he wanted to find evidence, he couldn't do anything to them. Moreover, even if they didn't obey, he couldn't do anything to them. He was a bit distressed. Looking at Zhang Feng, he hurriedly asked, Feng Zi, there's no problem with the schemes you mentioned, but I'm worried that the 5 surnames and 7 wangs will do one thing on the surface and another in the dark. Moreover, what if they're driven to desperation? Zhang Feng waved his hand and didn't mind because he already had a countermeasure in mind. He smiled and said, you don't have to worry about that. Since I can come up with the marriage restriction plan, I naturally have a follow-up plan. Just now was just an appetizer. Let's call it the first plan. Now, we need to cooperate with the second plan. Plan B? Li Shimin frowned. He didn't know what other plan Feng Zi had. Could it be more powerful than this plan? Everyone also looked at Zhang Feng in surprise. They had been listening and didn't know what the second plan was. This obviously aroused their curiosity. Especially Li Yuan, it could be said that he wanted to deal with the 5 surnames and 7 wangs the most. Just now, when he heard Feng Zi mention the marriage restriction order, he knew that it couldn't be implemented in a short time. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Who would have thought that this kid had a follow-up plan? He hurriedly asked, what's the second plan? Zhang Feng gently took a sip of tea, glanced at the crowd, and said, do you still remember the 2 points I just said to deal with the 5 surnames and 7 wangs? One is population, and the other is family property. Just now, I was talking about population, and now I'm talking about family property. Family property? Li Shimin's eyes narrowed. Obviously, he was interested. He knew that the family property of the 5 surnames and 7 wangs had expanded throughout the Tang dynasty. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were as rich as a country. When the army was raised, those guys sent a lot of gold, silver, and jewelry to show their support for the Li family. But he knew that those gold, silver, and jewelry were less than 1/10 of the 5 surnames and 7 wangs. Since he ascended the throne, as soon as he heard the news of the refugees' suffering, he unconsciously thought of these jewelry and the wealth of the 5 surnames and 7 wangs over the years. If these guys were willing to take out half of the money, the national power of the Tang dynasty would definitely double. Of course, he usually had the idea to deal with the 5 surnames and 7 wangs, but these guys avoided it every time, and they didn't commit any crime, which led to the relationship between the two sides becoming more and more stiff. Now, Feng Zi was actually going to deal with the 5 surnames and 7 wangs family property? Didn't this guy know that the 5 surnames and 7 wangs were a hard bone to chew? Even he couldn't do anything. What could this guy do? Although this idea was good, it was really unrealistic. However, he didn't want to dampen Feng Zi's enthusiasm, so he had to ask, Feng Zi, what can you do? Those guys are not easy to deal with. Don't get yourself into trouble. Chapter 2007. He felt that it was necessary to give Feng Zi a warning first, otherwise, it would not be good if this guy had any dangerous ideas. Unexpectedly, Zhang Feng did not care at all, waving his hand casually. You don't have to worry about this, I'm not going to fight with them openly, they just have a big family business, then I'll use the family business to play them to death. What do you mean? Li Yuan was interested. You should all know about the inventions I made before, like cotton-padded clothes, braised meat, and those clothes in the textile factory. Zhang Feng glanced at everyone, seeing that everyone nodded, he continued, now, people with 5 surnames and 7 hopes are looking for me to buy goods, it can be said that I'm their parent. Li Yuan had an idea, as if he thought of something. Feng Zi, you mean to stop the goods in their hands? No, Zhang Feng shook his head and put out the cigarette in his hand. Then he said, even if they stop selling the goods in their hands, they can choose not to use them and find other goods to replace them. They can also buy from other vendors. They will never lose money. Li Shimin frowned, then what do you mean? Keep their goods. That's right. Zhang Feng nodded slightly, revealing a meaningful smile, not only keep their goods, but also increase their goods, even give as much as they want. Li Shimin was a little confused. Wasn't this a blow to their 5 surnames and 7 hopes? Why keep the goods? Instead, increase the sales of goods. Wasn't this giving money to the other party? At this moment, he even felt that Feng Zi had really become a lunatic. However, when he saw the smile on Feng Zi's face, he felt that things were not so simple, there seemed to be something wrong, but he could not say what was wrong. In fact, everyone present had this feeling, they basically all knew Zhang Feng very well, although this kid was usually unruly, he was more serious than anyone when he was serious. Saying this now, there must be some mystery. Therefore, they chose to wait and see. However, Li Yuan could not sit still, he asked somewhat puzzled, Feng Zi, what do you mean by what you said just now? Why do you want to increase the goods of 5 surnames and 7 hopes? Zhang Feng smiled, listen to me tell you a story first. Everyone was a little confused, they came to listen to you about the things of 5 surnames and 7 hopes, not to listen to a story. What story was this Feng Zi telling now? But on second thought, since this Feng Zi could say it, it must be an important matter, so they kept quiet and waited and watched. Looking at Zhang Feng, he took a sip of tea and continued. The 2 brothers were both businessmen, they usually had a good relationship, they were usually the seller who bought the goods. One day, this seller wanted to see the relationship between the 2 brothers, so he thought of a way to start increasing the goods by 10%, the 2 brothers were very happy, thinking that they had met a good person. The next day, the seller increased the goods by 30%, the 2 brothers were even more grateful to this seller. On the 3rd day, the seller increased the goods by another 50%, the effect was naturally needless to say, the 2 brothers simply regarded the buyer as a sage, but on the 4th day, this seller only gave the goods to Big Brother, and gave 60%, not to Little Brother. Little Brother instantly felt that something was wrong, thinking that Big Brother bribed the seller to cut off his livelihood. Big Brother did not know anything, but still doted on Little Brother, so he gave half of his goods to Little Brother. By the 5th day, the seller still gave Big Brother the goods, not Little Brother. Little Brother felt more and more that something was wrong. In the beginning, I still gave some face to Big Brother, later on, I directly questioned Big Brother. Big Brother naturally did not know anything. At this time, the seller came and said that only one person could buy his goods in the future. Little Brother instantly understood something. It was all Big Brother's doing. The 2 brothers broke off their relationship. Seller? 2 brothers? Li Shimin frowned and relaxed sometimes. He kept feeling that Feng Zi's words were not just on the surface, there seemed to be something else hidden, but he could not think of anything for a while. Seller? He repeated in his heart again. Suddenly, he understood something. Wasn't the seller Feng Zi? Then these 2 brothers were the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Could it be that Feng Zi was preparing to use this method to deal with the 5 surnames and 7 hopes? He hurriedly said, Feng Zi, what you meant just now was that you are the seller, and the 2 brothers are the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Everyone present was smart. Upon hearing this, they instantly understood. Feng Zi wanted to use benefits to divide the 5 surnames and 7 hopes, but would the 5 surnames and 7 hopes be so easily fooled? They all looked at Zhang Feng, trying to find an answer from him. However, they saw Zhang Feng smile faintly, looking at Li Shimin. You are the boss, your brain is good. Yes, that is my idea. Now I am providing all kinds of supplies to the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. There are silk, cotton-padded clothes, food, and other necessities. If I suddenly increase the supplies to one of them, think about it. What would the other families think? Chapter 2008. Li Shimin narrowed his eyes and thought for a while before saying, if it's just the beginning, it shouldn't have any effect. At most, they'll just come and ask. But if it goes on for a long time, it will inevitably cause that young master's dissatisfaction. That's right. Zhang Feng nodded, took a sip of tea, and said, let them be dissatisfied. At the beginning, there may not be any effect, but after a long time, they will definitely come to question me. Speaking of this, he sneered, and I will avoid meeting them and not reveal any information. If they can't get any information from me, they will suspect that person. In this way, won't the conflict between the 2 sides arise? That's right. The corners of Li Shimin's mouth rose. Obviously, he was very satisfied with this plan. But soon, he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed. There is a conflict, but the people of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes are not stupid. They will not shed all pretense of cordiality because of such a small matter. After all, their businesses are still very big. This is nothing at all. Zhang Feng nodded, and said with a dignified expression, you are right. The 5 surnames and 7 hopes are not fools. They will not be so easily fooled. That's why I just said to give them benefits first. First, give them more goods, give them as much as they want. Once they taste the sweetness, then suddenly reduce one of them. This will cause them to have a conflict. Moreover, not only this, but also use other methods to break up their forces. What methods? Li Shimin asked subconsciously. Rumors. Zhang Feng sneered, the 5 surnames and 7 hopes seem to love each other like a family, but secretly, who can guarantee that they are not scheming against each other? That makes sense. Li Yuan's eyes were half narrowed, and he stroked his sparse beard. Because Feng Zi's words just happened to speak to the bottom of his heart. Indeed, the 5 surnames and 7 hopes were usually very harmonious, but secretly, they did not do little shady business. Although it was said that they supported each other and loved each other, every time when it came to dividing huge benefits, they would often see through the facade. However, this was often a quarrel between the younger generation of the clan. Finally, when it came to decision-making, the people in power in the clan would come forward, and in the end, it would end with a smile, thus dividing the benefits. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was the one who understood the 5 surnames and 7 hopes the most. But soon, he thought of another point. Even if there were huge benefits, the people who would be in conflict were usually some of the younger generation. The older generation's leaders were still very clear-sighted. Generally, they would not be so impulsive. It was hard to say whether Feng Zi's plan would succeed. Thinking about this, he looked deeply at Zhang Feng and said faintly, Feng Zi, you are right. Usually, there will be some conflicts between the big clans, but the people in power are not blind. They are not that easy to fool. Do you have 100% confidence in this plan? There's a 100% chance that it won't work out, but Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes, obviously pondering over Li Yuan's words earlier. Indeed, those who are able to wield authority in the clan are all dragons and phoenixes among men. How could they be so easily fooled? Just as he was thinking, he suddenly had an idea and hurriedly said, those people in power do have some brains, but they probably didn't think that they would be tricked by themselves, right? What do you mean? Do you have people with 5 surnames and 7 looks? Li Shimin's eyes widened as he hurriedly said. No, Zhang Feng waved his hand and shook his head with a smile. As the saying goes, 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant's nest. Don't look at how these hedonistic sons usually have nothing to do, but they are the first line of defense of the 5 surnames and 7 looks, and also the most important line of defense. As long as we take them down first, then it will be much more convenient. What do you mean? You want to deal with the hedonistic sons of the 5 surnames and 7 looks first? Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng, somewhat in disbelief. Because in his opinion, since Feng Zi wants to take action from the population and industry, then what's the use of dealing with hedonistic sons? But unexpectedly, Zhang Feng did not care at all, and smiled. That's right, I just said, we have to take action from the population and industry first. The breakthrough of population is those hedonistic sons, because they are the younger generation of the 5 surnames and 7 looks. The inheritance of the 5 surnames and 7 looks is basically on them. If we can instigate 1 or 2 of them, then for us, it is still very effective. Hearing up to here, Li Shimin finally understood. So this kid is planning to instigate 1 or 2 hedonistic sons of the 5 surnames and 7 looks, but how could it be so easy? Those fellows are all arrogant, and instigate them? He looked at Zhang Feng with a puzzled expression. I'm afraid it's not that easy. Moreover, what can hedonistic sons do? Then you're wrong. Zhang Feng smiled, looked at Li Shimin, and said, instigation is not easy, but hedonistic sons are very useful. Think about it, to be able to become hedonistic sons, most of them have a certain status in the clan. Since they have a status, then they have good resources, manpower, and so on. If we can rope them in, we can get the latest information as soon as possible. This way, we won't be flustered before things happen. Li Shimin nodded and smiled bitterly. That's true, but how are you going to instigate them? Chapter 2009. He knew that foppish people were called foppish because they were different from ordinary people. Bullying the common people and staying in brothels were common occurrences for them. Feng Zi wanted to instigate a rebellion? Wasn't it as difficult as ascending to the heavens? Just like Qing Chimo, Zhang Sun, and Chong Chong, weren't they all famous foppish people in Chang'an? Just by looking at what they did, one would know what a foppish person was. Zhang Feng naturally understood, but he didn't seem to care. He smiled and said, I know what you're talking about. To foppish people, you either cater to their interests or subdue them. These 2 methods are the best. As he spoke, he glanced at Qing Yaojin. Don't you think so? Old Chen? Qing Yaojin was drinking tea. When he was called, he almost spat it out. This was because he could hear that this kid was implying something. He was talking about foppish people, and now he was talking about Lao Tzu. Wasn't this clearly saying that Tai Nyo was a foppish person? This kid was too much of a jerk. If His Majesty wasn't here, he would definitely spank him. Thinking about it, he didn't dare to make a move. He could only smile and say, yes, yes, yes. Zhang Feng smiled, then looked at Li Shimin and said solemnly, actually, it's not difficult to deal with foppish people. The 2 methods I just said can be used. As long as you master them well, it'll be fine. But obviously, we can't use them now. We'll talk about it when we get to Jiangnan. Hearing this, Li Shimin understood that Feng Zi still hadn't given up on Jiangnan. He could only persuade him, Feng Zi, now that you have a plan to deal with the 5 families and 7 hopes, and Er's life is not in danger, it's better to delay things in Jiangnan. As he spoke, he gave Yu Qigong a look. The latter immediately understood and said, that's right. I'll take care of you, If he has any problems, come and find me. Right now, you should be thinking about how to deal with the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Zhang Feng lowered his head and didn't say anything. In fact, there was a moment when he really wanted to rush out of the door and go to Jiangnan to find Yu'er. However, everyone's words were like a warning bell ringing in his ears. Indeed, the 5 surnames and 7 hopes were like a hungry wolf hiding in the dark night. As long as they weren't eliminated, they could jump out at any time and bite you. Seeing Feng Zi deep in thought, Yu Shinan knew he was wavering. He hurriedly said, Feng Zi, they are right. Although I do not agree with you dealing with the 5 families and 7 hopes, now that things have come to this, you cannot immediately go to Chang'an. Otherwise, it is very likely that you will not return. Furthermore, since you have already decided on a plan, you should begin to implement it. Not bad. Li Shimin nodded and hurriedly urged, Fengzi, since the plan has already been decided, should we begin to implement it? Zhang Feng didn't reply because he was doing a great struggle in his heart. On the one hand, he wanted to go to Jiangnan to find Yuer. On the other hand, he wanted to immediately implement the plan. He was wavering between the two. Find Yuer or deal with the Jiangnan clan? According to Lao Yu, Yuer was not in any danger in Jiangnan. It shouldn't be a problem if he didn't go now. However, the plan had already been decided. If he didn't implement it, it would be a pity. After a while, he seemed to have made a decision. He looked at Yu Qigong and said, Lao Yu, are you sure Yuer is not in danger in Jiangnan? Yu Qigong paused. He glanced at Li Shimin and then swept his gaze over everyone present. Only then did he reply, yes, Yuer is indeed not in danger. Fengzi, if you are worried, how about I send some more people over? Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng and was a little worried. He wasn't worried about Yuer. He was worried that Fengzi would be impulsive and fall into the trap of the Jiangnan clan. Zhang Feng looked deeply at Li Shimin before replying, okay, send more people. He now understood that the Jiangnan clans were luring him out. If he really went out now, he would fall into their trap. At that time, he wouldn't even know how he died, let alone find Yuer. It was better to implement the plan first. Li Shimin also saw through Zhang Feng's thoughts. He smiled and said, it's good that you can think like this. Implement the plan first and weaken the power of the clans. It won't be too late for you to go then. No. Zhang Feng immediately interrupted him. With a serious expression, he said, at the latest, I will leave after the new year. Now that Jiangnan was in danger, it was already the limit for him to agree to stay for a while. It was impossible for him to wait until later. Li Shimin saw that Zhang Feng was so determined and knew that he couldn't force him. After all, it had already happened once before. He couldn't say anything more. He could only compromise and say, okay, whatever you say. Can we implement the plan now? Zhang Feng nodded and said with a gloomy expression, yes, it should be implemented. Lao Li, go find Lord Zhangsun and tell him about the marriage restriction order. What about the restriction of supplies you mentioned? Li Shimin asked without thinking. Naturally, this will be implemented together. Zhang Feng's eyes turned. After a while, he said, I will do this. You don't have to worry about it. Chapter 2010. Li Shimin nodded and did not ask any more questions. He believed in Fengzi. As long as Fengzi was involved, there was nothing that could not be done. He was not worried about Fengzi's safety. Instead, he was thinking about the marriage restriction order. At that time, he, Zhangsun Wuji, Wei Zheng, and the others had discussed for a long time without coming to a conclusion. He did not expect Fengzi to point it out in a few words. He was a little embarrassed. However, he still admired Fengzi's strategy. Although it was a little vicious, it still solved the immediate problem. He looked at Zhang Feng and said seriously, since there is nothing else, I will go back and prepare to see Lord Zhangsun. As he spoke, he had already stood up. Zhang Feng saw this and quickly stood up as well. Okay, you can go back first. He knew that the matter of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes was of the utmost importance. Naturally, he would not keep Lao Li and the others. After sending Li Shimin and the others off, Yu Shinan also stood up. Fengzi, I don't want to say much about this matter. Anyway, remember that no matter what happens, your teachers will support you. Also, don't forget about the Academy's end-of-year meeting. You should prepare the teaching materials. Zhang Feng nodded and cupped his hands with a serious expression. Teachers, rest assured. This student will not forget. Yu Shinan nodded slightly and waved his sleeves. Chu Suiliang and the others did not say anything. They all looked at him and left. The old scholar patted Zhang Feng's shoulder and said with a smile, "Kid, don't worry. Just do it." Zhang Feng nodded and bowed to the old scholar. He knew how much the old scholar valued him and would not let him down. He smiled and said, "Thank you, teacher." The old scholar smiled and turned to leave. Zhang Feng looked at the backs of his teachers and couldn't help but feel a little sad. In fact, part of the reason he was going to Jiangnan this time was to get rid of his teachers. It was like a child growing up and always having someone to take care of him. His teachers were good to him, but always taking care of him like this made him feel a little repulsed in his heart. However, he did not expect that his teachers would also support him in dealing with the 5 surnames and 7 hopes. This was a good thing, and also made him feel much more relieved. He returned to his seat and took out a cigarette. He slowly lit it up and took a deep puff, feeling the stimulation of the cigarette. Since he was already prepared, there was no turning back. As he thought about it, he shouted at the door, "Old Du, come in." As soon as he finished speaking, Du Ziding trotted in. However, Zhang Yuyao and Jing Shu were behind her. Both of them had tear stains in the corner of their eyes, as if they had just cried. Before Zhang Feng could speak, Zhang Yuyao rushed over and said with a crying voice, "Young master, I heard that you are going to Jiangnan." She and Jing Shu had just heard from Du Ziding that there were people from Jiangnan, so they went to ask. As a result, they heard that they were Jia Doran's men and that Yu Yu was in danger. Immediately, the 2 girls were shocked because they knew that if something happened to Yu Yu, Prince Zhang would definitely go to Jiangnan. Of course, they did not want to stop Prince Zhang from going to Jiangnan, but they were worried that Prince Zhang would be in danger or leave them behind. Therefore, the 2 girls eavesdropped outside the door for a while. They did not come in until Zhang Feng called Du Ziding. Zhang Feng naturally knew nothing about this. Seeing Zhang Yuyao like this, he thought that she had been bullied by someone. He comforted her and said, "What's wrong? Did someone bully you?" "No one bullied me." Zhang Yuyao slowly raised her head and said with a sad face. "Then why are you crying?" Zhang Feng was a little confused. Since no one bullied her, why would she cry? Zhang Yuyao slowly stood up and looked at Zhang Feng with tears in her eyes. "Prince Zhang, I heard that you are going to Jiangnan." Hearing this, Zhang Feng instantly understood that it was because of this. He turned his eyes and stared at Du Ziding. It must be this old guy who said it. Otherwise, how could the 2 girls know? Being stared at like this, Du Ziding felt a little guilty. The 2 ladies knew that it was indeed related to him, but they wanted to go. He was also helpless. Looking at Du Ziding's aggrieved eyes, Zhang Feng did not intend to pursue the matter. After all, paper could not wrap fire. The 2 girls would know sooner or later. He had to choose to confess. "Yes, I am going to Jiangnan, but not now. You don't have to be like this." Hearing this, the mood of the 2 girls was a little better. Jing Shu stepped forward and said, "Young master, when are you going to leave?" "After the new year." Zhang Feng glanced at the 2 girls and his face was a little bad. "I still have a lot of things to deal with now. I can't leave for a while." Jing Shu turned to look at Zhang Yuyao. The 2 girls exchanged a look, then looked at Zhang Feng and said, "Young master, can you take us with you when you go?" Zhang Feng did not immediately answer because he was a little hesitant. He did not want to take the 2 girls. If he said it now, it would definitely make them sad. But if he took them with him, it would be very dangerous in Jiangnan. If he went, it would not be easy to protect the 2 girls. Chapter 2011. However, he had promised the 2 girls before. If he said that he didn't bring them along now, he would feel that he was going back on his word. Jing Shu seemed to have seen through Zhang Feng's difficulties and said with a pleading look, "Young master, can you bring us along?" "Yes, young master." Zhang Yuyao also went forward to plead. She didn't care if Prince Zhang was looking for you, She only cared that Prince Zhang didn't abandon her. Zhang Feng was a little helpless. He was worried about the danger if he brought the 2 girls along, but he felt sorry for them if he didn't bring them along. Just as he was hesitating, a guard passed by the door. He instantly had an idea. These guards used to be soldiers. If he brought them along, they might be fine. Even if there was danger, they should be able to stand on their own. If he trained the guards according to the training methods of the special forces in the future, coupled with the resources of the forge, they might become a special force. Thinking of this, he looked at the two girls. I can bring you along, okay? The two girls were overjoyed and almost jumped up. They hurriedly said, "Thank you, young master." With that, Jingshu pulled Zhang Yuyao out of the door. "We won't disturb young master anymore. We'll leave first." Since Prince Zhang had already agreed, there was no need to stay any longer to avoid angering the young master. Moreover, the young master seemed to have something to say to the butler. Sure enough, after the two girls left, Zhang Feng looked at Du Zidong with a gloomy face. "Old Du, did you tell them that I was going to Chang'an?" Du Zidong's face immediately fell. He hurriedly explained, "Master, it wasn't me. They saw Huan Yan and guessed it themselves." Enough. Zhang Feng waved his hand and didn't intend to pursue the matter. Instead, he looked at Du Zidong with a serious face. "Old Du, how is the situation with the Jiangnan clans and the 5 clans and 7 hopes buying from us these few days?" These words seemed to have touched Du Zidong's heart. He raised his head and smiled like a Maitreya Buddha. "Master, to tell you the truth, those clans are all buying from us. They want a lot every day. Now, the supply is a little short of supply. Not only that, they want us to give them a little more every day." "All right." Zhang Feng was overjoyed, but a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes as he sneered, "From tomorrow onwards, give them 10% more every day, and 20% more the day after tomorrow, no less." Du Zidong was a little confused. Didn't Master hate the Jiangnan clan and the people of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes? Furthermore, there was quite a bit of enmity between them. Even if they had business dealings, they were very careful and gave them the least amount. Why would they increase the amount of goods this time? This was a little illogical. Thinking about it, he asked with a puzzled expression, "Master, didn't you hate those clans the most in the past? He had also given very little goods, so why did he suddenly want to increase it?" At this point, he suddenly realized that he had said too much, so he stopped and looked at the old master. However, when he thought about how the old master wanted to increase the contact between the clan and the clan, he was extremely anxious in his heart. He looked like he wanted to say something but hesitated, which made people very angry. From the words just now, Zhang Feng already knew what the butler meant, but the plan had already been set, so he naturally would not give up. He said with a resolute face, "Old Du, I know what you mean. You are just worried that the clan will become bigger. Don't worry about this. If you want a person to die, you must first make them crazy. This time, I will make them crazy first, you just need to do as I say." Du Zidong frowned slightly. Although he could not understand Master's thoughts, he deeply knew that as long as Master was right, and most importantly, Master had a grudge with the clan, he could not let him go. After thinking about it, he nodded and said, "Yes, Master. Then I will go and inform them now." With that, he turned around and prepared to leave. "Wait." Zhang Feng waved his hand to stop Du Zidong, and said with a serious face, "Right now, how many guards are there in the manor?" Du Zidong's eyes rolled as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he said, "There are 55 guards, 20 or so servant girls, 10 or so people in the kitchen, and some old women." "Okay, I told you to say the guards, not the number." Zhang Feng unhappily interrupted Du Zidong. He glanced at the empty space outside the door and said, "Immediately go and gather all the guards in the manor in the courtyard. I have something to announce." Although Du Zidong did not know what Zhang Feng was planning, he still nodded and left. Zhang Feng took out a cigarette from his waist, lit it, and followed the footsteps out. He stood in the courtyard, feeling the cold wind of the cold day. At this time, there was no more snow, but he still felt as if his face had been scraped by snowflakes, dry and cold and painful. He looked in the direction of Jiangnan, inhaling the cigarette, allowing the cigarette to stimulate his body, and gradually sank into his memories. I hope nothing happens to you in Chang'an. If something happens to you, I will definitely not let the clan of Chang'an go. I will definitely come to Chang'an to find you. Wait for me. After this period of time passes, the clan will definitely become powder under my feet. Chapter 2012. Just as he was thinking, a shout pulled him back to reality. Master! Zhang Feng glanced behind him and saw that many guards had already gathered. He casually threw away the cigarette butt and sorted out his emotions. He suddenly turned around and said with a straight face, "Everyone is here." Seeing their master's expression change, the guards seemed to know that something big had happened. They all became serious, lined up, and said in unison, "Yes, master." Zhang Feng glanced around and nodded slightly. "Don't be nervous. I'm just announcing something. From today onwards, everyone will put down their work and accept my training every day." Training? What training? The guards whispered to each other with a puzzled look. For them, working in the Zhang mansion was undoubtedly to protect their master and earn some money to settle down. They had never thought about training. Although they were retired soldiers, they had not trained for many years and had long been used to this lazy life. Now that their master suddenly said this, they were indeed not used to it. Zhang Feng naturally knew the doubts of the guards. He waved his hand to signal them to be quiet and then said, "Everyone must be puzzled. Since you are all guards, why should I let you train?" As he spoke, he looked in the direction of Chang'an and his face became gloomy, "Because I will be going to Chang'an in a few days. I hope that you can go there and help me. Can you understand?" Chang'an? Master is going to Chang'an? Why is Master going to Chang'an? It should be related to the perfume we talked about last time, right? The people standing there were all the trusted subordinates of the Zhang mansion. When Chang'an was mentioned, they naturally thought of the perfume because they all knew about the dried flowers. Thinking of this, they could understand and kept cheering. "Master, we support you. Master said that the perfume is a treasure. If that's the case, we must go to Chang'an with Master." Hearing the cheers of the crowd, Zhang Feng nodded slightly and then his face turned cold. "Good. In that case, let's start training. First, form a circle and run 50 laps around the courtyard." Hearing this, the guards felt guilty. Although they were retired veterans, they hadn't trained for a long time. Suddenly running 50 laps, their bodies might not be able to take it. But when they thought of helping their master in the future, they gritted their teeth and slowly ran in a circle. Zhang Feng stood at the periphery and glanced at the crowd. He said in a cold voice, "Today is just the beginning. From tomorrow onwards, you will need to run 5 laps around Chang'an city every morning, do 200 push-ups at noon, and then practice archery in the courtyard. At night, you will take turns to use the Shao mountain gun." They felt that the whole day had been arranged so clearly that there was no time for rest. Although they didn't understand what push-ups were, when they heard that they had to run 5 laps around Chang'an city every day, they felt their legs go weak. That was Chang'an city, at least 20 kilometers. If they ran 5 laps, it would be 100 kilometers. They didn't need to run. Just hearing it was scary enough. What push-ups were there? He still wanted to practice archery? Practice the Shao mountain gun? Their legs were a little weak. Just when they were about to plead with their master, Zhang Feng's voice sounded again. "Whoever can persist to the end today will be the leader of this team. You don't have to worry about not getting paid for training every day. In the future, as long as you participate in the training, you will get a bonus on top of your original salary every day." As soon as these words came out, the crowd was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Their eyes turned red and even their running speed increased a lot. They weren't greedy for money, but they felt that the sound of money seemed to make their blood boil. Why did they want to be a soldier in the first place? Wasn't it for the title and money? Since they couldn't get the title, they could only get money. Besides, many of them had family members. If they had more money, they could undoubtedly let their family members live a better life. For a moment, they seemed to see their family members eating and drinking well. Zhang Feng was naturally happy to see this scene. He lit another cigarette and slowly smoked. Before he took 2 puffs, he saw Du Zidong come over. He looked at the guards running in the yard with a puzzled face and unconsciously walked to Zhang Feng's side. "Oh, master, it's done. The guards are, old Du, you came at the right time." Zhang Feng took out the cigarette butt and pointed to the guards. "Record it. In the future, these guards will have to run 5 laps around Chang'an city every morning with sandbags tied to their legs and steel on their backs. At noon, they will do 200 push-ups, and then they will practice archery in the yard. At night, they will take turns to go to Shao Mountain and train with guns. Also, add a bonus on top of their original salary. They must eat the best food, at least meat for every meal," and, as he spoke, he turned to look at Du Zidong, only to see that Du Zidong's eyes were as big as chestnuts and his mouth was so big that an egg could be put in. He scolded him angrily, "Old Du, why are you in a daze?" Chapter 2013. Oh. Master, Du Zidong looked at Zhang Feng absent-mindedly and stammered, "Master, you just said that you want them to run 5 laps around Chang'an city with sandbags tied to their legs and steel plates on their backs every day? Do 200 push-ups at noon? By the way, what is push-ups? And practice archery? Aren't you afraid that these guys will be crippled?" "They won't." Zhang Feng waved his hand and said seriously, "I have arranged everything. This kind of systematic training will not only not cripple them, but also make their bodies stronger. You don't have to worry about this. You just need to help me supervise them every day." Indeed, he used the training method of special forces in the future. This kind of training was very high intensity, and ordinary people could not accept it at all. But for these people who had been soldiers, it was more acceptable. Even if they were not used to it at first, they would slowly accept it. But Du Zidong did not know. He originally thought that the master's method was a bit too powerful, and the guards could not accept it. Hearing this, he was relieved and said faintly, "Master, what you said is reasonable." Zhang Feng took a deep puff of the cigarette and said faintly, "You ask someone to prepare some meat and some hot water. Let these guys eat after they finish running." Du Zidong took a deep look at the wailing guards. For a moment, he was actually envious of these fellows. Not only did the old master treat them well, he even added a bonus to their original wages. This was simply a gift from the heavens. He even wanted to join in. But when he thought of the high-intensity training he had to face every day, his legs couldn't help but tremble. He could only accept the order and leave quietly. "Hurry up for Lao Tzu. Don't dawdle." Zhang Feng glanced at the few guards who were lagging behind and scolded them harshly. He was determined to turn these guys into special forces. Now, they had not even run 2 laps and they were already starting to lose their horses. How could he not be angry? The guards who were lagging behind seemed to know that the master was scolding them. They looked at Zhang Feng bitterly and quickly wiped the sweat on their foreheads. They kept their long tongues and continued to catch up with the runners in front of them. The yard echoed with the guards panting. Their foreheads were sweating like beans and kept pouring down until it fell on their clothes, shoes, and even their feet. Soon, the ground under their feet was wet. The sweat mixed with the fragrance of the soil, emitting a special smell. Zhang Feng's hawk-like eyes looked around at the crowd and kept shouting, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. In the future, this will be your slogan. Every time you run, you must shout it. Your footsteps must follow the slogan. Start shouting now, 1, 2, everyone was already half dead. How could they still have the strength to shout such a nonsense slogan? They stuck out their tongues, and their eyes were a little blurred, as if they were about to faint. Zhang Feng saw that no one reacted and was immediately furious. He was about to reprimand them, but unexpectedly, someone shouted, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a burly man who was running in front wiping the sweat on his forehead. He kept shouting, as if he was using all his strength to shout. It was rough and loud. This person, Zhang Feng, was faintly influenced. He remembered that this person was often guarding the door, but he could not remember his name. He would have to ask later. Thinking about it, he looked deeply at the burly man and was about to say something to boost their morale. Unexpectedly, a series of chaotic howls sounded. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. The voices were made by all the guards. They were already half dead from exhaustion and did not have the strength to shout any slogans. But with the first person starting, it was different. It was as if a ball of fire was ignited in their bodies and they had no choice but to explode. Indeed, Zhang Feng's slogan had a basis, and it had a very strong attachment. As long as the first person took the lead, the people behind him would be infected, and all of them would involuntarily roar. This was equivalent to throwing a spark on a prairie. Originally, the flame was not very big, but it would gradually spread to the surroundings, and in an instant, the fire would become bigger. A single spark could start a prairie fire, and this was the most appropriate way to describe these guards. They did not even know how to open their mouths when their strength was about to be exhausted. In any case, since there was the first person, they would follow and shout. Gradually, their voices became more and more orderly and even louder. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, waves of resounding and loud voices spread throughout the Zhang residence. The servant girls with sharp ears seemed to have heard something and screamed. They pulled their companions and gathered around. In a short moment, the courtyard was filled with servant girls watching. Wow, this is that Ning Xiao. His good friend is manly. Look, he is running in front. If you want to say he is manly, you have to look at Kong Shuang. Look at the bulging muscles all over his body. You can see it even through his clothes. Especially that master who is drenched in sweat. Wow, I can't take it anymore. Help me. Chapter 2014. Look, the two guys you just said were manly are about to be overtaken. Who is that? It's Chang'an. He's about to take the first place. Wow, I declare that Chang'an will be my idol from now on. Look at his muscles, tut tut tut. A large group of maids stood by the old pagoda tree and watched the guards. They pointed at them from time to time and kept commenting on the most manly guard in their hearts. Occasionally, when the guard turned his head, the maids immediately blushed and covered their faces with the handkerchiefs they had prepared, but they were unwilling to leave. It seemed that these maids had been prepared for this. They were a group of fujoshis. Fortunately, the Tang dynasty was open-minded and women had some freedom. In addition, this was the Zhang mansion. Otherwise, a great scholar would have come and scolded them harshly, which was a disgrace to the educated. Not only these maids, but the guards' roars also attracted Zhang Yuyao and Jingshu. However, they were not like the maids. Instead, they went to Zhang Feng and glared at Zhang Feng, as if to say that he only knew how to make trouble all day. Although they were a little angry in their hearts, their eyes were still focused on the guards. From time to time, they used handkerchiefs to cover their shyness. After all, such a scene was very rare, especially in this era. It was as difficult as climbing to the sky to see such a scene. On the other hand, when these guards saw that many maids were watching, they instantly seemed to have taken stimulants. Their faces turned red and their eyes popped out. One by one, they rushed to be the first, for fear that they would be looked down upon by the maids if they fell behind. There were even a few guys who rolled up their sleeves and deliberately showed their muscles as they ran. Immediately, the maids screamed again and again, and their pretty faces were almost bleeding. Especially those who were running in front. They were already sweating a lot, and their clothes should have long been soaked. If you want to get wet, then so be it. Why did you have to deliberately tear your clothes and let out wolf howls? It was as if you were deliberately showing off your muscles. However, to be honest, these guys who tore their clothes did have good figures. In any case, they used to be soldiers. Their muscles were glossy under the contrast of their sweat. Seeing this scene, a few more servant girls couldn't help but scream. They deliberately used their handkerchiefs to cover their faces. When the guards weren't paying attention, they secretly took away their handkerchiefs to take a look. It was as if this could give them great satisfaction. Zhang Feng was a little stunned. He did not expect that the appearance of these maids could stimulate the potential of these guys. Just now, they were half dead, shouting slogans as if they wanted to kill them. Now, when the maids appeared, each one of them was more powerful than if they had taken stimulants. Even the guy who was at the back of the team ran to the front, faintly overtaking the guy who was running in the first place. This was something he did not expect. However, it seemed that there were some benefits. At least it could stimulate the hormones in these guys' bodies, thus stimulating their interest in training. They would not have to train with a bitter face, otherwise, it would be boring. Thinking of this, he looked at the time. It was almost evening. Then, he looked around at the crowd and shouted, "Now, there are 3 laps left. Whoever runs in the first place will be the leader of this team in the future." As soon as these words came out, some people were happy and some were sad. The happy guards thought that they originally still had a few laps left and wanted to show off their muscles in front of this group of infatuated maids. Now that the master suddenly said that there were 3 laps left, they could not show off their muscles. They could not help but feel a little depressed. However, after thinking about it, it seemed that it was not bad to be the leader if they ran first. Besides, there were maids here watching, so they could not drop the ball. Those who were sad were the guys who fell behind. Just now, they only cared about showing off their muscles in front of the infatuated maids. Now, they did not even know where they were falling behind. How could they win the first place? Everyone had different thoughts, but one thing had not changed, and that was to win the first place. Every man had a competitive heart, not to mention that they used to be soldiers. Their competitive hearts were more serious than ordinary people, especially now that there was a large group of infatuated maids beside them. This greatly stimulated the primitive power in their bodies. Their faces were red, the veins on their necks and foreheads were bulging, and their eyes were as big as chestnuts. They kept shouting, as if they were cheering themselves on. "Go, get the first place, I want to be the leader. I can't let the maids see it clearly. Go." With a burst of shouting, everyone kept moving their legs, wishing that they could cross the finish line in one step. The maids at the side also seemed to be infected. They kept screaming and waving the handkerchiefs in their hands, cheering for the men they believed in. "Come on, get the first place, Heartwarming, go." The scream spread throughout the entire Chang'an mansion, and also into the ears of the guards. They instantly felt that the strength they had lost was restored. Their eyes were bloodshot, emitting a bloodthirsty light. They stared at the finish line and kept running, as if they did not feel tired at all. Chapter 2015. Zhang Feng smiled. He was very happy to see this scene. It wasn't that he liked to torture these guys, but he felt that he had found the point where these guys would explode, and that was these servant girls. Just a moment ago, these half-dead people were like dead dogs, but when these servant girls appeared, each one of them seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Each one was braver than the other. Wasn't this the point where these guys would explode? Admittedly, the servant girls were the point where the guards would explode, but they didn't have any malicious thoughts in their hearts. Everything was caused by their pride and competitiveness. The appearance of the servant girls greatly stimulated their competitiveness and pride, which made them display a more courageous side than before. However, although this was a good thing in a sense, these guys wouldn't drop the ball at a crucial time in the future, right? Thinking about it, if there was any danger, these guys wouldn't only save the woman and not the man, right? Hiss, it was a little scary just thinking about it. He had to find a chance to change these guys' bad habits. He couldn't let a woman scream and not stop the car. If that happened, it would be terrible. Just as he was thinking, a series of howls sounded. Ah, Zhang Feng's heart jumped. Could it be that something had happened? He suddenly turned around and saw a burly man half kneeling on the ground with both hands covering his face. He seemed to be crying, but also seemed to be laughing. In any case, it was the kind of half-crying, half-laughing appearance. This person, it seemed to be the Heartwarming that the servant girls had called out. But why was this guy crying? His face darkened and he strode forward. Are you called Heartwarming? Why the F***ck are you crying? There are no cowards in the Zhang residence. If you lose, you lose. If you cry again, get out of Lao Tzu's house. The man named He Quan slowly raised his head when he heard this. The moment he saw Zhang Feng, he laughed again, but didn't say a word. He only cared about wiping the hot tears on his face. This made Zhang Feng's mind go blank. Why the F***ck are you talking? Are you dead? He Quan hurriedly nodded, still smiling. Old master, didn't you just get first place? What's there to be proud of? He glared at He Quan and then looked at Zhang Feng. Master, this old man suddenly sped up when I wasn't paying attention and overtook me. I was supposed to be in first place. Master, please approve. I want to fight him one-on-one. Hearing this, Zhang Feng finally understood. He Quan had gotten first place, and this burly man had gotten second place. He was unhappy and wanted to settle the score now. It was laughable. They were all members of the Zhang family, and yet they still wanted to fight until their faces were red. If word of this got out, where would Lao Tzu put his face? However, he still had to ask about the dispute of the first place. He turned to look at He Quan and said seriously, He Quan, did you sneak away when this guy wasn't paying attention? No. He Quan's face flushed red, feeling as if he had been wronged. He tried his best to explain, Master, when Song Tai was running just now, he looked at the servant girl and even showed off his muscles. He Quan, you're bullshitting. Song Tai's face was red, and his eyes bulged. He reached out his hand and was about to hit He Quan. Fortunately, the guard beside him had quick reflexes and pulled him back, preventing him from being hit. However, he was still unhappy. He waved his hands and shouted. Lao Tzu didn't look at the servant girl. At the side, Zhang Feng felt that his ears were about to explode. Just as he was about to stop him, he felt his cheeks burning as if he was being stared at. He turned his head slowly and saw Zhang Yuyao and Jingshu looking at him with resentment. It was as if they were saying, look at your guard, you only know how to look at the servant girl. Zhang Feng instantly felt that his face had been completely thrown away by these fellows. He touched his blushing cheeks, turned his head and deliberately coughed lightly. He was somewhat unable to stand still because he knew that if he didn't stop them, these fellows would definitely tear down the Zhang residence. Moreover, the way the two girls looked at him was somewhat strange. He hurriedly scolded in a stern voice, all right, all of you stop. The two of them finally stopped after he finished speaking. However, their eyes were still filled with dissatisfaction. They glared at each other as if they wanted to eat each other alive. Song Tai, did you look at the servant girl or not? Zhang Feng looked at Song Tai with a serious face and asked. Song Tai's face was red and he stuttered. Seeing this, Zhang Feng finally understood that this guy was peeking at the servant girl. Just now, he refused to admit it, but now he couldn't say a word. He even wanted to compete with He Quan for the first place. He snorted, Song Tai, you lost the competition because you peeked at the servant girl. What else do you have to say now? Song Tai didn't dare to look at Zhang Feng. He lowered his head and glanced at the servant girls under the old pagoda tree. These servant girls were originally here to watch the fun. When they heard that the master had something to do with them, their hearts were beating fast. When Song Tai looked at them like this, their hearts almost jumped out. They all covered their faces with their handkerchiefs and ran away. Hey, don't look anymore. You scared them away. Chapter 2016. When Zhang Feng saw Song Tai's posture, he knew that this guy was up to no good, so he quickly scolded him. The latter scratched his head and stared at Song Tai angrily before saying, you made a mistake just now. Otherwise, you would have been the first. But you also worked hard. How about this? I'll give you the second place. From now on, you will be under He Quan. After that, Zhang Feng turned to look at He Quan and said with a serious face, from now on, you will be their leader. You will take orders from me directly. Song Tai will be the second leader. You two should not have any more disputes. He Quan originally wanted to be the first. Now that he heard that he was the first, there was nothing to say. As for the dispute between him and Song Tai, it was caused by a moment of dissatisfaction. He usually worked in Zhang Mansion, so how could there be any grudges? He quickly nodded and said, "Thank you, master." Although Song Tai was dissatisfied in his heart, he had to accept this established fact. He said with a sad face, "Thank you, master." Zhang Mansion nodded with satisfaction and looked at the two of them. "Don't let me find out what happened today in the future. Since you are in Zhang Mansion, you must love each other. If you can't do this, you can get out of here." After that, he looked around at the crowd and said with a serious face, "From tomorrow onwards, you must get up at 5 o'clock. Then, with sandbags tied to your legs and steel on your backs, you must run 5 laps around Chang'an city. When you come back, do 200 push-ups, get up at 5 o'clock. My God, isn't it too early? Yes, it's not even dawn at that time." Before he could finish his sentence, the guards howled in unison. Although they just knew the terrible news, no one expected that they would have to get up at 5 o'clock. At that time, it was not even dawn. How could they go out for a run? Even Zhang Yuyao, who was standing at the side, was a little puzzled. What if he ran into danger? She hurriedly advised, "Young Master Zhang, isn't it a little too early?" The moment these words were spoken, all the guards looked at Zhang Yuyao in a different light. In the past, it was respect, but now it was gratitude. This mistress was really good. She knew how to worry about the guards. In contrast, Mistress Jingshu stood to the side without saying a word or pleading for mercy. In fact, it was not that Jingshu did not want to plead on behalf of the guards, but she could understand Prince Zhang. This time, Prince Zhang was going to Jiangnan, so he naturally had to bring some subordinates. He was worried about bringing others, so he could only bring the guards. That was why he strengthened the training to ensure that everyone could be trained into an elite soldier. Although she could not understand Prince Zhang's training methods, she would not say anything. After all, if she interjected at this time, wouldn't that be questioning Prince Zhang? She wasn't that stupid. It was good that Zhang Yuyao was worried about the guards, but in Zhang Feng's eyes, she was meddling in other people's business. However, it was not good to say anything in public. He could only explain seriously, as the saying goes, the best plan of the day is in the morning. Although it is still early, it is the best time of day to train. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at the guards, and his face darkened. "You fellows are used to lazing around in the Zhang residence. Although you used to be soldiers, how many of you still retain the bravery of a soldier? This time, not only do I want to stimulate your courage, I also want to make you into a sharp blade that kills without spilling blood. I have already made the plan. If you want to be a coward, a softy, or a coward, you can say it now. I will not force you. Those who withdraw from the plan can still work in Zhang Manor." Indeed, in the past, these people had been among the top men in the military camp, and the famous Guangzhou men. But once they came out of the military camp, they became lazy. Even if they were not like normal people, they likely had thrown their previous training to the back of their minds. This time, he wanted to stimulate these people's courage on the battlefield. Clearly, these words seemed to be effective. The guards seemed to have been poked at their sore spot. Their recovered eyes bulged again, and the tendons on their necks bulged again. Because of what Old Master had just said, none of them wanted to be a coward, a softy, or a coward. Normal people from Guangzhou would not be able to bear these words, much less these people who had once been soldiers. At this time, they seemed to feel their blood boiling. Their buried souls were waking up. We are not cowards. We want to train, we want to be the strongest. The guards tacitly raised their right fists. Their eyes were red, and they kept shouting. Zhang Feng smiled proudly because he saw what he wanted to see most. Although these guys just shouted a few times, he knew that this might be the key to open the depths of their souls. These guys were finally going to show their fiercest side. His face darkened. He looked around at the crowd and said sternly, "Very well. Since you want to be the strongest, then train according to my method. I promise that you will be reborn in a week and become the bravest warriors of the Tang dynasty. Although you are retired soldiers, you are not bad at all. In my heart, you are the strongest. Chapter 2017. The strongest one, the strongest one. The eyes of the guards were red, and the veins on their necks were clearly visible. This was a declaration that belonged to the retired soldiers. Their blood was boiling, and when they thought of the last words of their dead comrades, they felt as if they had endless energy in their bodies. Zhang Feng smiled with satisfaction and waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Well, I've told you the plan just now. I believe you are hungry, right? Old Du has prepared meat and bathwater for you. Go and take a bath. Thank you, master. Oh, take a bath. Everyone cheered, and their faces were full of excitement after the vow. They wiped the sweat on their bodies and walked to Du Ziding's residence. But at this time, someone shouted, Master, what is the push-up you just said? This voice instantly attracted everyone's footsteps. They stopped and looked at Zhang Feng with a puzzled face. Yes, just now the master only said to do push-up, but he didn't say what it was. How could they do it? Even the two women looked at Zhang Feng with a puzzled face. They thought they were experienced and knowledgeable, but they really didn't understand what push-up was. Especially Jingshu, she had always made friends with high officials and nobles, but she had never heard of push-up. Seeing the puzzled look on everyone's faces, Zhang Feng remembered the push-ups he mentioned before. He hadn't explained it clearly to everyone yet. He deliberately coughed twice and said, Ahem. You guys watch carefully. I'll show you once. With that, he rolled up his sleeves and half-knelt on the ground, ready to start. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuyao came up. She supported Zhang Feng and persuaded, Young master, what are you doing? The ground is so dirty. Why are you kneeling on the ground? She was very puzzled. Prince Zhang said to do push-up. Why was he half-kneeling on the ground? Wasn't he worried about his clothes getting dirty? I'm fine. Don't worry. I'm going to show them. Zhang Feng smiled and waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. He knew that this little girl was worried about him, but he wasn't in any danger. Zhang Yuyao didn't believe it, but since Prince Zhang had said so, she didn't stop him. She turned to look at Jingshu, and the latter gave her a reassuring look. Only then did she stand aside quietly. Now that no one was stopping him, Zhang Feng could finally show off his skills. He lay on the ground and turned his head to glance at the guards. All of you, watch carefully. This is a push-up. The guards were puzzled at first, but when they saw their master's posture, they seemed to have understood something. They looked at each other and revealed a smile that all men understood. That's right. Which man wouldn't know how to do that? I practice every night. It's not like it's that hard. Other than those who were not married yet, who didn't know how to do it. Wouldn't it be fine as long as he had hands? However, it didn't seem right for Master to do this in public, right? Moreover, he did it in front of the two matriarchs. It had to be said that Master was really fierce. At this moment, everyone worshipped Zhang Feng. Zhang Yuyao was puzzled. She didn't know what Prince Zhang's posture was, nor did she know why the guards were laughing. She could only turn to Jingshu and ask for help. Jingshu Mimi, what is Prince Zhang's posture? Also, what are the guards laughing about? Sister, Jingshu hurriedly tugged at Zhang Yuyao's sleeve, indicating that she should stop talking. She blushed and angrily glared at Zhang Feng, who was doing push-ups. Then, she leaned over to Zhang Yuyao's ear and said, That's there. Before she finished listening, Zhang Yuyao felt her ears burning. After a while, her whole face turned red. She shyly glared at Zhang Feng and quickly pulled Jingshu away. Zhang Feng, who was doing push-ups, felt that something was wrong. He glanced in the direction of the two women, but found that the two women had left. He asked with a puzzled expression, Hey, why did you two leave? I was about to show my perfect posture. Zhang Yuyao originally felt that this posture was strange. After hearing Jingshu's explanation, she naturally didn't want to bother with Zhang Feng. However, she felt the gaze behind her. Driven by curiosity, she secretly took a look. Instantly, her face turned red again. Why was Prince Zhang still in that posture? Wasn't it too unsightly? She angrily glared at Zhang Feng, took Jingshu's arm, and walked to the boudoir. As for Jingshu, she didn't have any opinion at all. She just told Sister Yuyao what she knew. Thinking of Sister Yuyao's big reaction, she couldn't blame herself. Watching the two women leave, Zhang Feng was a little confused. He was just doing push-ups. Why were the two women looking at him with disgust? They even glared at him coquettishly. He didn't do anything to let them down, right? For a moment, he doubted life because he knew that the two women had always been very obedient by his side. Why did they suddenly change today? Everything happened too fast, right? Just as he was feeling puzzled, the guy next to him said in a lukewarm tone, "Master, you're quite amazing." N. Zhang Feng frowned and was a little confused. Chapter 2018. What did that mean? Why did it feel weird? It was as if there was a hidden meaning in those words. He turned his head and glanced at it, but he didn't know who said it. He could only ask, who said that just now? What did it mean? Everyone shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know. Indeed, with so many people standing there, no one knew who said it. However, Zhang Feng was getting more and more confused. He turned around and stood up abruptly. He looked at everyone with a puzzled expression. Why did Yuyao and Jingshu leave just now? Also, why are you laughing so strangely? Everyone was silent. They looked at each other and smiled in a way that all men understood. With this smile, Zhang Feng seemed to understand something, but he also didn't seem to understand it. Why were these guys smiling so wretchedly? And it was when he was doing push-ups? He raised his head and recalled the scene of him doing push-ups just now. Suddenly, he seemed to understand something and looked at everyone with a stunned expression. You guys, no wonder you looked at Lao Tzu so strangely. It turns out that you were thinking about that. Everyone tacitly understood and continued to laugh strangely. This angered Zhang Feng. He glared at everyone fiercely. Everyone, 100 push-ups. Hurry up. The guards were a little confused. Wasn't the master fine just now? Why did he change his expression so suddenly? He even wanted them to do push-ups. It wasn't that these push-ups were bad, but they had never done them before. Moreover, this posture didn't seem too elegant, right? They were hesitating whether to do push-ups when Zhang Feng's voice sounded again. Didn't you hear what I said? Hurry up, 100 push-ups per person. This time, everyone didn't dare to hesitate because they realized that the master was really angry. They could only quickly lie on the ground and imitate Zhang Feng's posture just now. Although they weren't used to it at first, after 1 or 2 push-ups, they felt very comfortable, as if all the meridians in their bodies had been opened up. He Quan looked at Zhang Feng excitedly and smiled. Master, your push-ups are amazing. Damn it, you still have the face to smile? Zhang Feng turned his head and glared at He Quan. His eyes were about to spit fire. You bastard, make 200. You're not allowed to eat until you're done. Then, as if he was still angry, he turned his head and glared at Song Tai. And you bastard, were you just laughing at Lao Tzu? Song Tai was stunned. Just as he was about to explain that he didn't say anything, Na Qing thought of Zhang Feng's thunderous voice and said, make 200 of them too. If you don't finish them, you're not allowed to eat. In an instant, Song Tai felt that his life had fallen into a dark phase. He turned his head and glared at He Quan. If it wasn't for this brat, he might not have been implicated. He Quan felt Song Tai's burning gaze and turned his head to look at him. He could feel Song Tai's anger, but he was also a victim. He also felt wronged. He could only give Song Tai a comforting look. He didn't care whether Song Tai accepted it or not. With a bitter face, he did push-ups. Zhang Feng, with his hands behind his back, glanced at everyone angrily. You guys actually dare to make fun of Lao Tzu? It seems that the training given to you is still too little. Tomorrow, you'll run 3 more laps in Chang'an City. Hearing this, everyone's legs trembled. 3 more laps. That would be 8 laps. Wouldn't they be exhausted? Song Tai looked at Zhang Feng with a pleading face. Master, you can't run 8 laps when you wake up at 5 in the morning. Do you want more? Speak if you want, don't stop doing push-ups. Zhang Feng glared at Song Tai and raised his head. He seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, he revealed a malicious smile. You're right. I can't run 8 laps when I wake up at 5 in the morning. Hearing this, Song Tai was delighted. He thought to himself that there was hope. Everyone looked at Zhang Feng with a happy face. They wondered if they should reduce the number of laps. Just as they were daydreaming, Zhang Feng's face changed. His thunderous voice sounded again. If I can't run when I wake up at 5 in the morning, then I'll wake up at 5 in the morning. Anyway, I can't miss any of the 8 laps. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at He Quan and Song Tai. He revealed a malicious smile. He Quan, Song Tai, you two supervise. If there's 1 less lap, the 2 of you will run 10 laps each. Hearing this, He Quan and Song Tai's hearts skipped a beat. Although they enjoyed the treatment of being a leader, they didn't expect the punishment to be so severe. However, thinking about it, when they were in the military camp, the treatment was worse than this. Master's punishment was considered good. After thinking about it, the 2 of them could only bite the bullet and reply, yes, Master. Zhang Feng nodded. He turned around and glanced at everyone. With a serious face, he said, don't think that I'm bullying the weak by making you train. I'm doing this for your own good. At the same time, it's also for my own good. After you retired from the military camp, your muscles and bones have been lazy. This training is to let you pick up the pride of the past. Also, during the time when I go to Chang'an in the future, I need you. Chapter 2019. These words could not be considered impassioned or even motivating, but in the ears of the guards, they became a declaration. Indeed, they had all been soldiers. After leaving the military camp, their lives were more or less lazy, but this was not what they wanted. The environment was like this, and they had no choice. Now, since the old master was interested, how could they let him down? Which retired soldier did not want to return to their former glory? There was no one who did not want to, including them. Furthermore, in the future, they would go to Chang'an to protect the old master. Thinking of this, waves of energy seemed to burst forth from within their bodies. Thus, at this moment, their hearts seemed to resonate. Their eyes were red as they said in unison, yes, old master. Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction. He had finally managed to ignite the spirit of this group of people. This way, he wouldn't have to chase after them and force them to train in the future. This was because he knew that the self-discipline of soldiers was very strong. As long as there was a good start, the next step would be a continuous cycle that couldn't be stopped. After the rising passion, Zhang Feng waved his hand to indicate for everyone to leave. After running for so long, this group of people had long been hungry. As expected, when they received the old master's order to disperse, these people were like hungry tigers hunting for food, heading straight for the kitchen. If it was not for the meat prepared for these people earlier, the kitchen would probably be in chaos. Zhang Feng actually liked to see this kind of scene because the more lively the guards were, the less dangerous it would be to go to Chang'an in the future. This was undoubtedly a good thing. As for how much these people could eat, was this not a small matter? Could the Zhang mansion be eaten by these people? The weather in Guangzhou was like a baby face, changing quickly. The sun had just set in the west, and in a short while, it was dark. There was not much activity at night, so Zhang Feng burrowed into his blankets and did not care about anything. In any case, those people were managed by He Quan and Song Tai, so there should not be any problems. Furthermore, if there was a problem, he would find those 2 people. The originally dry air soon became moist, and a large amount of fog rose up, covering this 1,000-year-old ancient capital with a mysterious veil. Of course, the Zhang residence was no exception. The entire residence seemed to be wrapped in fog. Except for the few bright lanterns, the entire residence seemed incomparably mysterious. The servant on night patrol paced back and forth in the manner with a lantern in his hand. His hands were raised, and from time to time, he would exhale a few breaths in an attempt to alleviate the bone-piercing cold. Squeaking sounds came from the ground. These were the leaves of the old locust tree that were blown down by the cold wind. Under the servants' feet, they were like bursts of music, crisp and melodious. Winter was originally a cold season, and the cold brought a lot of inconvenience to people. However, it also had a beautiful and lovely side, because it could temper people's willpower and make them more tenacious and indomitable. At this moment, the lights in the guards' room were already turned on, and the figures were getting ready to get out of bed. Most of them were still active. After all, the self-discipline of soldiers could not be underestimated. However, there were still a few guys who were unwilling to get up, as if they were sealed in a blanket. This made Yi Quan's head hurt. He was originally the leader of this troop, and could be considered to be in charge of these fellows. Now that it was time for training, these fellows actually did not want to get up. This was simply not giving him any face. What was even more infuriating was that old master had previously instructed these fellows to still laze in bed. This was simply a slap to old master's face. He really could not hold it in any longer. He pointed at those fellows who were lazing in bed and scolded them to their faces. "You bastards, what a waste of old master giving you such good training resources. You actually dare to laze in bed? Do you want to die? Do you believe that Lao Tzu will end you right now? Motherf asterisk Ker, hurry up and get up for Lao Tzu." The corner of Song Tai's mouth twitched when he heard this. He had never seen Yi Quan so angry before. Even when the two of them quarreled yesterday, it was not like this. It seemed that this fellow wanted to show off his might. No, he was still the second in command. He could not let this fellow gain the upper hand. As he thought about this, he glared at those fellows who were lazing in bed and started scolding, "You bastards, hurry up and get up for Lao Tzu, do you hear me?" As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and was ready to get started. This gave those fellows who were lazing in bed a huge fright. They originally wanted to laze in bed for a while and get up immediately. After all, they did not dare to disobey old master's orders. Moreover, they were also soldiers, and this was common knowledge. Who would have thought that these two leaders would turn hostile and still want to get started? They could only hurriedly beg for mercy. "Get up immediately, get up immediately. Leaders, please don't be angry." As they spoke, everyone hurriedly got up from their beds. They quickly put on their clothes and stood in a row. It was unknown whether they were preparing to scold them or to admit their mistakes. Seeing this, Yi Quan smiled slightly. He secretly felt a burst of joy. He secretly praised himself for his might, but his face was stern. He swept his gaze across everyone and said in a thunderous voice, "You fellows, it seems that you are used to lazing around. It's the first day of training and you are already lazing in bed. Is it because old master is not here that you are slacking off?" Chapter 2020. Everyone looked at Yi Quan with hidden bitterness. They wanted to say something but hesitated. They wanted to explain that it was still early, but on second thought, this explanation didn't seem to be of much use, so they simply didn't say anything. But in Yi Quan's eyes, it was different. He thought they were not satisfied, so he said sternly, "Don't King cover it up. Now that old master is not here, I will give the order on behalf of old master. Because Yurong, Wen Jindo, and the others were lazing in bed, everyone will be doubled." As the leader personally appointed by old master, he naturally had to take responsibility. This point, he knew from the first day he entered the military camp. When the superior was not around, the subordinates had to take full responsibility. Now old master was the superior, and he was the subordinate. Now that the subordinates made a mistake, naturally everyone would be punished. He was no exception. This was the consciousness of a soldier. Everyone present used to be soldiers, so they naturally knew this. They usually played around and even joked with old master, but at this moment, they all became serious. Because they knew that old master had created these powerful training methods for them. They could not let him down. Moreover, they also knew that in the future, they would go to Chang'an to protect old master. Therefore, at this moment, they seemed to resonate with each other. Without exception, they became serious. No one complained about He Quan's punishment, because this was their collective honor. If one person made a mistake, everyone would be punished. Even Song Tai, who had always been prejudiced against He Quan, was shocked at this moment. He realized that he could not recognize this guy. Don't be fooled by his usual sloppiness. At the critical moment, he was like a different person. He had the demeanor of a general. He even felt that he was not as good as this guy. He Quan did not know that this enemy would praise him. He glanced at everyone seriously and shouted, "Everyone, let's go. Start running around Chang'an City." As soon as these words came out, everyone's body shook. They felt as if their former glory had returned. At this moment, it was as if they were in the military camp. Their eyes bulged, and they shouted in unison, "Yes." As soon as they finished speaking, they all ran out of the door. Dong dong dong, the orderly footsteps echoed throughout the Zhang mansion, attracting the attention of the guards who were patrolling at night. They looked at the guards with admiration. In fact, they wanted to join in yesterday, but they knew their physical fitness, so they could only watch and sigh. The sound of footsteps gradually faded away. The guards had already left the mansion. At this time, the sky was just beginning to brighten, and the air was filled with a thick fog. It was impossible to see a person clearly from a mile away. However, the guards did not give up. They shouted and ran towards Chang'an Main Street despite the dampness on their bodies. 1-2. 1-2-1, his voice was loud and clear, spreading to the depths of Chang'an Avenue. It was unknown whether the sound was magical or not, but as soon as it spread, many people on the streets of Chang'an turned on their lights. After a while, wooden doors were pulled open, and many people came out of their houses. Some of them were carrying carts, and some were pushing carts. They were the people of Chang'an who were doing business. Among them were peddlers like Huzi and Juzi. As soon as they stepped out of the door, they all looked towards the direction of the roar as if they had agreed to do so. However, the fog was too thick and they couldn't see anything. They could only vaguely hear the roar, which confused them. They looked at each other and started to discuss spiritedly. Where is this sound coming from? Why are you still shouting? Who the hell knows? But looking at the direction, it seems to be coming from the Zhang mansion. Don't worry so much. Isn't it good to have this sound? Everyone woke up early. In another 15 minutes, the fog will disperse. Right now, going to grab a good spot to set up a stall is the most important thing. What's the use of discussing that sound? These words instantly reminded everyone. They nodded and hurriedly picked up the carts on the ground. Some women pulled their women, some children pulled their children, and they walked towards the stall they had their eyes on. The men moved the chairs, and the children helped set up the tents. Sometimes, the large men at the side would come over to help. Businessmen were like this. Today, I helped you, and tomorrow, you might help me. Especially the large men of Guangzhou. They emphasized simplicity. Only by helping each other could they develop in the long run. After a while, sheds were erected one after another. Right now, it was winter. The common people basically sold wontons, fermented glutinous rice, steamed buns, and other things with hot soup. These large men were not an exception. Once the sheds were set up, they started to boil the soup. As they did so, they shouted. Although there weren't many passers-by on the road, they were already used to this kind of method. They would make a name for themselves early on so that the returning customers would know that they had opened a stall. There was another point, and that was if there were people not far away, it was very likely that they were from the Zhang residence. As long as they heard their voices, these people might come over later. The fog slowly dissipated, and the chants not far away grew louder. This caused Huzi to become alert because he knew that business was about to come. He didn't have a shed, so he could only carry the carts and shout, "Fermented glutinous rice, fermented glutinous rice." Chapter 2021. Who was he? How dare you steal business from Lao Tzu? It was a big man who spoke. He and Huzi were from the same village. According to seniority, Huzi had to call him uncle. They often went out to sell food together, but coincidentally, they both sold fermented glutinous rice. So they made an agreement that one of them would set up the stall, and the other would take the responsibility to sell fermented glutinous rice separately. Hu Zi was young, so he was undoubtedly the one who took the responsibility. But this guy actually sold fermented glutinous rice in front of his uncle? Wasn't this a bad business? How could he agree? Hu Zi seemed to know the taboo, so he smiled innocently and said, "Second uncle, I'm sorry. I'll go over there to sell." While speaking, he ran to the opposite side, but his eyes were still fixed on the source of the sound, because he heard that there seemed to be a lot of people who made the sound. If second uncle didn't have enough fermented glutinous rice later, he would go and sell it. As he was thinking, a group of people came into his sight. They were a group of big men with bulging muscles and fierce eyes. If it weren't for the fact that this was Chang'an city, he would have run away. This group of guys was too tall and intimidating. However, he was not worried at all, because he saw that these guys' clothes were printed with a big Zhang character. They were indeed people from Zhang Mansion. He was wild with joy and hurried to greet them with the cart. "Gentlemen, please give me a bowl of fermented glutinous rice." He didn't care at all why these guys were running here early in the morning. He was carrying steel plates on his back and sandbags on his feet. What he cared about most at the moment was to make these guys buy his fermented glutinous rice. The surrounding people who sold steamed buns, wontons, and fermented glutinous rice were a little unhappy when they saw the situation, especially second uncle, who secretly scolded Hu Zi for being unfilial and selling fermented glutinous rice. Although they despised Hu Zi a million times in their hearts, they also knew that this was their source of income, so they kept shouting at Hequan and the others. "Sir, fermented glutinous rice, the best fermented glutinous rice, steamed buns, one is worth two. Sir, come and have a look." No matter how loud the crowd's voices were, Hequan didn't seem to be too interested. He just glanced at them. However, the people behind him couldn't stand it anymore. Looking at the white steamed buns and scalding wontons, their saliva was about to drip out. However, without the boss's permission, they didn't dare to go up. They were enforcing military discipline now. If they weren't careful, they might be punished again. Song Tai actually had the same thoughts as everyone else. He also wanted to go up and get some fermented rice wine. After all, they hadn't eaten for a whole night. Besides, they had been running for so long. Everyone's stomachs were already shriveled. If it was a normal day, he would have already gone up and drank it. However, it was the training period now. Old Master had just appointed the training plan. As the second in command of the team, he naturally couldn't take the lead and commit a crime. Besides, he was very impressed with Hequan this morning. When Hu Zi saw that these guys were unmoved, he had an idea. He quickly opened the jar, and the aroma of fermented glutinous rice instantly spread out. The whole street could clearly smell it. When the guards smelled the aroma, they didn't feel good. They were already hungry. Now that Hu Zi deliberately opened the lid of the fermented glutinous rice wine, they immediately felt their legs go soft. However, without the boss's permission, even if they were hungry, they didn't dare to stop. Thus, everyone looked at Hequan with a pleading face. Hequan suddenly trembled. He seemed to feel the burning gazes behind him. He secretly glanced at them. When he saw the pleading look on everyone's faces, he knew that these guys were really hungry. In fact, he was already hungry. However, as the leader of the team and also shouldered the heavy responsibility of Old Master, he felt that he couldn't be so reckless. At least, he had to respect the majority's wishes. Now that everyone was hungry, there was no harm in drinking a bowl. Thinking about it, he turned his head and glanced at the fermented glutinous rice wine in Hu Zi's hand. The white glutinous rice wine came into view. He could clearly smell the fermented rice wine. He instantly felt saliva secreting in his mouth. Swallowing his saliva, he suddenly raised his head. "Stop." Everyone was overjoyed and quickly stopped in their tracks. Hequan turned around and glanced at everyone. He said seriously, "Originally, this is training. We shouldn't be eating, but, all right. Great leader you see that all of us are starving. Why don't we eat first? Song Tai couldn't stand it anymore. He looked at Huzi's fermented glutinous rice wine and complained to Hequan. He was indeed hungry. He didn't think that this guy would let everyone eat. But if he wanted to eat, just eat. Why did he have to make such a long speech? Obviously, Song Tai's words attracted everyone's goodwill. They nodded and signaled Hequan to stop talking nonsense. Eating was the most important thing. After being snubbed, Hequan didn't waste any more time. He simply waved his hand, "Let's go eat." Everyone cheered. They didn't care about their impression of him and ran towards the stall. Chapter 2022. The vendors had been waiting for this moment. The wontons in the pot had already been put into the pot, and the fermented glutinous rice was almost heated up. Now that so many people had come, they immediately opened the pot. They set up chairs and stirred the food in the pot happily. "Dear guests, please wait for a moment. It will be ready soon. Come, please sit here. The fermented glutinous rice is here. 2 steamed buns." For a moment, the shouting spread through the streets of Chang'an. A large group of 50 people sat on the street. They drank the fermented glutinous rice and ate the steamed buns. At this moment, they had nothing else to ask for. Just as they were eating heartily, a scream came from not far away. "Hey, isn't this Hequan? Why are you here? And Song Tai, why are you 2 old men here? Why is there such a large group?" Hequan and Song Tai looked in the direction of the voice and saw a group of 10 people slowly walking towards them. There were many old faces among them. They hurried to greet them. "Zhouji, Changshi, why are you 2 here?" The man called Zhouji laughed and patted Hequan on the shoulder. He said, "I'm taking everyone down the mountain to buy something. What about you? Why are you bringing so many people? Are you here to drink fermented glutinous rice?" As he spoke, he glanced at the guards who were drinking fermented glutinous rice with a trace of contempt. In fact, he knew these people. They used to be soldiers together. After they retired, they were assigned to work under Zhang Feng. He was a guard at the academy and thought that he was better than these guys in front of him. Indeed, people in this era had the view that all things were inferior and only education was superior. Guards at the academy were definitely better than guards at other places, not to mention those in the forging workshop and the textile factory. Hequan saw all this. Although he usually played with his brothers, he could not be looked down upon by this guy. He clapped his hands and glanced at Zhouji and the others contemptuously. "You know nothing. This is the training method that the master specially developed for us. He said that it would make us return to the peak of the army. It would be a piece of cake for us to defeat the general, what?" Zhouji suddenly stood up from his stool and stared at Hequan with his eyes wide open. "Are you telling the truth?" He was also a soldier. He knew that retired soldiers would slowly become lazy and their strength would not be able to keep up with active soldiers. Therefore, he often thought about how to recover his strength. However, without the systematic training of the military camp, it was impossible. Now, this guy, Hequan, actually said that the old master could make people return to their peak. How could they not be excited? He had no doubts at all, because he believed that his master could definitely do it. What a joke, his master could even ascend to the heavens, how could he not be able to do such a small thing? How could this be? Hequan looked at Zhouji with a playful expression. He seemed to enjoy this feeling very much. He took off the steel plates on his body and waved the sandbag on his leg. With a proud expression, he said, "Open your dog eyes and look. This is Master's secret weapon." "What?" Zhouji stared at the thing in front of him with his eyes wide open. He used to be a soldier and had seen people train while wearing sandbags, but he had never seen anyone train while wearing steel plates. Could it really be the Master's secret weapon? Hiss. He could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. If he could get this secret weapon or join Hequan and the others, he might be able to return to his peak. Thinking about this, he changed his attitude and said with a pleading expression, He Quan, we are all good brothers. Tell us about your training methods. These words also reminded the people behind him. They were still immersed in the master's training methods. Now that they heard Zhou Ji's words, they instantly understood. That's right, since the master's training methods were so powerful, he should also give them a copy. They all looked at He Quan and begged, He Quan, no, big brother He, ancestor He, can you tell us about the master's training methods? He Quan had a proud smile on his face. He thought to himself, who told you to look down on Lao Tzu just now? Why are you kneeling and licking his boots now? In fact, there was a moment when he wanted to tell them about the training methods. Firstly, he wanted to take down these people's arrogance. Secondly, he wanted them to have a taste of this bitter training method. But on second thought, this was the training method that the master had made for the guards of the Zhang residence. Why should he tell them about it? Moreover, these people were not good people. When he was a soldier, they bullied him a lot. So, he could not tell them about it. Thinking about this, he glanced at the guards of the Zhang residence. Then, he looked at Zhou Ji and said proudly, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but this is the master's method. We cannot reveal it. Moreover, the master is going to Chang'an soon. What? The master is going to Chang'an? The people behind Zhou Ji all exclaimed. This could be said to be the most important news they had heard. The master was going to Chang'an? No wonder the master wanted to train these people. This was probably to prepare for his trip to Chang'an. Chapter 2023. But why didn't their master tell them that he was going to Chang'an? Couldn't they protect their master? Their competitive hearts were born one by one. At this moment, they had already decided to learn this training method. Even if it wasn't for themselves, they had to do it for their master. What if their master went to Chang'an without anyone to protect him? He Quan didn't know this and was still bragging, master is going to Chang'an. When he goes, we have to guard. The stall owners next to him were shocked when they heard this and quickly discussed it with the people around them. Just now, the guard of Zhang Mansion said that Prince Zhang is leaving? Yes, I also heard about it. Why do you think Prince Zhang is going to Chang'an? I heard that it's for some perfume. I wonder when he's leaving. As they spoke, everyone once again looked at He Quan, because they knew that the news that the guards of the Zhang Mansion could send out would definitely not be wrong. Young Master Zhang's departure was definitely a piece of heavy news. Sure enough, He Quan spoke with assurance again. Master said that he will leave by the end of the year at the latest. This time, not only did Zhou Ji and the others exclaim, but the surrounding vendors also couldn't sit still. This was because young Master Zhang had done them a great favor before. It could even be said that he was their second parent. Many of the people present had become rich because of young Master Zhang, and some had become rich because of young Master Zhang's craftsmanship. Now that they heard that young Master Zhang was leaving, the first thing they wanted to do was to see him. Thinking of this, the stall owners hurriedly began to pack up their chairs without waiting for He Quan and the others to finish eating. This caused the group of guards to be dumbfounded. They hurriedly asked, we haven't finished eating yet. Why are you packing up? The vendor hurriedly packed up his stall and said without turning his head, I'm going to see young Master Zhang. The guards were even more confused and asked again, why do you want to see our master? Prince Zhang is leaving. If you don't see him, you won't be able to make it. The stall owner was a little impatient. As he packed up, he urged the guards, hurry up and leave. I won't charge you today. As they spoke, the peddlers packed up their furniture, supported each other, and ran to Zhang Mansion in twos and threes. The guards were dumbfounded. Just now, they said that the master was leaving, but they didn't say that he was leaving now. Did these guys need to be in such a hurry? However, this might be a good thing. At least it showed the importance of the old master in the hearts of the people of Chang'an. Once they heard that he was leaving, they all went to visit him. He Quan didn't care about this. He was still thinking about training. He glanced at everyone and said, line up and continue training. After that, he looked at Zhou Ji and sneered, do you still want to follow us? Initially, Zhou Ji wanted to follow He Quan. However, after hearing what He Quan said, he immediately changed his mind. If he followed this guy, he would lose face. It was better to look for master and join the training as soon as possible. Also, he had to inform some of the forging workshops and textile factories to come over. Thinking of this, he casually replied, "No, next time." With that, he turned around and left. He Quan glanced at Zhou Ji's back and turned to look at everyone. "Continue with the training. Let's run." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone started to move forward again. At this moment, a sedan chair swayed over. The curtain of the sedan chair was pulled open and a middle-aged man stuck his head out. It was Zhang Sun Wuji, who was preparing to go to court. He glanced at the group in the distance and said to the servant, "What were those people shouting just now? Also, who are they?" The servant frowned slightly and glanced into the distance. After a long time, he said, "Master, they seem to be from Zhang Mansion. As for the number they were shouting, it seemed to be 12121. Zhang Mansion's people?" Zhang Sun Wuji frowned and stroked his beard. He muttered to himself, "What is this Fengzi up to now?" He thought for a while but still couldn't figure it out. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go to court." The servant nodded and looked deeply at the departing figure. Then, he ordered the sedan chair bearers to go to the palace. There were no obstacles along the way. Zhang Sun Wuji soon arrived at the palace. At this moment, quite a number of imperial officials were already waiting outside the main hall. Zhang Sun Wuji went up to exchange some pleasantries with Wei Zheng and the others. A moment later, the door was pulled open. A strong man stood at the door and shouted with a sharp voice, "All officials present for an audience." The officials didn't hesitate and walked to the main hall together. As soon as they stood still, Li Shimin walked out in his dragon robe. He sat on the dragon throne and looked down at the officials. "Officials, I have something to report." A grand scribe bowed and came forward. "Your Majesty, recently the military supplies have run out. Your Majesty, please allocate more supplies. In addition, a lot of military equipment is damaged. Your Majesty, please send people to repair it." Hearing these things that required money, Li Shimin felt a headache. Originally, the Tang dynasty was considered rich, but when money was used on the military, it felt like no amount of money was enough. Food, clothes, daily necessities, and so on, everything was several times more expensive than the expenses of ordinary people. However, he couldn't refuse. He had to bite the bullet and replied, "For the supplies, go to the Ministry of Revenue. For the equipment, go to the Ministry of Works." Chapter 2024. Speaking of this, he suddenly remembered something. He asked the Ministry of Works to repair the burned West Market and East Market in Chang'an City. He wondered how they were doing. Thinking of this, he glanced at the officials. "Where is the Minister of Works?" As soon as he finished speaking, a man in his 50s stood up. He was the Minister of Works, Duanluan. Duanluan stepped forward and bowed. "Your Majesty, I am here." Li Shimin nodded slightly and said seriously, "Minister Duan, I suddenly remembered something. How is the West Market and East Market that I asked you to repair?" The corner of Duanluan's mouth twitched. Last time when the West Market and East Market of Chang'an City were burned, His Majesty did order the Ministry of Works to repair them. But how could the Ministry of Works have the money to repair them? So it had been delayed until now. Why did His Majesty suddenly think of this? It was all because of the Grand Scribe. If he had not reported, why would His Majesty suddenly think of this? Thinking of this, he turned around and glared at the Grand Scribe. The poor Grand Scribe was confused. He did not know what had happened. He had only reported some military matters. Why was the Minister of Works glaring at him? Although he was confused, he did not dare to say anything. Because Duanluan's position was higher than his, he could only put on a smiling face. Duanluan was even angrier. He thought the Grand Scribe was laughing at him. He was so angry that he could guarantee that if it were not for the court, he would have beaten this guy up. But at this moment, Li Shimin's dignified voice sounded again. Minister Duan, why are you not saying a word? Duan Luan was shocked. He slowly turned his head and looked at Li Shimin with trembling eyes. He did not know what to say. Li Shimin seemed to have noticed something. He frowned and said with dissatisfaction, Minister Duan, have you not repaired them? Hearing this, Duan Luan's legs went weak. He did not care about anything else. He quickly knelt on the ground and shouted, Your Majesty, please forgive me. Seeing this, the other Ministry of Works officials behind him did not dare to hesitate. They quickly knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness. As expected. Li Shimin sneered. These bastards really did not repair them. No wonder he dallied for so long. He snorted and said, Why wasn't it repaired? Duan Luan didn't reply immediately. Instead, he secretly glanced at Dai Zhou. Dai Ren shuddered, feeling a bad premonition, but he couldn't put his finger on it, so he coughed twice and pretended to be calm. On the other hand, Duan Luan trembled as he raised his head to look at Li Shimin. He said softly, Your Majesty, it's not that the Ministry of Works doesn't want to repair it. It's just that we don't have the money or the workers. No money? No workers? Li Shimin's mouth twitched. He felt that his intelligence had been insulted. He could believe that the Ministry of Works did not have money, but how could they not have workers? Then what was the use of such a large Ministry of Works? He suddenly stood up and glared at Duan Luan. Duan Luan, do you think I'm easy to fool? How could the Ministry of Works not have money? What was even more ridiculous was that there were no workers. Do you know what the crime of deceiving the monarch is? This subject doesn't dare to deceive the monarch. Duan Luan broke out in cold sweat and his legs began to tremble. Your Majesty, the Ministry of Works has been repairing the inside and outside of the palace, as well as the barracks, the residences of the emperors and ministers. Normally, they should receive a lot of money, but there are still many debts that haven't been settled. This is why they can't make ends meet. The Ministry of Works has long run out of money to repair the west and east markets. Li Shimin was startled. He didn't think that there would be such a thing. Indeed, other than repairing the inside and outside of the palace, the Ministry of Works would also repair the barracks for the ministers. This way, they could earn some money and wouldn't empty the national treasury. The wages of the Ministry of Works workers would also increase. But he didn't think that the Ministry of Works still had debts that hadn't been collected. If that was the case, did he blame this fellow wrongly? He deliberately coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment and said, Then why didn't you borrow money from the Minister of Revenue, Dai Zhou? Here it came. Dai Zhou trembled and felt a chill run down his spine. He faintly remembered something. Duan Luan had once come to him to borrow money, but he didn't lend him any. Now that the emperor suddenly asked, this old fellow wouldn't reveal it, right? No wonder this old fellow looked at him strangely just now. So it was here. With that thought, he narrowed his eyes and turned to look at Duan Luan. Duan Luan spoke again, Your Majesty, this subject went to Minister Dai last time, but Minister Dai said that he didn't have any money. Li Shimin frowned slightly and turned to look at Dai Zhou. He asked with a puzzled expression, Beloved official Dai, the Ministry of Revenue doesn't have any money? Dai Zhou was slightly taken aback and hurriedly stepped forward. He bowed and said, Your Majesty, it's not that this subject doesn't want to lend money to Minister Duan, but the Ministry of Revenue doesn't have much savings. Moreover, Minister Duan didn't explain clearly last time, so this subject thought that he was joking, so, as he spoke, he smiled awkwardly, this subject is also powerless. Hearing this, Li Shimin understood. Duan Luan probably really didn't have any extra money, so he went to borrow money from Dai Zhou. Dai Zhou didn't lend him money for various reasons. It could be that he didn't have enough money, or he deliberately didn't lend him money. But none of this was important. Since Dai Zhou didn't lend him money, he naturally had his own reasons. Chapter 2025. But the burned West Market and East Market still needed to be repaired. Thinking about this, Li Shimin looked at Duan Luan and Dai Zhou and said seriously, I don't care if you have money or not, but the West Market and East Market still need to be repaired. You two have to figure it out yourselves. After that, he glanced at the officials. Is there anything else you want to report? If not, you can leave now. The officials looked at each other and stepped forward as if they had reached some kind of agreement. Farewell, Your Majesty. Li Shimin nodded and left. The officials got up and prepared to leave the palace one after another, especially Dai Zhou. He wanted to slip away as soon as he got up because His Majesty just asked him and Duanluan to repair the West Market and East Market together. This was a joke. He was the Minister of Revenue, not the Ministry of Works. He was not that stupid to ask him to participate in this for money. Thinking about this, he quickened his pace. But at this moment, he heard a voice behind him. Minister Dai. The voice made Dai Zhou's heart jump. He knew it was his enemy Duanluan without looking. Even though he wanted to leave as soon as possible, he had to turn around and smile. Minister Duan, what's the matter? Duanluan's mouth twitched. He cursed this old man in his heart. Just now, His Majesty said that he wanted to repair the West Market and East Market. Now he was asking what was the matter. But on second thought, he could understand this guy. Because the Ministry of Works often repaired things, he didn't have enough money or owed money. So he went to the Ministry of Revenue to borrow money. In the past, Dai Zhou welcomed him with a good face and would lend him some money. Now that he went frequently, he was lucky not to be scolded. But now it was His Majesty's order. He didn't believe that this guy wouldn't pay. Thinking about this, he sneered and said, Minister Dai, you can't just leave like this. His Majesty just asked us to repair the West Market and East Market. Hearing that he needed money, Dai Zhou's face fell. The Ministry of Revenue had allocated a lot of money to support the Battle of Chiotsi. He didn't lend money to this old man last time, and he was still holding a grudge. Dai Zhou waved his sleeve and said angrily, no money. You, Duanluan pointed at Dai Zhou, his face flushed red, unable to speak. The last time he went to borrow money from these old fellows, they didn't give him any face. Originally, he thought that since His Majesty had given the order this time, he should be able to borrow money. Who would have thought that this fellow would still be so stingy? He said angrily, this time, it was His Majesty who ordered you to find a way to repair the eastern and western markets. Are you not going to listen to His Majesty's words? Of course, Your Majesty's words must be obeyed. Dai Ren cupped his hands in the direction of the palace. Then, he looked at Duanluan and snorted coldly, do you think that money is dirt? You can have as much as you want. My Ministry of Revenue also needs to make a living. Where would I get the money to give you? There was nothing wrong with this statement, but it sounded different in Duanluan's ears. This was because the last time they went to borrow money from Dai Zhou, not only did they not succeed, but they also got snubbed. In addition, the relationship between the two of them was not very good. They were the kind of enemies. When he heard this, Duanluan felt that the other party was targeting him. He immediately strode forward and pointed at Dai Zhou's nose and scolded, Dai Zhou, Minister Duan, shut up. Zhang Sun Wuji quickly stepped forward. He was about to leave the palace, but when he heard these two fellows arguing, he had to come back. After pulling Duanluan down, he said with a serious face, Minister Duan, isn't it just money? Why are you arguing? He also heard it clearly in the imperial court just now. It was nothing more than the matter of repairing the eastern and western markets. Duanluan flicked his sleeves and suppressed the anger in his heart. He looked at Zhang Sun Wuji seriously, Lord Zhang Sun, you don't know. This fellow Dai Zhou is unwilling to pay for the repairs. Just now, His Majesty clearly asked me to repair with him, but this fellow is unwilling to pay at all. All right, Zhang Sun Wuji patted Duanluan's shoulder, then looked at Dai Zhou and said with a serious face, Minister Dai, why are you unwilling to pay? This is what His Majesty said before. Have you forgotten? Dai Zhou smiled bitterly, Lord Zhang Sun, it's not that I'm unwilling to pay, but the Ministry of Revenue doesn't have much money to begin with. In addition, we support the Battle of Chiotsi. How can we have extra money to repair the eastern and western markets? Aren't you making things difficult for me? When Zhang Sun Wuji heard this, he frowned slightly. He had once been the Minister of Revenue and naturally knew about the situation in the Ministry of Revenue. He could guess whether Dai Zhou was telling the truth or not. In history, wars were the most costly, especially the Battle of Chiuzi. Thinking, he turned to look at Duanluan. Minister Duan, what do you think? Duanluan didn't answer. He just thought that this fellow Dai Zhou was unwilling to pay, but after listening to the conversation between Zhangsun Wuji and Duanluan, he found that he could understand Dai Zhou a little. However, understanding was one thing. The eastern and western markets still needed to be repaired. After all, this was His Majesty's order, and he didn't dare to disobey. After thinking about it, he cupped his hands and said, Lord Zhangsun, I was wrong just now, but the repairs of the eastern and western markets were ordered by His Majesty. This official doesn't dare to disobey. Chapter 2026. Zhangsun Wuji smiled bitterly. He was a little regretful now. Why did he jump out to be the peacemaker? Not only did he not get any benefits, but he also got himself into trouble. Duanluan had no money to repair the east and west city, and neither did Dai Zhou. He couldn't possibly pay for it, right? While he was distressed, a figure popped up in his mind. Feng Zi. Feng Zi had a big family and business, and there were so many students in the academy. Maybe he could take on this job. Besides, there was no harm in this job. It could also be a good practice for the students. Thinking of this, he glanced at the two and said with a smile, you two don't have to worry. One of you can solve the crisis of the East and West City. Who? Dai Zhou and Duanluan said in unison. Now the two of them were basically grasshoppers tied to the same rope. They were bound together for good or ill. Naturally, they were looking forward to it. Zhangsun Wuji was very satisfied with their reaction. He smiled and said, Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng? Duanluan frowned slightly. He was a little confused. How could Zhang Feng solve the crisis of the East and West City? But soon, he understood something. Zhang Feng had the academy, and there were a lot of students in the academy. Before entering the academy, Zhang Feng had promised these students that if they didn't have a good job in the future, they could enter the Ministry of Works or the Ministry of Revenue. Moreover, this guy had a big family business. If Zhang Feng was willing to help, then the East and West City could be repaired immediately. Dai Zhou naturally understood. Zhang Feng didn't dare to say anything else, but he had a lot of money. If he was willing to take out a little money, then the repair of the East and West City could be immediately filled. But, how could this guy be willing to take out the money? He turned to look at Zhangsun Wuji and said with a puzzled face, Lord Zhangsun, you are right. But how could Zhang Feng be willing to take out the money? Duanluan nodded. He had the same feeling. Wasn't it a fool's dream to ask someone to take out the money for no reason? Zhangsun Wuji smiled. Although these two old fellows were slick and sly when it came to officialdom, why were they suddenly enlightened at this time? He glanced at the two of them and said mysteriously, the academy? Doesn't he have students? Duanluan instantly understood something. Zhang Feng had promised his students that they could enter the Ministry of Revenue or the Ministry of Works after they graduated. And now, he was the Minister of Works. If he were to negotiate with Zhang Feng, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? He smiled proudly and said, Thank you, Lord Zhangsun, for your guidance. I will go and find Zhang Feng now. With that, he strode out of the door. Dai Zhou? What Dai Zhou? They already had Zhang Feng. What use would a mere Dai Zhou have? Wasn't this guy in charge of the Ministry of Revenue? As long as he had Zhang Feng's money, Dai Zhou's money was not important. Besides, this old man had no money. While thinking, Duanluan's steps became more presumptuous. But Dai Zhou was not happy. His Majesty had already given the order. Why did this guy run away? He could not let this guy take all the benefits alone. He said to Zhangsun Wuji and hurriedly followed Duanluan's footsteps. Looking at Duanluan and Dai Zhou's backs, Zhangsun Wuji felt a little regretful. He felt that he had cheated Feng Zi. The renovation of the East and West Market was a matter for the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue. How could they drag Feng Zi into this? But this was not a bad thing. Feng Zi was just giving some money. He hoped that these two fellows would not expose him when they went to Feng Zi. Otherwise, he would become a sinner. Feng Zi, the old man did this for your own good. Please forgive him. After comforting himself, Zhang Sun Wuji walked to the imperial study. They did not speak along the way. Soon, they arrived at the imperial study. Zhang Sun Wuji walked straight in. He saw Li Shimin sitting on the dragon throne and reviewing memorials. He even held a cigarette but in one hand. He looked very comfortable. Zhang Sun Wuji hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his hands. Your Majesty. Li Shimin put down the memorials and glanced at Zhang Sun Wuji. He said lightly, get up. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, how is the matter between Dai Zhou and Duanlun going? Zhang Sun Wuji's mouth twitched. He did not know how to answer. Just now, it was his idea to let these two fellows find Madman. If Erlang knew, would he be angry? Just as he was thinking, Li Shimin's voice sounded again. Why aren't you saying anything? Could it be that those two fellows have not solved the problem in the East and West Market? No. Zhang Sun Wuji replied subconsciously. But as soon as he said it, he regretted it. He was worried that if he continued, His Majesty would be unhappy. But he had already said half of what he wanted to say. If he did not continue, he would seem guilty. He could only bite the bullet and continue. Just now, Dai Zhou and Duanlun were arguing endlessly. I gave them an idea. Speaking of this, his face was a little red. Let them go to Feng Zi. Go to Feng Zi? Li Shimin frowned slightly. This was a matter between the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works. Why go to Feng Zi? And this fellow, why did he give Duanlun and Dai Zhou ideas? He asked in confusion, why did you urge Dai Zhou and Duanlun to go to Feng Zi? Chapter 2027. Zhang Sun Wuji smiled awkwardly. Just now, Dai Zhou said that the Ministry of Revenue didn't have much money to support the Battle of Chuozi, and Duanlun urgently needed money to repair the East and West Market, so I gave them this idea. Well, Li Shimin nodded slightly. He now understood that his brother-in-law wanted to cheat Feng Zi. However, it didn't seem to be a bad thing. First, the officials of the imperial court would owe Feng Zi a favor, and Feng Zi's future as an official would be much easier. Second, there were many students in Feng Zi's academy, and it was time for them to gain experience. As for the money to repair the East and West Market, it was not worth mentioning to Feng Zi at all. Instead, he could earn a favor. It was a good deal. It seemed that Zhang Sun Wuji cheated Feng Zi, but in fact, Feng Zi made a lot of money. In this case, there was nothing to blame. Thinking of this, he smiled and said, you did the right thing. Don't blame yourself. Huh? Zhang Sun Wuji didn't recover for a while. He thought that he might be scolded if he told Li Shimin about this matter. He didn't expect that not only was he not scolded, but he was also praised. This was really a pleasant surprise. In fact, what he didn't know was that he thought that he was on the first level. Li Erlang might not like the idea of making a madman lose some money and then scold him. However, Li Erlang was on the second level. He didn't care about the money that Zhang Feng lost at all. He only cared about the repair of the East and West Market and the favor that the officials owed Feng Zi. It should be known that a favor was much more important than money. Now that Li Shimin was not angry, he was relieved and said with a smile, thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. I did it for the sake of the Tang dynasty. Li Shimin nodded and didn't praise him much. He knew that his brother-in-law was arrogant and complacent sometimes. Then he changed the topic and said, what has Feng Zi been doing recently? Hearing this, Zhang Sun Wuji's interest was instantly piqued. He smiled and said, I really don't know what Feng Zi has been doing recently. However, when I went to court this morning, I saw Feng Zi's guards. Oh, Li Shimin put down his cigarette and looked at Zhang Sun Wuji with interest. What are his guards doing? Zhang Sun Wuji stroked his beard as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he said, I saw Fengzi's bodyguard running around Chang'an Avenue. He was wearing steel plates and had sandbags tied to his feet. He was shouting some kind of chant that could be heard from 3 miles away. Li Shimin frowned, somewhat puzzled. He could understand running. It was nothing more than exercise. He could understand tying sandbags to his legs, but why did he have to tie steel plates to his body? She even had to chant. Why did this sound a bit like military training? However, it didn't seem like it. Soldiers didn't have the operation of tying steel plates. Fengzi was becoming more and more unfathomable. He looked at Zhang Sun Wuji in confusion. Do you know what Fengzi's guards are doing? I don't know. Zhang Sun Wuji shook his head and said with a puzzled expression, I only saw the guards when I went to court. I didn't ask. Li Shimin rolled his eyes at Zhang Sun Wuji, somewhat speechless. He was already in front of him, but he didn't know how to ask. However, this wasn't a bad thing. At least he knew what Fengzi was doing these days. He hadn't seen this guy for a few days. He could take this opportunity to see Fengzi. Thinking of this, he raised his head and glanced at Xiao Gizi. Xiao Gizi, change clothes and leave the palace. Xiao Gizi understood and took out plain clothes to wait for orders. Li Shimin stood up and changed clothes while saying to Zhang Sun Wuji, accompany me to see Fengzi later. Zhang Sun Wuji quivered and subconsciously wanted to refuse. This was because he had given Dai Zhou and Duanluan some advice just now. If nothing unexpected happened, these two fellows should be on their way. If they were to bump into each other in the Zhang estate, it would be a little awkward. However, on second thought, Erlang's words made sense. This wasn't completely a bad thing. At least it would give the academy students a chance to gain experience. Perhaps Fengzi would thank him. After thinking about it, he decided to go. After all, Fengzi didn't eat people. After changing clothes quickly, Li Shimin and Zhang Sun Wuji got on the carriage and went to Zhang Mansion. However, they soon discovered something strange. Chang'an Avenue, which used to be packed with people, was deserted today. There were not even a few pedestrians on the road. What was even more strange was that there was no one in front of many vendors, leaving the food on the chairs. Many of the food had already been visited by sparrows. What was going on? Li Shimin turned to Zhang Sun Wuji and asked curiously, why is Chang'an Avenue like this? Could it be that thieves have looted it? This was the only possibility he could think of at the moment. Chang'an was usually crowded with people. Usually, it would take a few hours to go shopping. Moreover, the vendors in Chang'an valued their stalls more than their lives. How could they abandon their stalls now? There must be something wrong. Chapter 2028. But he still didn't know the reason. Faced with Li Shimin's question, Zhang Sun Wuji had a bad feeling. He looked around the street, and sure enough, it was deserted. Especially the glutinous rice wine stall. It was overturned. Glutinous rice wine? His eyes widened as if he remembered something. In the early hours of this morning, the guards of Zhang Mansion seemed to be drinking glutinous rice wine here. They also talked about some things in Zhang Mansion, including that madman was going to Jiangnan. Could it be, the incident on Chang'an Avenue was related to Fengzi? Hiss, he gasped and turned to Li Shimin. He said carefully, Your Majesty, it might be related to Fengzi. Fengzi? Li Shimin frowned and asked in confusion, how is it related to Fengzi? Zhang Sun Wuji narrowed his eyes. In the early hours of this morning, I vaguely heard the guards of Zhang Mansion say that Fengzi was going to leave. Hearing this, Li Shimin seemed to understand something. Fengzi was going to leave, and then the people of Chang'an were going to see Fengzi. Now this was the only explanation. Otherwise, how could the scene on Chang'an Avenue be explained? But soon he felt something was wrong. If the people all went to Fengzi's house, would Fengzi be in danger? He turned to the coachman and said quickly, Speed up, hurry up. The coachman didn't hesitate. He waved his whip and the horses neighed. They went straight to Zhang Mansion. But not long after, the coachman said, "Master, there's a jam in front." Li Shimin frowned and reached out to lift the curtain of the sedan chair. He saw that the roadside was crowded with pedestrians. There were peddlers, merchants, scholars, and even some child beggars. Almost everyone that could be seen in Chang'an was here. In their hands, there were things like eggs, pancakes, and books. It looked like they were there to deliver gifts. If only the old man had such a big crowd when he left. Zhang Sun Wuji stroked his beard and sighed from the bottom of his heart. Indeed, Fengzi was about to go to Jiangnan, and so many people had come. This was enough to show Fengzi's position among the common people. However, Li Shimin wasn't in the mood to lament about this. He rolled his eyes at Zhang Sun Wuji and asked, "How do we get to the Zhang residence now?" Zhang Sun Wuji smiled awkwardly and glanced outside the window. He turned to look at Li Shimin and said faintly, "There are so many people on the road now. I'm afraid that the carriage won't be able to pass through. It seems that we can only walk." Walk? Li Shimin frowned slightly. To be honest, he was not willing to walk. After all, he was used to having a high bed and soft pillow for a long time. He was still repulsed by the sudden need to walk through the crowd. However, looking at the current situation, he was afraid that he had to walk. He sighed and could only say, "Then let's walk. Let's look for the back door of the Zhang residence and enter from there." Zhang Sun Wuji nodded. He called the coachman and helped Li Shimin get off the carriage. Unexpectedly, as soon as they got off the carriage, a man bumped into them. Zhang Sun Wuji immediately became angry and roared, "Don't you have eyes? Why don't you look where you are going?" When the man saw that they were wearing silk, he knew that they were not to be trifled with. He put on a smile and said, "Gentlemen, I'm sorry. We are all going to the Zhang residence to see Prince Zhang. Please forgive us." How could Zhang Sun Wuji forgive him? He bumped into the emperor. His face darkened and he was about to continue cursing when Li Shimin's eyes narrowed and gave him a look. He instantly understood and could only stand to the side. Li Shimin smiled at the man and said, "Little brother, please don't take offense. My family's servants are always like this. Did you just say that you were going to the Zhang residence to see Prince Zhang?" When the man saw Li Shimin's words and actions, he knew that this was the real deal. He didn't waste any words and cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Master, you must be joking. This humble one is only a businessman. How could I dare to forgive you? However, since you mentioned Prince Zhang, then I will talk with you." When he said this, he couldn't help but look proud. Previously, this humble one's family was just a poor man. However, ever since Prince Zhang announced the method of braising meat, I began to imitate it. My life slowly improved and now I can be considered wealthy. I can sell my meat for 5 coins a day. However, when I heard that Prince Zhang was leaving, my heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Thus, I brought 2 caddies of braised meat to see Prince Zhang. As he spoke, the man raised the braised meat in his hand and smiled. "I presume that you are also here to see Prince Zhang?" Yes, Li Shimin smiled awkwardly. It was true that they were here to see Fengzi, but other people were either carrying eggs or braised meat. He didn't have anything. It felt like he was here to freeload. The man also felt that something was wrong. He glanced at Li Shimin and saw that he didn't have anything in his hands. He cast a look of disdain and left. "Master, what should we do now?" Zhang Sun Wuji came up and looked at Li Shimin helplessly. Li Shimin rolled his eyes at Zhang Sun Wuji and said, "Go to the back door." As he spoke, he walked towards another path. Zhang Sun Wuji hurriedly followed behind. However, they didn't expect that the other path was also packed with people. However, compared to the main entrance, this path was slightly better. There were fewer people. Chapter 2029. Li Shimin saw that there was no other way and rushed into the crowd without saying anything. Zhang Sun Wuji did not dare to delay and rushed forward to make a path for his brother-in-law. After a while, the two finally arrived at the door. The noise and curses were endless. Li Shimin could only turn a deaf ear and talk to the guard. Where's your master? What did you say? I can't hear you. Where's your master? Oh, he's at home. Let me in. Fortunately, the guard recognized Li Shimin. Otherwise, who knew how much effort it would take? After entering the residence, the guard led Li Shimin to the main hall. As soon as he entered the main hall, he saw Zhang Feng sitting on a chair with a cigarette in his hand. He was smoking and looking very comfortable. Li Shimin quickly went forward and pulled Zhang Feng up. He shouted anxiously, Fengzi, your door is in such a mess and you're still smoking here? Lao Li, why are you here? Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin curiously. However, he soon realized that he was focusing on the wrong thing. He shook his sleeves and sat back on the chair. He said helplessly, what can I do? I didn't want to leak the news, but I can't control people's mouths. Speaking of this, he snorted and said discontentedly, the guards at home didn't keep their mouths shut. It's also my fault. I didn't explain it clearly to those guys. That's why people are blocking the door now. You feel wronged? Li Shimin raised his eyebrows and found it funny. So many people came to see you. This is such a great honor. You're still throwing a tantrum? Yes, you don't know how lucky you are. Zhang Sun Wuji snorted and looked at Zhang Feng with dissatisfaction. On what basis? Why did this kid have so many people sending him to Jiangnan? Why didn't anyone send him when he went to other places to take up his post? It's fine if they sent him, but why did this kid hide in the main hall and refuse to see anyone? He was a classic example of someone who didn't know how to appreciate good intentions. Looking at their cold gazes, Zhang Feng couldn't stand it anymore. He quickly got up and helped them sit down before saying, you don't have to be jealous of me. Who the hell is jealous of you? Zhang Sun Wuji almost jumped up. Fortunately, Li Shimin quickly held him down. Otherwise, this guy would have definitely started a fight with Zhang Feng. I'm not jealous, okay? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Zhang Sun Wuji. Then, he glanced at the door and said faintly, of course, I know that the commoners are here to see me. I also want to go out and meet everyone. It's just that there are too many commoners here. I heard that the door is blocked. If I go out now, wouldn't I be torn apart alive? As he spoke, he sat down on the chair and took a deep puff of his cigarette before continuing, I'd better stay at home and wait for the commoners to leave before going out. Nonsense. Li Shimin frowned and looked at Zhang Feng with dissatisfaction. The commoners came to see you because they have high hopes for you. Why are you hiding at home? Besides, there are so many commoners outside now. What if something happens? You should go out and meet the commoners, then dismiss them. Zhang Feng smiled awkwardly and didn't reply. In fact, he also wanted to dismiss the commoners, but he was worried that if he went out, the commoners' emotions would rise again. This way, the situation would be even more difficult to deal with. If someone died, it would be difficult to clean up. However, if he didn't go out, the commoners would continue to gather at the door. After thinking about it, he decided to go out. After making up his mind, he looked at Li Shimin. You're right. I can only solve this if I go out. As he spoke, he stood up and walked to the front yard. The servant at the door was holding the door. When he saw the master, he quickly said, Master, the commoners want to come in. What do we do now? Du Zidong was also very anxious. Master, the area is completely blocked. Why don't you? Zhang Feng waved his hand to tell Du Zidong to stop. He then looked at the servant. Open the door. I'll go out and take a look. Master, it might be dangerous to go out now. There are so many commoners. Du Zidong looked worriedly at Zhang Feng. Normally, it was a good thing that the commoners came to see the master. However, when there were too many people, it became a bad thing because no one knew what kind of danger would occur. Don't worry. Zhang Feng didn't care. He smiled. It's a good thing that the commoners came to see me. I can't let the commoners feel disappointed. Du Zidong nodded. He knew the relationship between the two. The commoners coming to see the master meant that they loved the master. It would be inappropriate if they didn't go out. However, there were too many people going out. If there was danger, it would be over. He glanced at the servants. Later, open the door and protect the master. Remember, don't leave his side. The servants all nodded. Du Zidong was relieved. He waved his hand to open the door. As the main door was opened, a series of screams could be heard coming in. Prince Zhang, we're here to see you. Prince Zhang, Du Zidong hesitated. He turned his head to look at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng didn't care. He waved his hand to open the door. Chapter 20:30. When the door was fully opened, a sea of people came into view. Many common people and businessmen were holding all kinds of things in their hands, such as eggs, braised meat, silk, and so on. They stood at the door together. Some of them could not stand anymore, so they climbed on the stone lions in front of the mansion. Some children climbed directly on the locust trees, like monkeys looking at the sea. When they saw the person they missed coming out, they immediately lost control of their emotions and kept shouting. Prince Zhang, I'm Huzi. You drank my family's fermented glutinous rice before. This time, we heard that you were leaving, so we came to see you. President Zhang, I heard that you were leaving, so I specially brought my 30-year-old cured meat to give to you. Prince Zhang, I brought you braised meat. You must accept it. Everyone carried their gifts and kept squeezing in front of Zhang Feng. For a moment, the whole street was blocked. The people in front seemed to have been stepped on, and there were bursts of crying and shouting. Seeing this, Zhang Feng only felt a chill on his back. He did not expect the people of Chang'an to be so crazy. He quickly waved his hand and shouted, Everyone, stop. His words seemed to have magic power. As soon as they were heard, the crowd stopped restless, but there were still some people whispering, but it did not matter. Zhang Feng glanced at the crowd and said solemnly, I know you value me. This time I'm going to Jiangnan to develop, but you don't have to worry, because I'm going to bring the prosperity of Chang'an to Jiangnan. Good, good. Just as they were talking, a Buddhist chant came from the crowd. Zhang Feng frowned and was a little dissatisfied. He hated to be disturbed in the middle of a speech, especially by a monk. He opened his eyes wide, trying to find the speaker and ask for clarification. The crowd also cast sidelong glances and felt dissatisfied. Although the Tang Empire had always worshipped Buddha and the people were also in awe of Buddha, they were now listening to young Master Zhang's wise words. How could they allow a monk to disturb them? Not to mention that young Master Zhang was about to leave, and they might not be able to hear these wise words in the future. Thinking of this, a ball of nameless anger seemed to ignite in the hearts of the people, and they were determined to find the troublemaker. But at this moment, that voice rang out again. Everyone says that Prince Zhang is a very kind person. Now that I've met you in person, it's true that your reputation is not as good as your appearance. Excellent. Hearing this, Zhang Feng was a little confused. He couldn't tell if the other party was praising him or insulting him. Just as he was about to ask, he saw a man in a yellow monk's robe walk out from the crowd. This man had 6 scars on his head. He had a benevolent face and his palms were clasped together. He looked like a Buddhist monk. This is Master Xuanzang? Someone seemed to have recognized the monk and exclaimed. With this exclamation, the whole place seemed to be in an uproar. They all looked at the man called Xuanzang. Soon, the people imitated Xuanzang. They clasped their palms together and chanted the name of Amitabha to Xuanzang. Their eyes were slowly filled with piety. Xuanzang seemed to be enjoying the crowd's attention. For a moment, he forgot about Zhang Feng and started chatting with the people about Buddhism. Seeing this, Zhang Feng finally understood. This guy was Tang Sanzang. But it would be more appropriate to call him Xuanzang. But why did this guy come to the entrance of Zhang Mansion? Also, what this guy said just now was a little confusing. What did he mean? Just as he was thinking, Du Zidong quietly came up. Master, this Xuanzang is the monk chosen by His Majesty at the Water and Land Conference a few days ago. I heard that he's going to India to collect the Buddhist scriptures. Water and Land Conference? Zhang Feng was slightly taken aback and instantly understood something. Previously, due to the Chang'an city incident, Li Shimin had no choice but to issue an edict and call for a Water and Land Conference. This Water and Land Conference was no doubt a springboard for Xuanzang. From then on, Buddhism in the Tang dynasty became more prosperous. The price was to go to India to collect the Mahayana Buddhist scriptures and use them to release more souls. Since it was a fact that Xuanzang was going to India, he couldn't let such a good resource go to waste. Now that India and the Tang dynasty were in a stalemate, if 1 or 2 spies were sent over, they might be able to obtain some top-secret information. And this spy must be Xuanzang. First of all, this guy was a monk. It would not be easy to arouse suspicion. Moreover, he had a very strong purpose this time, which was to obtain the Mahayana Buddhist scriptures. This purpose alone would allow him to avoid many interrogations in India. If this guy defected and became a professional spy of the Tang dynasty in India, then the odds of winning against India would be much higher. He would also be able to foresee the future. Thinking about this, he looked at Xuanzang and smiled maliciously. Master Xuanzang, I've heard a lot about you. Xuanzang was chatting with his followers. When he heard someone calling him, he slowly turned around and faced Zhang Feng. He put his palms together and said indifferently, Prince Zhang, I've heard a lot about you. Zhang Feng laughed in his heart. Pretend? Go ahead and pretend for Lao Tzu. This Buddhist is so damn good at pretending. However, his face was still calm. He said lightly, Master Xuanzang, since you've come to my humble abode today, why don't you come in and let me be the host? Chapter 2031. Xuanzang smiled and nodded. Amitabha. Young Master Zhang is a kind and benevolent man. You are a blessing to the people of Chang'an. It is my honor to be invited. How can I refuse? Xuanzang lifted his trousers and walked towards Zhang Mansion. Zhang Feng was overjoyed. He extended his hand and gestured for Xuanzang to enter. Xuanzang nodded and prepared to enter. However, the people behind him were a little unwilling. They came here to see Prince Zhang. Now that Xuanzang was here, Prince Zhang didn't say anything. How could they agree? So the crowd was in a mess again and started shouting. Prince Zhang, don't go. You haven't finished your words, Prince Zhang. The crowd was in high spirits and kept waving their hands. They were like the audience of a modern concert. However, Zhang Feng was not a singer. He turned his head and looked around at the crowd. He waved his hand and motioned for them to stop. Then he said seriously, Dear people of Chang'an, I know that you love me very much. This time, I am going to Jiangnan to seek benefits for the Tang Empire. So don't worry and go home. After he finished speaking, the crowd was quiet for a moment. But soon, they became restless again. Prince Zhang, accept my braised meat. Prince Zhang, I'm giving you fermented glutinous rice. I'm giving you eggs. The crowd raised the gifts in their hands and rushed to the front, as if they were afraid of being left behind. Everyone, be quiet. Zhang Feng saw that the crowd was a little chaotic and quickly stopped them. Then, he glanced at the crowd and said, I'll accept the gifts. Don't push so that people don't die. In fact, these gifts were dispensable to him. The key was that if the people gathered at the door for a long time, people would die. If he accepted the gifts, the people might leave. This way, the danger would be greatly reduced. This method was indeed effective. The commoners stopped their chaos and stood in their original positions in an orderly manner. Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction. Then, he looked at Du Ziding and said, Take me to collect the gifts. We have to record everyone's name, gift, and residence. Du Ziding nodded slightly. He knew that Old Master wanted to record the information of every citizen who gave gifts so that it would be convenient for him to help or return the gifts in the future. Old Master was like this. If someone treated him well, he would treat them well. After giving his orders, Zhang Feng led Xuanzang into the mansion. As soon as he stepped into the residence, Xuanzang couldn't keep his cool. White cotton was spread all over the front yard and there were many servants plucking the cotton. Although he had seen cotton-padded clothes before, he had never seen how cotton-padded clothes were made with his own eyes. He couldn't help but be curious. He walked forward and looked at Zhang Feng. He asked curiously, "Prince Zhang, is this how cotton-padded clothes are made?" Zhang Feng was overjoyed. No matter how knowledgeable you are in the future, you are still dumbfounded. However, he didn't pretend to be proud. Instead, he smiled and said, "Yes, these are the cotton-padded clothes that are popular in Chang'an. What do you think, Master Xuanzang?" Xuanzang nodded slightly and smiled. "Almsgiver Zhang is kind and generous. I believe that Buddha will bless you for the good of the people." He had heard of Zhang Feng's reputation before and thought that he was a kind and talented person. Today, not only did his understanding of Zhang Feng completely change, he also believed that Zhang Feng was a person who loved and protected the people. Now, he only had respect for him. Of course, Zhang Feng didn't know this. He smiled and said, "Master Xuanzang, you must be joking. Please come to the hall." With that, Zhang Feng led Xuanzang to the main hall. Xuanzang reluctantly looked at the cotton and followed Zhang Feng to the hall. As soon as he entered the hall, Xuanzang was stunned because he saw someone. It was Li Shimin. His mind was in a mess. Why is His Majesty here? Prince Zhang may have some reputation, but it shouldn't be enough for His Majesty to come here, right? Just as he was wondering, he realized something. His Majesty was wearing plain clothes? And Lord Zhangsun was also wearing plain clothes? Could it be that His Majesty was out in plain clothes? Was there something going on between Prince Zhang and His Majesty? Or did His Majesty come to see Prince Zhang in plain clothes? Or did Prince Zhang not know His Majesty's identity? He didn't dare to think about it and just made random guesses. However, the awkward side appeared. How could he greet His Majesty? If he directly addressed His Majesty, it would be a sin if he ruined His Majesty's plans. But if he didn't address His Majesty as His Majesty, it would be disrespectful. Just as he was confused, Li Shimin walked up and gave Xuanzang a look. He smiled and said, "You must be the famous Master Xuanzang in Chang'an." When Xuanzang first came in, he was also shocked. Fortunately, this guy was stunned. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what to say. Xuanzang wasn't stupid. When he saw Li Shimin's look and words, he understood what was going on. He nodded and put his palms together. "I am Xuanzang. May I know who you are?" Chapter 2032. This was a classic case of asking the obvious. Both of them knew what was going on. Poor Zhang Feng didn't know anything and thought that this was the first time the two of them had met. He quickly stepped forward to introduce them. "Xuanzang, this is Master Li. He's a businessman. The one surnamed Sun is also a businessman." As he spoke, Zhang Feng waved for everyone to take a seat. Xuanzang sat down. He was now certain that Zhang Feng didn't know His Majesty's identity. He didn't even know Lord Zhangsun's identity. But why did His Majesty come to Zhang Feng? And why did he hide his identity? Just as he was wondering, Zhang Feng spoke again. "Master Xuanzang, I heard that you hosted the Water and Land Conference last time?" Xuanzang paused and didn't immediately reply. He glanced at Li Shimin. Because the conference was hosted by him, he didn't dare to speak without his permission. Li Shimin also sensed Xuanzang's dilemma and gave him a reassuring look. Xuanzang relaxed and put his palms together. "Almsgiver Zhang, I did host the Water and Land Conference last time. What advice does Prince Zhang have for me?" "I can't say that I've taught you anything." Zhang Feng smiled and turned to Li Shimin. His face fell. "Lao Li, come with me and see if the tea is ready." "Tea?" Li Shimin paused. He had been sitting here for a long time and the tea hadn't been served. Why did Xuanzang want to see if the tea was ready? Besides, the tea was made by the maids. Why did he want him to see it? In an instant, he seemed to understand something. This kid must have something to say to him and wanted to go out on purpose. That should be it. Otherwise, why would he find such a clumsy excuse? Thinking of this, he still followed Zhang Feng out of the door. Xuanzang, on the other hand, was stunned. It was because Zhang Feng addressed Li Shimin as such. Lao Li. Without years of friendship, no one would call him that. But His Majesty didn't seem to care at all. Even Lord Zhangsun, who was usually the most protective of His Majesty, did not say a word. Strange, this was too strange. He felt like his head was in a mess. He wanted to ask Zhangsun Wuji, who was in meditation, but he was afraid that he would say something wrong. He could only pray in his heart, Amitabha, Buddha bless me. On the other hand, Zhang Feng led Li Shimin to a side room. Seeing that there was no one around, he carefully closed the door. Feng Zi, what are you doing? Why are you acting like a thief? Li Shimin looked at Zhang Feng in confusion. Don't be noisy. Zhang Feng turned to look at Li Shimin. Seeing that no one was around, he asked, Lao Li, do you know who Xuanzang is? Li Shimin was amused. What status could Xuanzang have? Isn't he just a monk? He's not just a monk. Zhang Feng stared at Li Shimin solemnly. Last time, he hosted the Water and Land Conference and was greatly appreciated by His Majesty. I heard that he's going to India to get the scriptures soon. Li Shimin was slightly stunned. Zhang Feng was well informed. Indeed, during the last Water and Land Conference, Xuanzang talked about Hinayana Buddhism and said that it could release the souls of the dead. This instantly attracted the attention of the people below the stage. The Tang dynasty worshipped Buddhism. With Xuanzang's lecture, the people quickly became restless. They all asked Xuanzang if he could release the living from their suffering. Xuanzang said that he needed the Mahayana Buddhism, and this Mahayana Buddhism was far away in India. The people naturally desired the Mahayana Buddhism, and they all petitioned Li Shimin. In response to the people's voices, Li Shimin ordered Xuanzang to go to India to get the Mahayana Buddhism. Originally, the Tang dynasty and India were in a stalemate. Whether or not they could get the scriptures was still uncertain. However, this method did indeed stabilize the people's hearts. Xuanzang was also willing to go to India. Both sides were happy. However, what Li Shimin couldn't figure out was that Feng Zi called him over just to talk about Xuanzang. What was there to talk about? He replied impatiently, yes, he hosted the Water and Land Conference. He'll probably go to India in half a month. What does this have to do with you? Of course it has nothing to do with me. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes at Li Shimin. Then, he glanced in the direction of India and said with a serious face, although it has nothing to do with me, it has something to do with the Tang dynasty. Think about it, what's the relationship between the Tang dynasty and India now? If Xuanzang is in India. Hearing this, Li Shimin suddenly understood. He didn't become the emperor only because of his strength. He also had wisdom that others couldn't match. Zhang Feng had only said half of it, but he had already understood the gist of it. Xuanzang was going to India. Now, the Tang dynasty and India were in a stalemate. To put it bluntly, they weren't on good terms. What if Xuanzang went to India to ask for information? This was undoubtedly the best help for the Tang dynasty. However, Xuanzang was a monk. How could he do such a thing? He looked at Zhang Feng with a puzzled face. Feng Zi, I understand what you're saying. But Xuanzang is a monk. Why would he be willing to work for you and me? Zhang Feng smiled confidently. Don't worry about that. I'll convince Xuanzang later. You just have to beat around the bush and say a few words for me. I promise I'll have a way.